Another person who entered Jazelle's house, Lois, called the girl an evil witch. The mercenary came with the aim of killing a girl who was waiting for death in prison. She asked the mercenary if he had brought poison with him because they are constantly trying to poison her. The girl demanded that the poison be given to her as soon as possible because it was needed to kill her. The guy did not expect such an active position of Jazelle. She easily snatched the poison from his hand. The mercenary had heard that this witch was insane, but he hadn't expected it to be so insane. After drinking all the poison, the girl stated that it tasted like strawberry milk. The mercenary was shocked because the witch was supposed to die from only one drop of poison. He decided to check the contents of the bottle. Perhaps he took the wrong one with him. In a few seconds, the killer began to cough up blood. Dying, he asked the girl what kind of tricks she was doing. In response, the heroine only sighed contemptuously because it was not the first time she had seen such a picture. Jazelle Lois was the name of the main villain of the novel Poisoned Apple. While working overtime, the heroine read a story about a poisonous apple where in the end everyone died, even the heroes. The first to die was a minor female character with a negative role. According to the plot, she is defeated by the main character and is poisoned while waiting to be hanged. It was a terrible death of the character, but it's a pity it wasn't. On the way home from overtime, the girl had an accident and woke up in the body of this very villain. She was in the body of the villainess at the moment when the killer was already pouring poison into her. The poison tasted like a strawberry cocktail. The killer was shocked by such a reaction and tasted the remnants of the poison himself. That was how the assassin who had been sent coughed up in his own blood in a second. After that incident, many killers were sent to the heroine, but all of them were waiting for the same ending. Each murderer tried the poison on himself, apparently. The killers of this world were too stupid. At first, the heroine hesitated and was afraid to take poisons, but over time she got used to it and began to drink them without hesitation. The heroine even began to distinguish the taste of poisons. The last of them resembled apple yogurt. At first, the soldiers thought that all the murderers were killed by the witch Jazelle. Examining the corpses of the murderers, the soldiers realized that they had drunk the poison themselves, but still blamed the mad witch for their deaths. The murderers easily penetrated to her place of detention thanks to ordinary bribes. The heroine considered this world disgusting, while she managed to be reborn here as a secondary villain. She could only sit and wait for death either from hanging or from a lucky poison. The girl heard voices near her cell. More precisely, it was clearly a man's laughter. It frightened the heroine. She asked in fear who was there. Hearing no answer, she decided that it was a side effect of the poisons, but the laughter repeated. The heroine became truly creepy. Is this place really teeming with ghosts? The voice replied that the ghost was not here, so it was another murderer, although it was not clear why he was laughing. Lois been asked to wait a little because she had only recently drunk the last poison. The man said that he had very little poison, so she should drink it right now. The girl was furious. She didn't want to drink 2 poisons in a row, especially considering that it wouldn't work. Unlike the previous poisons, this one had a foul smell. Apparently this poison would definitely finish her off. Although the girl has never even felt bad, maybe this time everything will be fine. The heroine remembered that even if the poison did not work, she would still die on the gallows. The girl thought that this killer was unusual and had superpowers, so she decided to ask him for a favor. The guy was extremely interested in hearing what this girl wanted. She wanted the guy to save her from here if she didn't die after drinking the poison. The killer was surprised that the girl plans to survive after his poison. The new Jazelle decided to act in order to survive, and for this, she must first get out of here. The guy asked a strange question about why the girl was sure that she would survive when she got out of here. The killer recalled that she was a witch, she would be quickly put on the wanted list, and she had no friends. The guy thought that it would be much easier for the girl to die here and now. Jazelle got angry and asked the guy not to escalate the situation. Although the girl was a witch, she was not the only villain in the world. She just needs to live up to her status as a villain. The speech about compliance clearly amused the stranger. He doubted that the girl would succeed. The heroine tried to remember the characters of the novel. Somehow the name of Wayne Eyre popped up in her memory. The young man was surprised to hear this name here. The girl was sure that the character she needed was called that. It turned out that the man knew this man a little. It seems that the killer is tired of talking, and he decided to pour poison into the heroine as soon as possible. Unlike the previous killers, this one had a key to the cell with him. Jazelle thought that her guards were terribly vile since they even gave the killer the keys. The guy rushed at her saying that she was an enemy of his fiancé and therefore would die a painful death. He rushed away from her with a dagger. The girl managed to dodge. The heroine decided that she would rather die from poison than from a knife, and therefore urgently drank poison. She shouted to the killer that she had already drunk the poison, and at the same time threw an empty bottle at him. With tears, she recalled that the guy promised to help her if she survived. The killer replied that he only promised to think about it and not to fulfill her request. Suddenly, something strange began to happen. The guy began to be enveloped in black smoke, and a man's voice suddenly said out of nowhere that the proposal was interesting to think about. The guy was completely covered with a black club. It seemed like it was magic. A few seconds later, the killer simply disappeared from the room. In his place was a completely different person. Could it be that this was another murderer? Looking at the girl and smiling charmingly, the guy confirmed her guesses, saying that he was a mercenary. Jazelle was surprised that the killer decided to show her his face. Although he had come for her life, he looked too attractive. Unexpectedly, the guy sat down on his knee and said that he was glad to meet the girl. The heroine decided that the guy also decided to test the effect of the poison on himself after he reached for the bottle. She was sad that such a handsome man turned out to be another fool. It turned out that the guy was not going to test the effect of the poison. The killer was confident in its high quality. Jazelle was very pleased that she had finally found a murderer who was sure of the poison. The guy unexpectedly offered the girl to escape from this place and snapped his fingers. A magic circle formed under the girl's feet. Jazelle did not understand what this killer was up to. Only now has the heroine come to understand that she does not know who is in front of her at all. She remembered that there was a character in the book with magical powers named Wayne Eyre. In that story about the poisoned apple, he knew how to conjure. The teleportation pillar has attracted the attention of the townspeople of the entire city. After moving, the girl did not know where she was, so she asked her savior about it. She was even a little disappointed that she managed to escape so quickly and easily with the help of magic. The guy could send the girl back if she wanted to. With a smile on his face, the man reminded the heroine that if she was caught, she would be executed as a witch. The girl realized that it was black magic, which was often used by the villains of the novel. The last mage was just Wayne Eyre. According to the plot, he gathered all the mages and went against the main character. The girl wasn't sure of her guesses, so she asked if the guy was a dark fog mage. If so, then she is facing one of Wayne Eyre's henchmen. Jazelle thought that it was impossible to talk to the black magician in the tone in which she spoke to him. It was necessary to urgently somehow rectify the situation so as not to anger this man. All that came to Lois Bane's mind was to ask the name of her savior. It turned out that the guy's name was Renji, he answered quickly, as if he was just waiting for this question. The heroine easily remembered the names of the characters in the books, but this name was unfamiliar to her. Since she could not remember this name, the girl decided to try to tie it to the character by appearance. Outside the walls of the dungeon, the guy no longer seemed so handsome to her, but he would clearly stand out among the crowd. The girl could not remember a single hero with such an appearance, so he was a secondary character in the story. The girl remembered that all the magi from the dark mist were more than notable characters. Jazelle told the guy that apparently he saved her on the orders of his master. Renji immediately retorted that the head would not know about it. Apparently, the man was running out of patience, so he asked the girl how long she would stand here. It turned out that they had moved very close to the tower where the girl was imprisoned. Jazelle was shocked that they were still so close to the place of her imprisonment. She suggested that the guy go for a walk somewhere since they are already together. The heroine was very afraid to be alone because she could be caught in a matter of minutes. The guy asked how the girl could reward him if he went with her. From afar, the screams of the tower's guards about the disappearance of the witch began to be heard. The guy believed that it was better to wait until a high price was set for the girl's head. To knock such thoughts out of him, Jazelle promised to provide the guy with information. According to her, this information will help Renji get a promotion. The girl stated that she knew the future of some people from the dark mist in which the magician consisted. This was not a lie, because the heroine remembered the plot of the novel, and the events from it had already begun to happen. For example, a girl could name someone who would become their future head. Such knowledge instantly interested her savior. Jazelle explained her knowledge by the fact that she drank a lot of poison and received magical powers. The guy doubted that magic could be mastered if he drank a lot of poison. The girl continued to insist that she had acquired a strange power thanks to the poisons, so she knew a lot of things. It seemed to Jazelle that the guy was thinking about her proposal. The guards were already close. They walked down the next street without looking into the alley with the couple. The girl took the guy by the clothes. She hoped that he would not leave her here alone. The guy stated that before she was locked up in the dungeon, he used forbidden magic. The heroine did not quite understand why these tones and words were so serious. He stated that he sacrificed a person who worked with him. There are many rules in black magic, and they are individual for everyone. Renji stated that he was the one who died because of Jazelle's deception, and that's why he had come for the girl now. He wanted to test his strength on it and find out something. The guy wanted to know if Jazelle was interested in the poison she had recently drunk. The girl felt somehow uncomfortable after his confession, and she did not know what to answer him. She let go of his shirt. The heroine became really scared. Suddenly, Renji took the heroine's hand and spoke about the fall of the star. Now everything became even more confusing for the heroine. She did not understand what some kind of starfall had to do with it. The guy admitted that he wanted to admit a creature out of this world. But he didn't have time to finish the study, so he couldn't take much of a risk. The mage got too close to the girl, and she began to fall backwards in surprise. Standing face to face with the heroine, Renji asked the girl who she really was. The heroine realized that she got into this world because of the actions of Jazelle and Renji. This couple should have chosen a better one who would appear in their world. There was no need to summon a tortured, tired girl. Renji asked how many important people would be alive in the future. It was necessary to speak carefully, so the heroine replied that she would definitely stay. The magician came to the conclusion that the girl wanted to make a deal with him. The guy decided so, because the girl refused to answer the previous question. He asked if the girl knew about the dungeon that the mages had built. The heroine thought that if Renji was a professional magician, he would have read her mind long ago. The girl replied that she did not need any deals, and that she just wanted to stay alive. She asked the guy not to threaten her anymore. The mage thought that such an answer sounded tempting. The guy was sure that it was not Jazelle in front of him, because she was not such a slob. The man asked the girl how she could be useful to him. This simple question baffled the heroine. Jazelle thought for a long time and eventually replied that she could determine the taste of poison. It was unexpected. Hardly any of the people could say such a thing. The magician did not understand what was useful to him in the fact that a girl could determine the taste of poison. Jazelle replied that it could happen that the head of their group could be poisoned. Such a phrase could not be taken by the magician calmly. The guy thought about it. Jazelle, feeling confident, declared that she could become his taster of various poisons. The guy was still silent. It was difficult to understand what he was thinking. Ultimately, Renji did not give the heroine to the soldiers or sell it to anyone. But now the girl is here, in this terrible place of the new world with a terrible atmosphere. And now the main character has become an employee of some magic store. Everything was strange here, but especially this doll, which was probably cursed. The girl sighed heavily. She didn't like being in this place at all. In fact, it was a place where not even magical, but cursed things were sold. Jazelle thought that the guy was conducting an experiment on her, testing whether she would die from cursed things. The guy did not trust the girl and offered to prove his devotion to her. Her tasks included serving customers and distinguishing between various poisons. The girl clarified whether she would really have to taste the poisons. The guy wanted her to take poisons and distinguish between them. As a result, Jazelle considered Renji a terrible person. She did not want a career that starts from the very bottom. The girl had already spent 10 days in the store, and now the doll became her only company. The heroine heard a voice that asked that the girl had given the cursed doll a name. The smiling guy said that Jazelle was really a strange girl. It was Tan. He works in a store as a delivery man and wants to become a full-fledged magician. The girl, making a displeased face, replied to him that she was not crazy. The heroine became furious when Thane uttered the phrase that madmen do not know that they are crazy. He was surprised that she had become a saleswoman in such a place at all. Jazelle did not know why the guy communicated with her so well, and decided that it was because of the reputation of the store. The guy decided to leave boxes with things near the counter. There were a lot of visitors during this time, but no one bought anything. The heroine began to think that people want to buy something, but in the end, they always refuse. Thane took the poison out of his bag and gave it to Louisben. She immediately recognized that it was oxydurian, because the poison smelled as disgusting as this fruit. Ten did not understand what the girl was talking about because the poison was completely odorless. It seemed that only the girl could smell the poisons. She remembered that Renji had mentioned something like that. The guy said goodbye, once again calling the girl crazy Jazelle. The delivery man left and the girl was left all alone again. Renji hadn't been in touch for 3 days. It dawned on the girl that this was her chance to escape. If she stayed, she would become a guinea pig for the magician. She decided to take the bottles as payment for 10 days of work. It took very little time to fully pack. It was scary, but it was necessary to act quickly. The girl opened the door, taking the first step towards her escape. She went out quietly, looking around. The heroine hoped that there was no imprisonment magic and she would be able to escape quickly. She quickly picked up speed. It looks like she's almost free. The girl was thinking about where to find the wagon, remembering that one of the buyers had talked about a wagon. Suddenly, something appeared in front of the heroine's eyes that she definitely did not plan to see here. She braked abruptly to figure out what was happening in front of her. A large number of knights were walking down the street. It seemed that they were looking for someone. Hiding, the girl tried to overhear what the soldiers were talking about. Taking a closer look at the portraits on the wall, Jazelle realized that they were all with her photo. She was shocked because it turns out that she had to work in a store next to the soldier's post. The heroine felt that someone was standing behind her. It was frightening. A familiar voice above her ear asked why the girl was standing still. She looked around in the hope that the person behind her was not the person she had thought of. It was Renji, and he told Jazelle that if she took a few more steps, she would get to the soldiers. The girl tried to greet Renji as usual, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy replied that they had not seen each other for only 3 days. His look was terrible. The heroine immediately stated that the guy misunderstood everything, and this was not her escape at all. It was just her daily walk of 10,000 steps. Such training was necessary to make the body healthier. At least Jazelle tried to convince the magician of this. The guy made a relaxed face and then held a short pause before asking, "It turns out that the girl took poison with her to remove thirst from an active walk." Jazelle was frightened. She could not imagine how the brunette could know about it. She replied that if you drink poison little by little, then the desire to work increases significantly. Then the magician asked why the girl took the money with her. It turned out that the money was needed to buy Renji a gift for her rescue from the dungeon. With a cunning smile, he pretended to believe in the gift to the master. The guy was amused that the girl began to call him master. He reminded her that in prison she had called him a terrible person. The girl suggested that we forget the past and start everything from scratch, while Renji believed that only 10 years had passed and this was not the past. The girl stopped arguing and noticed a noise nearby. The sound came from a building located not far from them. A group of several soldiers came out of there. It was dangerous. It seemed that they were heading to the alley where the heroes were standing. Giselle panicked, trying to figure out how to get out of this situation. The decision came quickly. She grabbed the guy by the clothes. In a second, she was standing, burying her face in the mage's cloak, which caused his bewilderment. Now she had a new plan. She grabbed the mage by the clothes again and pulled him to her. She asked his master to pretend to kiss her. The man's actions seemed stranger and stranger to the mage. The heroine explained that if they ran, they would attract attention, and pretending to be lovers would embarrass the soldiers, and they would leave. The guy did not believe that the situation with kissing in the alley would work. The girl was worried and wanted to convince him, but she realized that he did not care at all about the guards coming towards them. Now he approached her, pressing her against the wall. The girl was embarrassed because the guy pushed her too sharply and too unexpectedly. It seems that he heard her words, and now he will finally imitate a semblance of a kiss. Giselle's face began to show color, although it was for soldiers, but still very embarrassing, especially now when this handsome man was so close to her. She was embarrassed. Her heart was beating wildly, but at the same time she understood the strangeness of the situation. The young man quietly asked the girl why she was worried now. She should not be embarrassed, because she herself asked him to be her lover. Giselle thought that everything had gone too far when suddenly she noticed a look on her. One of the soldiers was looking at her exactly. The situation could not be worse. The girl panicked. The soldiers talked among themselves that they needed to inspect this side of the alley. The girl began to hit the guy. In her mind, she wanted Renji to lean closer and hug her harder for naturalness. The guy remained completely calm and again asked what the heroine did not like. She saw that the soldiers were still looking at her and was very frightened because of this. But the soldiers just walked past them. And now Giselle didn't understand anything at all. Did the soldier not recognize her, or did something happen? The blonde was so surprised that she could only ask what had just happened. The guy replied that the guards simply did not see them. After that, the magician went somewhere, which frightened the heroine, because now they will definitely be noticed. The guy took a few more steps and stopped, saying that he had reached where he wanted. The mage said that there was a wall for the guards to reach the place where he was standing because of the illusion spell. The girl did not know about such magic because it was not mentioned in the book. The book said that any black magic leaves dark traces by which magicians can be tracked. That's how the heroes found Wayne and defeated him. At least that's how it was in the plot. The girl asked why the soldiers did not see traces of magic on the ground. The guy replied that they could not see them. It is not difficult for strong mages to cover up the traces of sorcery, and Renji was one of them. This information about the illusion made the heroine very sad. The guy did not tell her about the imaginary wall because the girl behaved very funny. Angry, Giselle again called the magician a terrible person. The guy invited the girl to return to the store and continue the conversation in it. Worried about the soldiers, the heroine has already forgotten that she tried to escape from the store. She felt like a little chicken being hunted by a scary cat. Her knees buckled from fear. The girl asked with uncertainty in her voice if she was going to be tortured now. The man said that he could do it right here and now, but the heroine immediately remembered that a new poison had been brought to the store. That is why the girl is going to immediately return to the store in order to test it. Giselle nervously waited for Renji to answer. At this moment, the girl seemed incredibly cute to the magician, and he could not hold back his emotions. When she reached the store, Giselle carefully studied the records of the poison. This document contained records of all the poisons that the heroine had managed to check. The guy was pleasantly surprised by such a simple and convenient presentation of information. The girl reported that all the poisons tasted like fruit. The blonde continued to talk about the poisons, but inside she was already boiling with anger that the master did not give any reaction. Renji didn't really intend to get the job from her, but he'll never admit it. The guy looked carefully at the girl, who looked extremely tense. The heroine remained a mystery to him because she was afraid of any pain while easily drinking poisons and was ready to work with villains. He became very interested in who was hiding inside the body of his former acquaintance. Suddenly, the magician asked the girl her name, which came as a complete surprise to her. He clarified that he would like to hear her real name. The heroine fell silent. She weighed all the possible consequences of her answer. After that, she called the name Jazelle Lois. The guy appreciated the plausibility of her answer and realized that she was not going to reveal her real name. Outwardly, she was a percentage copy of Jazelle, but her character and manner of speech betrayed a different person in her. The biggest difference was in her demands on people. They were strikingly different from the views of the real Jazelle. He pretended to believe that Jazelle was the girl's real name. The heroine could not understand what exactly was hidden behind the magician's answer. After that, the heroes again returned to the results of the girl's research on poisons. The blonde was offended that the magician doubted her because she was a completely harmless person. The guy simply did not trust anyone. Besides, he saw her escape attempt. The hero recalled that the girl also stole money from him. It dawned on the girl that now the man was going to deduct this money from her salary. The heroine wondered if now she would not be paid her salary because of the incident. Jazelle began to demand a salary because she worked hard and risked her life by tasting poisons. This was further proof that this funny girl was definitely not Jazelle Lois. The girl felt like a chicken that was left alive because of her weakness and cuteness. At this moment, the guy raised his hand, thereby attracting the attention of the blonde. A purple-black glow began to emanate from his hand. The girl was afraid that she would now be turned into a chicken, so she decided to accept a job with payment for food and shelter. It was very nice again, and the hero laughed again. After a few moments, the streams of light formed a small ball. 2 butterflies fluttered out of it. It was extremely spectacular. The girl wondered how real these butterflies were. The butterflies were the magician's familiars, and now they would look after Jazelle. Insects knew how to communicate, but they did it only with their owner. The girl was offended. She also wanted to communicate with butterflies. Butterflies had incredibly beautiful wings. The magician warned that the wings of the red butterfly are poisonous. This did not frighten the heroine because she does not die from poisons, but white wings can paralyze. Watching Jazelle, Renji was again convinced that the girl was an incredible cutie. The guy remembered that the girl told about the ability to know the future of important people. He wondered whose future she knew and by what criteria she determined important people. He was still bothered by her knowledge of Wayne Eyre, and he wondered how she knew him. He asked why the girl wanted to work for this man in their first conversation. The question took the heroine by surprise, which was immediately evident from her face. She replied that this man was the strongest among all the villains. The blonde asked the mage to tell her boss everything she had told him and help her get a job with Wayne. The guy didn't like that she wanted this head of mages so badly. The heroine believed that working for the great magician Wayne was very prestigious. Renji asked how she was going to help the head of the poisons, if only she could distinguish their tastes. The girl enthusiastically announced that she would check his food for poison, becoming a food taster. The blonde was enthusiastic and asked to arrange a meeting with the chief magician. Smiling, Renji replied that he couldn't do it. The heroine did not understand why the magician refused her so quickly. He believed that if the girl had to taste his food, she would always have to be with the head. They would also have breaks to drink tea and eat dessert. The girl did not understand what the magician was getting at. It turns out that she will have to spend all her time with the head. Jazelle did not see anything wrong with this. Renji was against this course of events. He wanted the girl to look after the store, and her salary would correspond to the work. At the word salary, the heroine's interest has increased significantly. But the salary will appear only when the girl becomes a permanent employee. The guy was already leaving, but the heroine asked him to stop. The girl stepped out from behind the counter and walked confidently towards Renji. She stopped, determination in her eyes. The guy felt that her mood had changed dramatically. The magician decided that the girl had some kind of plan. Perhaps she wanted to get closer to Wayne in order to kill him. To prevent this, the man decided to take some measures. With a snap of his fingers, the mage summoned his familiars. But the girl suddenly started talking about the need for an employment contract and discrimination against women. She demanded that the guy clearly stipulate her salary and the time of the probationary period. After that, the blonde returned behind the counter and began to actively look for something there. This made Renji laugh a lot. He had never met such girls. That is why he did not want to let her go and planned to follow the heroine. Leaving the girl with familiars, Renji began to look into the shop less often. The girl had the opportunity to walk. She knew she was being watched. but she didn't mind the company of such beautiful butterflies. Moreover, walking with them showed the mage that she was not going to run away. The creaking of the door suggested that someone had entered the store. It was 10, as usual. The guy was in a great mood. The heroine asked to be called Jazelle's intern from today, since she is a probationary worker. Now the girl had an official contract in her hands, so it became easier to work. The heroine knew that with the contract, she was not in danger of surrendering to the authorities, as well as being expendable for research. The girl considered the employment contract a guarantee that she was untouchable and would survive in this world. This time, 10 came to buy a doll. Jazelle offered to take it for him himself. The guy was afraid that if he took the doll in his hands, he would immediately be cursed by it. The girl explained that the objects were cursed here, not the place itself. After paying for the purchase, the guy hurried to the exit. The heroine thought that without the cursed doll, she would be completely lonely here. The familiars reminded the girl that she was not alone here. She was already used to their presence, but she could not get enough of them. The blonde remembered that there was some kind of dark haze on the mage's fingertips that day. She thought that Renji's strength must be very bright. The sound of the door opening announced the arrival of a new visitor. She smiled and wanted to greet the man, but did not have time to finish. The guy was clearly dissatisfied. He banged his hand loudly on the table. He asked the heroine if she had been sheltered by Mr. Renji. The heroine did not quite understand the essence of the claim and the stranger's question itself. The guy was sure that she forced Renji to take herself out of prison and put her in this store. The guy was shocked because this place was originally intended for him. The stranger demanded a meeting with the magician. The heroine replied that he was not here and the guy had better leave his contacts for communication. The guy believed that the words of the suicide bomber should not be believed. 10 abruptly burst into the store as he heard a commotion there. The guy immediately ran to the exit and promised that he would definitely come back. The heroine did not understand what kind of garbage had just happened here. After a while, she sat near the barrier and watched people. The spell allowed the girl to calmly observe what was happening near the alley. Because of her photos on the walls, the blonde could not go out into the city, but sitting in the store all day was also boring. She pondered how right it would be to stay working in the store. Her character was in supporting roles, which meant that she was unlikely to meet Sir Wayne if she stayed in the store. But she was frightened by this strange guy. The heroine thought that it was worth asking the magician for another doll to drive away all the unclean. Butterflies began to fly actively near Jazelle. It seemed that the familiars wanted to say something to her. The second thought was that the butterflies decided to mate in front of her. It seems that they read her thoughts, for they froze abruptly. After that, they abruptly flew at the heroine. She assumed that they drove her back to the store. Jazelle could not understand what was wrong, because no one could see her behind this wall of illusions. Not far away in the alley, the girl's attention was attracted by a tall knight. He was talking to the other soldiers. It seemed that he was in charge here. The soldier's gaze was directed clearly to the alley where Jazelle was. The heroine noticed that this man is very tall. His bright green eyes and blonde hair made him stand out from the rest. This man looked like a real knight from novels. And this man also looked like Dylan's character from A Poisonous Apple. It seems that this thought launched a series of thought processes in the heroine. Seconds later, it dawned on her that this was actually the same Dylan, but she didn't know what he was doing here. At this moment, the man's gaze crossed with the gaze of the heroine. From the realization of the meeting of eyes, the heroine was terribly frightened. She grabbed a chair and ran to the store with all her might, butterflies rushing after her. The girl understood that the magic of illusion did not work on him. The blonde remembered that this character was not affected by any magic. Very soon she burst into the store. The heroine urgently closed the doors with a chain with a lock and closed all the windows. Now the store looked as if it had never been opened. According to the plot of the book, after the execution of Jazelle, Dylan returns to his village. The only explanation is that the plot turned away from the original path. If Dylan catches the heroine, then she will definitely be executed. Jazelle asked the familiars to call their master urgently. A noise was heard outside. It seemed that someone was trying to get inside. A lock tightly wound around a thick chain reliably protected the entrance to the store. Quite quickly, the noise stopped. Complete silence fell. The girl was still scared. She closed her mouth so as not to accidentally scream. It is difficult to say how long Jazelle spent in this state. When the man left, the heroine was finally able to breathe out calmly. The girl realized that Dylan would not return to the village until her execution took place. But still, the girl was only a secondary character. Dylan did not have to look for her so actively. The blonde recalled that, according to the book, Jazelle threatened the life of the main character. But the girl only began to think that life had returned to a calm channel. Still, it was not clear why Dylan showed up at this place. Maybe the girl was still mistaken. Perhaps she was just scared in vain and ran away from the alley. On the street, everything was the same. The heroine decided to calm down and open a store. She removed the lock and carefully opened the door. She was still scared, afraid to take a step outside. At that moment, this strange guy appeared and asked why the store was closed. This psychotic client appeared very inopportunely. The guy said that he wanted to convey something to Renji. The girl was surprised that the guy had cooled down so quickly from the last conversation, but she herself did not know where Renji was. In fact, the girl was also very interested in why Renji did not appear in the store, although he sent her groceries. Since the gentleman was not there, the guy offered the girl to pick up the goods from the cart herself. The girl thought that the goods were too large, since the guy could not bring it himself. The cart was on the street, and the goods had to be picked up quickly because the cart blocked the road. The girl did not want to leave the store at all, but still she could not leave the goods. The guy hurried the blonde because he had no time for idle conversations at all. The girl was afraid that if she refused, she would be kicked out of the probationary period. She decided that she would quickly go to the cart, pick up the goods, and immediately run back. The girl saw that the cart had really blocked the road. It was impossible to even pass through the alley. The guy offered the girl to climb inside for the box, and he would accept her goods from here. The girl believed that the delivery man himself should deliver the goods in his hands, but the guy said that she could break it when accepting. The heroine was going to climb inside, although she did not want to do it at all. She climbed into the wagon and looked carefully at the cargo in the cart. There were too many boxes. It was not clear which one needed to be picked up. The guy replied that she needed the bottom drawer that was next to the girl. Jazelle was dissatisfied because the guy could at least mark the box she needed. She reached for the box that was closest to her. Someone behind her ordered the girl not to move, and a sword was placed around her neck. This was the same Dylan whom Jazelle was so afraid to meet. She didn't even need to turn around to figure out who was standing behind. It seems that this person will become her death in this life after all. The red-haired guy appeared outside and reminded him that he had been promised a reward for his help in catching the villain. Now it became clear why the knight appeared so suddenly. Dylan shouted to the coachman to move. There was no need to repeat it twice. The man sharply whipped the horses. From the abrupt start, Jazelle lost her balance and fell on the boxes. But on Dylan, the abrupt start of the cart did not affect in any way. The girl said that there was some kind of misunderstanding and asked to put down the sword. But the sword came even closer to the blonde's neck, which frightened her greatly. It seems that this man really wanted to send the villainess to the next world. The guy believed that he had one of the most dangerous and vile villains in front of him. The heroine said that she is often confused with some kind of wand, and now it has happened again. Dylan clearly did not believe in such outright nonsense. The girl realized that the deception had not worked, and therefore asked where they were going. In response, the man only said that the black magic had intensified. He believed that the girl accepted this magic, while the heroine did not understand what it was about at all. The blonde said that she is a person with a bright soul and does not use black magic. After that, the girl again stated that she was not the one the man was looking for. The knight inquired about the girl's strange behavior and decided that it was either the effect of tinctures or her soul was possessed by the devil. Although it didn't matter to Dylan, he was going to kill the villain. Jazelle thought that this man had some kind of split personality. Either he was a cute hero or a terrible villain. The girl decided that in front of her was just a mentally ill, handsome man. Before killing the girl, Dylan was going to get rid of the devil that sits in her. The heroine did not understand what the devil this man was talking about. In any case, the sense of danger was screaming at the top of his voice, and the sword at his throat did not add confidence. The girl remembered the plot of the book. There was a moment where the magician was executed for a contract with the devil. The magician was burned with white magic, which was the exact opposite of black magic. A second later, the girl said that there was no devil in her, but there was one in Dylan. The knight did not expect such an answer, and even decided to ask again about what he had just heard. The girl believed that innocent people do not threaten citizens, but the devil threatens to kill an innocent person. This explanation made the knight even angrier. The girl accused Dylan that he did not see the essence and why he needed a power that could not distinguish between a criminal and an innocent one. If the previous phrase made the knight angry, it made him shudder. He grabbed the girl by the neck and began to strangle her. At some point, he decided to ask the heroine about what worried him. It was important for him to find out how Jazelle knew about his abilities. He demanded that the girl give the name of the person from whom she learned about his gift. Jazelle felt that her strength was leaving her. It seemed that she was going to die after all. Suddenly, an incomprehensible glow appeared around the knight's hands. Neither he nor Jazelle had ever seen such magic before. It was the effect of familiars. They were trying to save the girl. The pollen began to affect the knight. He realized that it was poisonous. The man stopped strangling the girl and abruptly turned away in the direction of the butterflies. He had to hurry before the insect magic took effect on him. He admitted that it was an interesting magic trick. After that, he cut both butterflies in half with one blow. Jazelle was shocked by what she saw. because familiars had become close friends for her. Dylan returned to the girl again. He was going to finish what he started. He addressed her by the name of Jazelle Lois. The man did not have time to finish. A magic circle appeared between him and the girl. Purple mana with black flecks oozed from it. A pillar of energy burst out of the circle and was about to attack Dylan. The knight had time to react and deflected the attack with his sword, even though it was not easy. The magic pillar was rapidly increasing in size. It seems that Dylan began to understand what kind of person uses this magic. The pillar of magic attacked the blonde man again, and a second magic circle immediately formed behind him. The knight did not notice the second circle, and therefore his defeat remained a matter of a few seconds. Now, there was an equally large pillar of magical energy behind him. He attacked the knight, restraining his movements and pulling him towards him. The man realized that he was caught, and that he was abruptly thrown back. Seconds later, the knight was lying on the ground a few meters from the tent. It seems that he got a decent hit during the fall. The girl still did not understand what had happened and was at a loss. Renji's voice said that if Jazelle continued to stand like this, she would fall. His voice was so unexpected that the girl almost fell. She felt the guy come up to her. The heroine turned around and looked at her savior. She couldn't believe that Renji had come to her aid. The heroine immediately tried to explain that she was not going to run away. Renji knew what had happened, so there was no need to explain. Jazelle sadly said that she had not killed butterflies. The guy saw how much the girl was saddened by the loss of his familiars. Renji took another step to get closer to the girl. He took off her hood and looked at Jazelle very carefully. After that, he said that the heroine should tell him something else. The girl did not quite understand what Renji wanted to hear from her. Jazelle apologized for leaving the store. After that, the heroine thanked the magician for her salvation. Apparently, she hit the nail on the head this time because Renji looked pleased. The girl thought that first she should thank the butterflies who protected her before the guy appeared. Renji said that the butterflies were his familiars, so they didn't need special thanks. But the heroine thought otherwise, so she again thought that her employer was a terrible person. Renji asked if the girl knew how hard it was for him to get to her. Jazelle was more interested in the question of whether butterflies could survive if they were cut with a sword. The magician claimed that he had attached butterflies to her as observers, and she had killed them. In the end, the guy did not answer her, but from his reaction, Jazelle came to the conclusion that everything was fine with the butterflies. After that, Jazelle asked if Dylan was still alive. She was worried about this question because this character was the main character of the novel. The mage was surprised that the girl was so worried about who almost strangled her. The girl called Dylan a villain, but still did not want him dead. The guy said that the girl probably loved Dylan very much since she was so worried about him. The real Jazelle really loved the main character, but Renji knew perfectly well that he was a different person. The heroine remembered that Jazelle's feelings for Dylan resembled obsession, while love was unrequited. The girl decided to pose as a fragile girl who is still in shock from the attack on her. It seems that the theatrical performance failed. The guy just turned it around and said that it was time for them to leave. Jazelle did not understand such a strange reaction of her savior. Renji created a magic circle already familiar to the heroine. A few moments later, the heroes moved to the entrance of the store. Although the girl had gone through it for the second time, she was still amazed by such magic. The heroine wondered how strong Wayne was, given Renji's powerful magic. The magician said that there was no time to relax, and he needed to move the store. The girl noticed that the brunette said these words extremely seriously. Such urgent measures were required due to the fact that the location of the store is now disclosed. It turns out that the magician is sure that Dylan is alive, which was good, given that Dylan is the main character. The girl thought that Dylan would need time to recover, and at the same time timidly put away the damned things. The heroine asked where they would have to transport all their belongings. Renji replied that he would move all the things to the new place in one go. The girl did not understand how it was possible to do such a thing, but still it was a different world. Jazelle was worried that the bottles might break during the transfer, so Renji advised her to remove anything that might break. The heroine remembered that she fell into a trap because of a red-haired guy. Renji replied that he was fully aware of what had happened. His familiars reported everything to him. The guy immediately realized who had come to the girl. It turns out that the magician knew everything, but was in no hurry to stand up for his employee until they began to strangle her. With a sinister look, the magician asked if the girl was interested in finding out what had become of that traitor. Such a frightening intonation discouraged all Jazelle's desire to find out the truth about the red-haired boy. The guy called his assistant to stand next to him. She was afraid that the man would show something terrible and flatly refused to approach him. The girl came up after the guy convinced her that he would not show anything like this. He stretched his hand to her neck, which surprised the heroine. The warlock said that she had a bruise on her neck from Dylan's hands. Renji looked at the girl carefully, which confused her again. The heroine replied that bruises are not scary. The main thing is that no one burned her. Renji clarified Jazelle's words about burning. The girl replied that the hero said something about the devil. But the devil here was only Dylan, who strangled the heroine and talked all sorts of nonsense. When the girl was angry, she reminded Renji of a chicken every time, and this time was no exception. The heroine realized that she had said too much, because the original Jazelle loved this man. Renji was glad that the girl's heart did not break from the fact that her former lover was injured. After that, the magician asked never to call Dylan a dear person again. The blonde realized that she had fallen asleep, because the main magician Wayne would definitely not like that she had feelings for his enemy. Renji was glad that the girl would no longer call the main character a dear person. The guy believed that even with a broken leg, Dylan would quickly gather soldiers and come here, so there was no time to rest. The brunette told the heroine to pack her things while he created a magic circle. After that, the guy did not pay attention to the girl at all, as he focused on creating a circle. Jazelle could just watch her savior silently and in thought. The guy finished doing the circle and told the girl to come over to him if she finished packing. He pulled her towards him rather abruptly. The girl could barely stand on her feet. She sat down beside him and felt a wave of magic emanating from the circle. The guy pressed the heroine closer to him and said that they were leaving. A few seconds later, the place of movement was empty, leaving only residual traces of magic. At the other end of the city, there was a light from teleportation. This place turned out to be much more spacious than the previous store. It seemed that the teleportation had exhausted Renji a lot. He looked extremely tired. The guy was a little shaken, which did not go unnoticed by the heroine. She asked about his well-being. To stay on his feet, Renji leaned against the door. Turning around, he told the heroine that her room was behind the door. The guy offered the girl to rest, but Jazelle saw that the mage needed the rest rather than her. The brunette decided to close the store for a while and recommended the girl to sleep. The heroine wanted to say something else to the mage, but he quickly disappeared behind the door. The girl was worried about the man. He did not look good at all after moving. She wondered if Renji would go on vacation or do some important things. Fatigue made itself felt. The heroine immediately felt weak as soon as she lay down on the bed. She understood that she was very lucky today that everything ended like this. At some point, the girl really believed that she would die today. Never in her life had she been so scared as she was in the carriage today. The heroine promised herself that she would never fall for such a deception again. A few moments later, the girl was already sleeping peacefully. Meanwhile, Wayne arrived at the headquarters of the mages. He carefully read the reports of his subordinates. It turned out that all the preparations were going according to plan. He hoped that the soldiers would not notice anything until the very end of the preparations. Pedro approached the head mage with the latest news. So that no one could hear, he approached the mage and passed on the information. Wayne ordered his subordinates to make sure everything was ready for the move. After that, the head of the Magi and Pedro left the headquarters. They were heading to a luxurious palace with a beautiful garden. As they approached the door, they knocked, but they did not say a word on the way. The door finally opened and the Magi went inside. Renji was sitting inside. He asked if they had found the man. After bowing, Wayne replied that the man was not dead. The brunette clearly wanted to hear a different answer. The Magi who entered noticed that the owner of the house was clearly not in the best physical shape. Apart from the sweat protruding, even Renji's complexion was different. Due to the sudden appearance of Dylan, the brunette had to move a huge store alone. Pedro wondered why the brunette hadn't come to the manor right away, and besides, he had revealed the location of the store. Wayne thought it was all about the spy's actions. Renji ordered the entire staff to be uncovered from the city and remove those who would get in the way. Wayne needed to return to the city and hold some rallies there to distract Dylan's attention. The subordinates immediately confirmed that they would carry out all the instructions. After that, Pedro ventured to ask Mr. Renji a question. He wondered why the magician had brought Jazelle Lois with him. Renji replied that this girl was his employee, which completely discouraged his assistant. The mage's assistants did not understand why their head had hired a man who was wanted everywhere. Renji understood the risks himself, but he decided to keep his thoughts to himself. Smiling, the guy replied that the girl was now on probation and that she was his personal employee. The mage was alone again. Now he could relax at least a little. He sat in complete silence, mad Jazelle spinning in his thoughts. He summoned familiars to tell them what the girl was doing now. He asked if his employee was sleeping because she also had a lot of trouble today. The butterflies replied that the girl fell asleep almost as soon as they moved. The guy called his employee stupid and got up from the sofa. After that, he went down with his familiars. The stairs were very long. He walked to the door and stopped, the entrance sealed with magic. A glow appeared in Renji's hands, which grew brighter by the second. A protective circle flashed on the door, and the seal began to be removed. Renji was annoyed, unable to balance the magic power. In the end, the guy decided to use the gate to move. Seeing what a mess was going on in the room, the magician decided that he would need to call someone to sort things out. After that, he went into Jazelle's room. The girl was fast asleep and did not hear Renji call her name. The heroine was completely relaxed. Renji was pleased to look at her. The familiars wondered if it was worth staying here to watch the blonde. The butterflies wanted to clarify the previous order, where Renji allowed them to let her die. Only now did the mage remember that this was the order he had given to the familiars when he left them with his employee. He also remembered Bedro's words because he was right, the girl is wanted everywhere. The guy never wanted to conflict with Dylan, but when he grabbed Jazelle, something went wrong. The man gently touched a strand of the heroine's hair and decided that let everything take its course. The magician was very pleased to watch the girl sleep. He did not want to leave her room. At this time, everything was not calm at all in the palace of the main character. The main character of the book felt terrible after a confrontation with Renji. The girl treated wounds with the help of washing and magic. Finally, Viviana finished treating her wounds, and Dylan thanked her for it. The girl believed that gratitude was not necessary because she had to help. Dylan told Charlotte that the witch had teamed up with the dark wizard. Vivian was sad to hear such news. The guy wanted the girl to stay in the palace, but she intended to go with him. Dylan was angry. He reminded the girl that she had been on the verge of death many times because of that witch. The girl only replied that she had heard rumors that Jazelle Lois had changed. The guy did not calm down. He believed that the rumors were not worth paying attention to. The heroine believed that they should give her a chance for forgiveness from God, then she would be cleansed and become better. Dylan believed that only the cleansing flame would fix the girl, and besides, the witch could attack Viviana again. The man was afraid that Charlotte's frivolity would put her at great risk. He tried to prove to the girl that Jazelle had long lost faith in God, and there was no point in saving her. Nevertheless, the heroine of the book still felt sorry for this witch. Dylan believed that Loisbin was not worth pity, and he would take care of the witch. Seeing that Dylan could not be convinced, the girl asked him to at least be careful. As the boy was about to leave, Vivian turned to him again. She clarified the point that Dylan does not know anything about Renji. Reluctantly, the guy replied that he really didn't know anything about this guy. Charlotte would like to know where the brunette is now and what he is doing. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Dylan left the room and went about his business. The next morning, the lights were already on in the new Cursed Things store. Finally rested, Jazelle was extremely surprised. Right now, several villains from the Apple novel were standing in front of her. The youngest of them was just actively talking to the heroine. The guy's name was Sulyan, and he was engaged in drug research, and at the same time he was a doctor, testing drugs on people. As a child, he once took the wrong medicine and stopped growing. But in fact, this man is already an old man. According to the book, he will be caught and beheaded. If the heroine's memory did not fail, then behind him stood the swordsman Gilberton, who was Wayne's soldier. The woman's name was Vindria, and she was Wayne's right-hand man, a necromancer and medicine man of the organization. It seemed to the girl that she got to some kind of fan meeting. Sulyan thoughtfully said that he had been told that Jazelle was crazy, and he agreed with this. The girl replied that this was not so, and most importantly, how did these people get into a closed store? Another man who showed up asked Jazelle to confirm the information that she had been hired by this store. It was Bedro, the owner of the building, and he had come to meet Jazelle. He clarified that the girl's probationary period is 1 month. The heroine was surprised that the man knew about it. Then Bedro asked the villains present about the status of Jazelle's madness. Now Jazelle wanted to strangle Renji and take away all the words of gratitude for saving her. The girl clarified that she should be called simply Jazelle, and not Crazy Jazelle. One of the villains again addressed her as a Crazy Jazelle. The heroine could hardly restrain herself. The girl heard how Gilberton and Vindria were convinced that she was really mad away from her. Sulyan simply decided that the heroine took the wrong medicine. In the end, the girl asked to call her if the guests needed anything. The guests thanked her and again called Jazelle crazy. Finally, the guests came to the conclusion that Crazy Jazelle would talk for a long time and decided to leave just Jazelle. At the same time, they introduced themselves. It turned out that all these people were called to the store by Bedro. They came to help sort things out in the store. Jazelle was surprised how everyone in this world helps each other. As a result, in a few minutes, the store was in full swing. The blonde turned to the owner of the building. He asked to call him by name. Jazelle asked Bedro to contact the head. The man replied that the head had urgent matters, so her members of the organization helped here. Renji explained to Beidro that Jazelle couldn't touch the cursed objects because she was timid and simple-minded. It seems that Beidro has come to the store to look after the assistants and Jazelle. The girl wondered if all villains are really true villains. In a few hours, the store was shining with order and cleanliness. The company decided to have a snack, and a casual conversation began at the table. Sulyan moved to this city, as his clinic is located here. Above this shop is Vindria's laboratory and very close to Gilberton's house. The girl thought that all this was very cool, that they worked so close to each other. She even said that this is a real den of villains. Sulyan complained that he did not have with him remedies for the bruises that he saw on Jazelle's neck. Vindria speculated that these might be traces of a curse. The heroine spread her hands and replied that there was nothing to worry about. Over time, everything would go away by itself. Gilberton sharply replied that her bruises were the work of dirty white magic. The girl did not quite understand the meaning of the expression about dirty white magic. The man said that such magic is considered poison for people like them. The heroine was surprised by the fact that white magic can be poison at all. It turned out that opposite magics always act on each other like poison. Jazelle thought that this power of white magic might not have worked on her. Sulyan explained that the power and type of magic are innate indicators. But at the same time the mana used by Dylan's soldiers is acquired, the heroine began to remember something similar in the book. The girl did not understand why white magic had such an effect on her, because she herself was not a magician. Hungary said the girl's body was desecrated by black magic because she made a contract with a magician and tried to use his magic. The girl urgently needed to collect her thoughts, so she abruptly stood up and offered to bring everyone more food. Jazelle paused, stopping just in front of the mirror. It turns out that she used black magic and there is still more than just a bruise on her neck. Sulyan said that there are no human people among the owners of white magic, and how can you strangle such a nice person? The guy added that it was impossible to strangle the heroine even if she was crazy. According to Vindria, no mage had survived the battle with Dylan, so they were very lucky. Sulyan added that he would gladly take his blood for research, because he is the main enemy of magicians. Hearing about how villains dream of getting Dylan's blood and body was very unusual for a girl. Gilberton, who suddenly appeared next to Jazelle, asked the girl to take this thing. He said that the weapon against Dylan and her name was a sinister round thing. Only now did the girl realize that she had a cursed thing from the store in her hands. The guy was surprised. He didn't think that the round thing was cursed. Sulyan added that against Dylan, it is better to have something to defend. This person usually ends the fight with one punch. The girl remembered Dylan from the book as a wonderful hero of the story, who always achieved his goals. The heroine realized that it was wrong to mention his abilities that time. It was a mistake. Dylan's true top-secret power is revealed only in the second half of the novel. Due to Jazelle knowing his secret, Dylan will want to find and kill her. Vindra told Jazelle not to worry, because if Dylan showed up, they wouldn't sit idly by. She became part of the villain's organization, which means that the girl will no longer be left alone. Jazelle did not want to put them under attack and replied that she could handle everything herself. Vindria patted the heroine on the head. She believed that if adults offered to help, she should just say thank you. Immediately, Vindria, as if by chance, said that Sulyan was not quite an adult. The girl was overwhelmed with emotions of gratitude. Tears appeared in her eyes. The villains were frightened. They thought that something had happened or that their neck hurt badly. The heroine said that everything was fine, just no one had said before that they would protect her. In her past life, she always had to do everything on her own. The new friends were still worried about the girl's state of mind. Sulyan recalled that they have Gilberton, which means there is nothing to worry about. After that, she was promised to show a special place where she could hide. The girl calmed down and looked at the round thing. In the company of these people, all the cursed things suddenly ceased to seem dangerous. Finally, Jazelle was left alone in the store. After getting into this world, meeting Dylan and the villains, everything became too confusing. The girl shouted loudly that it was time for the only employee of the store to open the store. The heroine planned to earn as much money as possible. The voice behind added that the earnings would be during the salary. Jazelle almost had a heart attack from such a sudden and unexpected appearance of Renji behind her. She cursed the guy for sneaking up behind him so silently. Renji said that the girl was too stupid not to notice his appearance. He said that Sulyan, Vindria, and Gilberton noticed him immediately, but the girl thought that she did not look like them at all. The guy realized that she got along well with this group of people. By this time, the girl had finished sorting out her things and had time to rest. The girl wanted to continue the story, but noticed Renji's appearance. It had been a long time since they had moved, but he still didn't look well. The guy ignored the question about his condition, but asked why Jazelle was crying. After that, he suggested that the words of the villains about protection touched the girl greatly. He complained that when he saved her, she barely said thank you. The blonde realized that those modest words of gratitude could upset her savior. She remembered the events of that day again. Now she saw something strange in them. The girl once again said that she was very grateful for her salvation. Suddenly, Renji put a yellow handkerchief around Jazelle's neck. After that, he tied it neatly. The girl was shocked by his actions. The handkerchief looked amazing on her. At the same time, it covered the traces of bruises. The guy said that this was a temporary solution, and next time he would definitely bring something else. After that, he walked away and told the girl to get ready. Jazelle did not understand where and why she was going, as well as how she could leave the store unattended. Renji decided to give the girl a tour of the city right now, and that's how the heroine ended up in the area of villains called Banhell. Once outside, Jazelle was surprised at how noisy and crowded it was on the street, right next to their store. Renji explained that this is the busiest place in the city and has the best shops. Next to their store was the largest store in Banhell. From time to time, merchants come here with various treats, so the girl can always go out and buy them. Seeing a lot of delicious things and feeling incredibly appetizing smells, the blonde thought that she was in heaven. At some point, the girl realized that something did not add up here. How will the heroes be able to walk and shop here if they are considered villains? This question caused tenderness in the guy, because Jazelle again showed that she does not belong to this world. He calmed the heroine. There was no danger here, since they were far from the capital. The answer completely satisfied the girl, although the anxiety did not go away completely. The blonde remembered that according to the book, only villains and criminals could enter this area. Anyone caught for a crime in this place was immediately expelled from the city. In order not to get into trouble in Banhell, people have learned not to pay attention to others. Jazelle finally calmed down, realizing that it was safe to walk in the city. The girl immediately remembered that this city was the state of their leader, Wayne. Renji didn't like the mention of a warlock, so he reluctantly confirmed that the girl was right. The guy asked Jazelle to answer honestly how much she knew about Wayne Eyre. The heroine knew a little about him and the organization and his future, but she did not know what he looked like. The mage asked if the girl was hiding anything else from him. The blonde could not answer, but her stomach rumbling with hunger did it for her. The couple came to the nearest cafe, where Jazelle ordered several dishes at once. Renji watched with peace as this fragile girl quickly devoured huge portions of food. After leaving the cafe, Jazelle was in a great mood and was completely delighted with the local dishes. She happily ran down the street because she no longer needed to hide. The girl began to consider Banhell her second favorite city. At this moment, the heroine looked so cute that the magician took his breath away and could not answer her. When they caught up, the blonde man wondered what her favorite city was. The idol of the conversation was interrupted by a cart, which only thanks to Renji's reaction did not hit the blonde. The girl blushed from such closeness, but found the strength to thank her savior. The couple silently looked at the carriage that swept past them, which almost sent Jazelle to the next world. In this city, the rules are such that if a girl is hit by a carriage, then the fault will be on her. The heroine was shocked by such rules in Banhell. Renji was just amused by the girl's reactions and the fact that she did not want to put up with them. The blonde asked about the possible consequences if she made a fuss about such an injustice. With a frightening smile, the magician replied that with a lot of fuss, no one would notice the silent crime. The girl has already begun to regret that she called this place her second favorite city. She felt that it would be much safer if she spent time in the store. Renji believed that for safety, it was enough to take Gilberton with him. Jazelle found it strange that the guy offered her an assistant to the guard of the head of the organization. The guy was surprised that the girl considers Gilberton to be Wayne's escort. The girl was a little angry that the magician began to laugh at her mistaken knowledge. Renji then explained that Gilberton was only following the orders of the leader, and he could protect the heroine himself if she asked. The girl understood this information in such a way that the head asked Gilberton to protect her. It turns out that Sir Wayne already knows about its existence. Then it would be great if the head visits their store. Renji was clearly not happy that the girl wanted to see Wayne Eyre so badly. She wanted to see him because she thought the head was an incredibly handsome person. The man couldn't help but agree that Wayne was really handsome. Jazelle remembered that according to the book, the head had beautiful silver hair. Renji was sad to hear that his subordinate was so eager to meet him. Jazelle then openly asked Renji to arrange a meeting for them so that she could see the silver hair. The guy was very surprised at such a great desire to see silver hair. The mage wondered how Jazelle felt about black hair, which he asked her about. The blonde was surprised that the magician began to envy the beauty of her master. Renji's nerves began to give out, and on emotions he said that their head was generally an ugly man. His words angered the girl, and she decided to leave to end this conversation. Her reaction upset the young man, but he didn't want her to notice. He remembered that Jazelle had mentioned knowing the future of several important people from the dark mist. The magician caught up with the heroine and decided to clarify her knowledge about the future of important people. The man asked if she knew anything about the future of a man named Dylan Stash. The girl was surprised by the question, but quickly replied that she knew his future. Randy then asked what awaited Dylan and whether he would be sent. Giselle revealed that Stash would be killed, so Renji asked the name of the killer. The heroine pronounced the name of Wayne Eyre, and there was complete confidence in her words. The girl's answer caused Renji to smile. He replied that he understood Eyre's actions. The man looked satisfied when he learned what the future held for his acquaintance. Giselle did not understand why Renji was happy to hear of Dylan's death. The heroine suggested that the reason for the hatred was that they had long been enemies. The guy approached the girl and said that it was time for them to go. The blonde was still trying to understand what was the reason for such hatred. Pretty quickly, the couple got to the entrance to their store. The magician said that he had to leave on business and the girl had a day off today. After that, he brought his hand to her face, in which a clot of magical energy had already formed. A second later, the butterflies so familiar to Giselle flew out of it. Renji said that the red butterfly is called Ren and the white butterfly is Ban. She was insanely happy to see old acquaintances and, in addition, to learn their names. The magician told her the names of the familiars so that she could communicate with them, because the heroine had wanted this for a long time. The girl did not realize at the beginning that now she had the ability to understand the speech of insects. She was sure that even without special knowledge, she communicated well with butterflies. At this moment, the butterflies said that they tried to warn the girl of the danger, but she was a fool and decided that they were mating. The girl felt ashamed of her thoughts. Renji could only quietly burst out laughing. Staying in the store, Giselle began to reflect on the fact that Wayne had appointed Gilbert to guard her. She really wanted to finally see this man and communicate with him. Butterflies came to the conclusion that the girl likes strong and handsome men. Giselle was tired of the butterflies' chatter. She believed that in this way they were taking revenge on her for the past incident. The familiars demanded that the girl stop eating so many cookies and exercise. According to butterflies, if Giselle doesn't change anything, she will never find a boyfriend. The heroine wondered how insects communicate with their owner. It turns out that they can only talk when Renji gives them permission to do so. It was sad because the blonde was hoping to talk to Renji through them. After that, the familiars added that in the event of an attack, their owner would know about it instantly. The heroine decided to return to the analysis of information about the novel she had read and about Dylan in particular. She had ordered her familiars not to interfere with her work, so they had to be quiet. Her character appeared at the end of the first part of the book, and Wayne Eyre appeared in the second. Viviana will also appear in the second part, and all these characters will eventually meet. At a meeting of dark magicians, Wayne will try to influence the whole country with black magic. In the novel, a lot of attention was paid to the emotions of the characters, but almost nothing was revealed about the content of the collection. It was at that time that Viviana would be cursed and her life would be in danger, a curse for which Giselle risked her life. If everything is so, then it is not clear why Giselle called the heroine into this world, because the girl does not hate Viviana. The blonde decided to reread her notes in case she missed something. The girl was visited by the thought that with her appearance in this world, events began to change. And if everything goes like this, then the light side can win and Giselle will die. She did not know how to avoid death, but she knew that she would have to fight on the dark side. At the same time, if Giselle ends the curse of the book heroine, then her chances of death will remain just as high. Vindria heard the last part of her thoughts about curses, and she immediately asked what curse she was talking about. The woman offered to help with the curses, but Giselle did not want her friend to find out her true motives. The girl replied that this curse was not worth paying attention to now. Vindria offered Giselle to become her apprentice, although she had not taken any apprentices before. Ten walked into the shop, clearly looking for Vindria, and was very excited. It seems that the woman was unhappy with the appearance of the guy and the fact that he was approaching her. Giselle was both strange and pleased to see her friend in the new store. It seems that he has been looking for Vindria for a very long time and was surprised to find her in this store. The guy called himself the only student of Vindria. Judging by the woman's reaction, she did not consider him a student. The blonde remembered what Thane had told about his great teacher. This couple was very noisy, so the heroine decided to take them outside the store. Their noise was already starting to make her headache. She hadn't expected that Ten could be so loud. Left to her own devices, Giselle was able to concentrate on her notes again. But she did not manage to think. Several visitors entered the store. All this time, the red butterfly was watching the girl. She transmitted information to her master using telepathic communication. Renji listened attentively to the familiar's story about what was happening in the store. He sadly noted that his hopes for the girl's vacation on her day off did not come true. In the old store, his ward often wandered along the alley, but now she began to work very actively. Apparently, she was just tired of a large number of days off in a new store. The insult about dirty magicians made the guy get out of pleasant thoughts. Curses poured in from the guy because of whom Giselle almost died at the hands of Dylan. The interrogator kicked the spy hard in the chest, causing him to lose his balance and fall. One of those present wanted to cut off his head or at least tear out his tongue. Renji called to Wayne, the silver-haired man ready to follow orders. Renji stepped closer to the man. He wanted to ask him an important question. This behavior of the head made Wayne a little nervous. As he approached, Renji asked if he could take this spy. Wayne didn't mind if Renji dealt with the spy. Smiling, the brunette thanked Wayne for his understanding. Wayne informed his subordinates that they could leave. After that, the man closed the doors, making sure that the assistants had gone far. To prevent anyone from interfering with the interrogation, the leader of the fog fixed the handles with a strong chain. At this moment, Renji had already approached the spy, who began to shout that he would not say another word. At that moment, the mage inserted a gag into the spy's mouth, which was extremely strange for a prisoner. Renji said that the guy did not need to say anything now, and the main thing was that he was just alive at that moment. Wayne decided to set up a barrier so that the coming conversation could not be heard. The brunette stepped away from the spy and conjured a chair for himself. After that, a couple of dangerous people looked at the poor fellow prisoner in silence. Renji asked the assistant how much strength he needed to use to get the silver hair. Wayne decided to clarify to whom exactly the head was asking this question. The man did not expect such a question from his leader. The question was doubly strange considering the presence of a Shion in front of them. Renji asked about it now because the answer to the question interested him very much. The assistant did not understand why the head needed such knowledge so urgently. In addition, Renji had previously made it clear that he did not like hair of this color. The brunette thoughtfully uttered the phrase that his assistant's hair was beautiful and shiny. This is exactly what Wayne did not expect to hear from the most powerful magician. In order to somehow respond to the leader, Wayne tilted his head in front of Renji. After that, he turned to the brunette and asked if his hair was really so beautifully shiny. In order to end this ridiculous situation as quickly as possible, Renji asked his assistant to get out of his sight. Wayne warned the leader in a friendly way about the dangers of thoughtless use of magic. The warning was especially relevant after the brunette moved an entire store to Bangle without preparation. The magician replied that he only did it because of the store employees. After that, the guy's relaxed expression changed to a dangerous one. He remembered that on that day, Dylan had left traces of his mana on Jazelle's neck, and this city was the best place to hide. Over time, it will be possible to get rid of the traces, but for this you will have to wait. The mage still remembered his enemy's face when he suddenly appeared in front of him. Renji advised his assistant to stop by his store after work, where a big fan is waiting for him. Wayne clarified whether we were talking about that trainee employee. Renji confirmed his hunch and added that he would soon make her a full-time employee. The man thought about it. It was hard for him to believe that Jazelle liked such a job. Renji smiled when Wayne concluded that the rumors about the crazy Jazelle were true after all. In some ways, the rumors were true because the current Jazelle is really very different from the original. Renji felt warm at the thought that no one knew the truth about the girl except him. He was pleased to be the only one who saw the true Jazelle Lois. At this moment, the hero's gaze again sharply became terrifying. Only now did he remember that a spy was still sitting in front of him. The mage stood up. He was going to finish off the traitor as soon as possible. At that moment, the prisoner realized that now the end would come for him. With a grin, Range approached the guy. He was going to dig into his head and then let him go free. Wayne couldn't believe that Renji had decided to let the spy go. The brunette believed that now Dylan would hunt him. Renji was about to break the spy's mind and let him go with a dummy. The head wondered if Dylan would notice the difference in their spy's behavior, and the mage also wondered if the noble Viviana missed him. The day was coming to an end. Giselle was bored at work, even though she was in Tane's company. For hours, the guy had been whining about Vindria still not in the store. At some point, the girl noticed black dust near her. She quickly realized that it was poisonous butterfly powder, which meant that Ten was in great danger. Red flew up to the girl and asked her not to make noise as the blonde disturbed her sleep. Giselle tried to drive the familiars away, but they flatly refused to fly away. Meanwhile, Ten continued to shed tears because the teacher had abandoned him. Since the guy did not react in any way, the heroine decided to act on her own. At this moment, Renji suddenly appeared just behind her. With a frightening smile on his face, he asked what exactly the girl was going to do. Renji emphasized that he had moved the store to a very spacious location. But it seems that in the end, Renji moved the store directly to her lover. The girl was horrified. Did it look like she and Thane were lovers? The magician considered it unnecessary to know the name of his lover, because he would not remember it anyway. The girl said that she did not need to look for a lover and she already had someone to take care of. The last phrase aroused the brunette's genuine interest. After that, the guy smiled, patted the girl on the head, and said that he was just mistaken. Still, he wondered why Thane was crying in his shop. Jazelle said that he was just a guest in the store. Renji was surprised by such a late visit from the delivery man. The girl took the opportunity and pointed out to her employer the problem that customers were ignoring the opening hours of the store. For example, Vindria comes to her shop at dawn in an attempt to escape from Thane. She even leaves money on the counter and takes items while the blonde sleeps. The girl understood the reasons for the woman's behavior, but was not sure that it was worth telling Renji about them. It wasn't long before Vindria walked into the store once again before it opened. Renji met her and told her that they needed to have a serious talk. He reminded her that she had walked into a store that was still closed. Renji explained that until the store opened, she should wait outside. In addition, the store employee is tormented by the personal circumstances of Vindria and Thane. The woman thanked him for his concern and offered to pretend as if nothing had happened. As a result, Vindria quickly retreated from the store, taking the awakened Thane with her. Everything ended well, but Jazelle was still a little worried about Thane. It only now dawned on the girl that her boss was in the store so early. The guy decided to find out why his employee was very tired, and therefore came. The blonde said that she was not so tired, and his behavior was similar to morning surveillance. The guy agreed that he had come just to follow her. The girl wanted to rest because she was just on a break, so she offered the mage to leave. Renji said that it makes no sense for him to leave his own store. Jazelle believed that the man could well go home. After that, the girl reminded that there is only one living room in this store. Renji still did not leave. Jazelle began to panic because how would they sleep if there was only one room? And the worst thing is that there is only one bed in one room. At this moment, the girl remembered that Renji had previously called Ten her lover. The girl blushed at the thought that she would have to sleep with the mage in the same bed. She wrapped her arms around herself and screamed like a madwoman that she didn't want it. At this moment, the girl's behavior was confirmed by rumors about her madness. Realizing how everything looked from the outside, the girl immediately stated that everything was not as the guy thought. Renji stated that he was tired, so he would quickly close the store and go to bed. It looked like the guy was going to go to sleep in Jazelle's room and on the bed. Turning around, he added that the girl looked exhausted, so he gave her a few days off. Most of all, Jazelle liked the phrase that he took care of all expenses, so she allowed him to sleep on her bed. The guy did not answer but began to conjure something at the snap of his fingers. A few seconds later, a bed with a pillow appeared in the store. He said that it would be noisy to sleep in the bedroom, so she had better sleep here. Renji pretended to care a lot about his employees' sleep comfort. In the morning, the heroine woke up in a great mood because she had an unscheduled vacation. She decided to take a walk to Sulyan and share the news with him. The blonde was in such a hurry to get out that she didn't even notice Renji sitting at the counter. Noticing the guy, Jazelle was surprised that he was still there, so he also heard her plans about Sulyan. Smiling, the girl suggested that the magician leave the money on the counter and leave. She reminded him that he had promised to pay all her expenses during those days. Instead, the brunette was going to go to a cafe with Jazelle for breakfast. The girl was surprised that her boss decided to have breakfast with her. The guy repeated that on vacation, the girl can do whatever she wants. The blonde asked the man if he even knew what a vacation was. Renji replied that vacation was a game, and the heroine considered it a break from work. The guy was surprised by this interpretation of the vacation, while the girl did not understand why she had to be with him on that day. Renji recalled that Jazelle is still wanted, and there are criminals everywhere in this city. After that, he asked how confident the girl was in her safety in the city. The heroine did not expect such a situation and forgot about the potential danger. But still, the blonde could take Gilberton with her. Renji didn't have to guard her. The guy explained that Gilberton was busy with something else today. The magician clarified about the bruises on the heroine's neck. After all, they have not disappeared yet. This is the problem that Renji decided to solve for good today. The guy said that there is one way to cure her bruises on her neck. This was good news because a lot of time had passed and the bruises had not changed at all. The girl remembered how Sulyan offered to take artifacts with her for self-defense. Apparently today you will have to put up with it and spend time with your boss. The man wondered why the girl was going to go to breakfast in her work clothes. She did not buy anything for herself, since she spent all the money for her wardrobe on food to diversify her diet. The mage could not believe that his subordinate had managed to spend everything on food. Renji did not manage to think about the spendthrift for a long time, because the girl was burning in anticipation of a delicious breakfast. Thinking about how many problems the girl had, he suggested that she first go to the store for clothes. After breakfast, and in anticipation of replenishing her wardrobe, Jazelle was just glowing with happiness. She was so grateful to the guy that she promised to continue to serve him faithfully. However, the girl did not really like that the brunette considered her fidelity to be the result of too much food at breakfast. Now the boss and his subordinate were on their way to the clothing store. Only now did Jazelle remember that they had agreed to buy her clothes. The girl was sad that the guy hadn't reminded her of it earlier. Ranji didn't see it as a problem because the girl couldn't eat a whole extra size of clothes. It seemed that the girl completely disagreed with his opinion. In the boutique, they were met by a friendly owner. Seeing Jazelle enter the store, the saleswoman's face changed dramatically. It turned out that the girl is a big fan of Jazelle, and she is incredibly happy that the girl came to her boutique. The reason for the fanaticism was the fact that Lois became the first in history who was able to return alive from the Tower of Saltia. The girl wanted to know the details of the escape and the number of soldiers that Jazelle killed along the way. When the conversation turned to Dylan, the girl was rudely interrupted by Renji's hand, which pushed the saleswoman away. The man asked to show suitable clothes as soon as possible, as they are in a hurry. The saleswoman did not like that the guy got into their conversation, and she told him that men had no place in a women's store. The familiars recommended that the heroine not interfere, because their owner is a strong magician and there is no need to help him. If the girl does not believe them, she can ask him about it herself. Jazelle tried to dispel the tension in the situation and got into the conversation, saying that she would contact Sulyan and say that they were delayed. Just at that moment, the saleswoman rolled out a hanger with several outfits to the heroine. The first blonde was offered a dark outfit, in which it would be very difficult to see her at night. Renji fell in love with the costume at first sight. The guy wanted something like himself, but the saleswoman reminded him that this was a women's store. Choosing a new wardrobe took a lot of time, and a considerable amount of money remained in the boutique. Renji believed that the clothes he bought were not only beautiful, but also comfortable for running. Jazelle was uncomfortable with the thought that she would have to run away again. In thought, Renji said that there would be no such need to hope. Such words of the guy only proved that Dylan was serious about catching the girl. Renji decided that it was uncomfortable to carry the purchases in his hands and immediately moved them. The sudden magic instantly lifted the girl's spirits. After all, magic is very convenient. The heroine stopped. She wanted to know if she should start learning self-defense magic. Renji was surprised at such a desire and reminded him that not all people have magic. The girl knew this, as well as the fact that magical power can be recreated even by those who do not have magic. The guy warned that creating magic inside yourself is an extremely dangerous activity. The sadness in Renji's eyes when he talked about magic evidenced that he remembered something bad. Then the girl wondered how she could increase her magical power. The magician explained that there is an attribute of magic power booster and its level is determined from birth. Thus, a strong magician is strong from birth, and a weak one will forever remain weak. Jazelle remembered the existence of divine power. She became interested in how this magic worked. The girl believed that white magic was based on divine power, while it differed little from the power of black magicians. Renji asked if the heroine could tell the difference between magical and divine powers. It turned out that there was no difference between this magic. Jazelle was surprised. She found it hard to believe the mage's words, although the book did not pay much attention to this issue. Renji repeated again that there was no difference between magical and divine power. The magician did not go into details because the couple reached their destination. The girl had already forgotten where they were going and why. She was still shocked by the information she received. Her mind began to get confused, for Jazelle believed that divine power was like a blessing from God. But if there is no difference in magic, then what are the differences between white and black magicians in general? Renji called to the girl, who had been standing like a pillar for several seconds because of her thoughts. It seems that the heroine has a lot more to learn about the world of the novel. Returning to reality, the blonde realized that they had reached a place where they would help her heal the bruises. They came to the door. Renji had already rung the bell when Jazelle approached him. No one came out and the door did not open. The girl began to get a little nervous. After a few moments, the door opened a little, but there was something strange. Black molecules began to fly out of the house. Renji instantly understood what could happen now. He turned around abruptly and said that the visit to this place was canceled. In the next moment, the guy hugged the girl tightly. She still did not understand anything. A moment later, a powerful, loud explosion rang out, leaving a black cloud, the remains of a wall, and a raging fire in place of the door. The protective dome formed by Renji saved the couple from exploding. Still hugging the girl, a frightened Renji asked the girl if she was hurt. Jazelle was fine and she was very worried about the condition of the magician. Having calmed down, the guy replied that he was also not injured, after which he looked towards the doors. He was extremely interested in what had happened now. Seconds later, a man appeared in the aisle. It looked like he was a little caught by the explosion. Seeing the guests, the guy asked if everything was all right with them and said that his bomb exploded by accident. Seeing the faces of the unexpected guests, the guy was shocked. He did not expect to see Renji here. The guy was pleasantly surprised to see Jazelle Lois herself behind the magician, because he had heard so much about her. Forgetting about the presence of Renji in front of him, the boy went to meet the girl. He introduced himself as Mitchell, who became famous for blowing up the Imperial Palace 10 years earlier. But even for this, the bounty on Mitchell's head was much less than on Jazelle's, which means she is a great villain. Mitchell wanted to shake the heroine's hand, but Renji intercepted her. The guy was frightened by the aura emanating from Renji and started joking about selling them great bombs at a low price. Embarrassed by such attention, the girl replied that there was definitely no need for bombs now. The magician noticed that Jazelle Lois became sharply interesting to everyone. The heroine did not like it at all. Once the acquaintance was finally completed, the brunette went over why they had come here. It turned out that the couple had come to Emily. The magician hoped that she was a seize inside. Mitchell decided to accompany the couple to Emily's room. The company walked in complete silence. When he reached the right door, Mitchell rang the bell and called the woman's name. Behind the door, no one answered. The door itself also remained closed. Renji suggested that Mitchell leave them alone, which the guy was only happy about. As he left, he looked at Jazelle with a smile. He still hoped to talk to her better. Left alone in the hallway, Renji opened the door to the room. The girl did not like that the guy just broke into someone else's room. Once inside, Jazelle was speechless for a moment. Not far from the entrance, she saw a doll that looked very similar to Isabelle that was in her first store. In general, the atmosphere of this room was extremely frightening, and it was not even about the darkness and closed windows. Taking a closer look at the room, Jazelle felt completely uncomfortable because all the things here were cursed. At this point, Renji suggested that the heroine go inside, which was insane in Jazelle's opinion. She hoped that he would go inside alone, and she would wait outside. With a smile on his face, Renji took her hand and dragged it with him. The blonde, looking at the cursed things, regretted more and more that she was in this place. She was very frightened and crashed into the guy after she met the eyes of the head of an unfinished doll. It seemed to her that all the dolls were angry with them because they had entered their house without permission. At this moment, Renji simply kicked the unfinished doll away from him. Jazelle thought that this was very bad because the dolls could attack them in revenge. The mage only told the girl to calm down and follow him. The heroine was scared, but she had no opportunity to go against the wishes of her boss. Seeing the girl's uncertainty, the magician offered to carry her the rest of the distance in his arms. Jazelle blushed at this proposal. She did not want such intimacy. When the hero decided to take her in his hands, the girl instantly dodged his embrace. She looked extremely dissatisfied. It seemed that she did not want the guy to touch her. Renji was shocked. If he was really scarier to her than all these damn things. The girl screamed that she hadn't yet digested what she had eaten for breakfast. That's why it's better not to touch her at the moment. Renji calmed down after the explanation. At the end of the room, the girl saw an elderly woman doing laundry. It looks like it was Emily, who did not just wash, but used magic. Renji and the heroine came closer to their grandmother. The brunette leaned over to the woman and said that he had come. It seemed that Emily had not noticed him until that moment. The woman reacted to the voice, looked at the magician, adjusting her glasses. She patted the guy on the head, calling him her baby. Jazelle looked in surprise at the meeting taking place in front of her. It was the first time she had seen such a relaxed expression on her boss's face. Emily thought that the guy had come to finally show her his fiancé. It turned out that it was just a joke, and Jazelle had already managed to get scared. Grandmother already knew that the girl had come to ask for help to get rid of the bruises. The blonde was surprised by this, because Renji did not have time to tell about the purpose of their visit. Even through the blindfold, Emily could see how dangerous what the girl was hiding from prying eyes. You can lose count of how many times Jazelle was very surprised today. Emily asked the girl to show her the thing she was hiding around her neck. The heroine hurried to take off her headscarf because her grandmother was clearly unusual. Jazelle was embarrassed by how closely the woman watched her every move. The blonde really wanted to know how the two met, but realized that she hadn't introduced herself. She walked up to Emily, leaned over, and introduced herself as an intern at Renji Jazelle Lois' store. The magician corrected her speech and added that the girl had already become a full-time employee. The heroine was shocked why her boss forgot to tell her such an important thing. Renji said that he had just done it. Seeing Jazelle quarreling with the magician, Emily became amused. Her baby brought a very funny girl. Noticing the woman's reaction, Renji added that there is never a dull moment with Jazelle. In the end, the guy noted that, in any case, Jazelle is a full-time employee of his store. When Renji fully imagined her, the girl glowed with happiness. After that, he asked if it was possible to hide the bruise received from light magic. Grandmother came closer to the blonde and adjusted her glasses again. Emile put her hand on the heroine's shoulders and assumed that the girl was in pain. The woman realized that the case was extremely serious, and she would have to try to hide her tracks. The grandmother added that the girl should not despair. She would just have to wait for a while. The woman chose one of the fabrics that will help get rid of bruises. Emily focused on magic. Jazelle saw all the actions, but did not understand what exactly she was seeing. The woman dipped the cloth into a wooden basin and began to conjure with her hands underwater. The girl was very interested. She had only seen the use of magic in Renji before. In the process of work, Emily added that the period will be 1 week. Renji was surprised that the woman voiced such a long period. She explained that she would have to apply at least 3 magic layers, which was not an easy task. The magician decided to come and check on Emily in a week, and now the couple could return home. Already at the exit, the woman called out to the heroes and asked them to do something for her. Reggie sharply replied that they were extremely busy, so they were leaving right away. Emily, annoyed, said that her eyes could hardly see anything. Could the young girl not help her grandmother? Jazelle wanted to help the woman, but Renji clearly wanted to leave as soon as possible. As a result, the girl called the boss a heartless gentleman and agreed to help Emily. Renji asked not to do this. The heroine did not understand why the guy so actively refused. The woman took out a chest in which there was a decent number of needles, threads, and various sewing devices. The blonde was surprised by so many needles, and Renji had no choice but to fulfill the woman's request. When the couple returned home, the girl's fingers were shaking, and this is not surprising given the amount of work done. Emily turned out to be a master of cursed dolls, and Isabelle was one of her works. In fact, Emily has no health problems. She just likes to watch how people with needles suffer. Jazelle swore to herself that she would no longer trust anyone in this city. The blonde looked in the mirror. If the woman fulfilled her promise, then she would be able to get rid of the bruise. Renji confirmed that Emily can actually help with this. The guy's words gave hope to the girl, and she exhaled, letting go of her worries. Without distracting himself from the book, the magician added that now, when Jazelle left the store, she had to take Gilberton or him with her. It was a strange statement, so Jazelle asked for an explanation of the reasons for this decision. The magician did not answer, so the girl came to his table and repeated the question once again. She added that she expects only an honest answer from the man. The guy did not understand why the girl asked this question. Jazelle, with a serious face, clarified that most likely he was cut. Renji didn't know who had been cut or when, but the blonde thought he was evading the answer. Further conversation baffled the mage more and more. For example, he did not understand the phrase about it is better to fire the girl. It seemed to the guy that Jazelle did not like the fact that she was resting instead of working. Only now did the heroine see a box with things that Renji bought in the morning. The magician handed the box to the heroine and said that there were a lot of delicious things in it. Right now, the girl can go to her room and eat at least all the goodies. The heroine's mood became excellent again. She went upstairs in anticipation. Having stopped, she added that she only wanted to get clarification. It was not necessary to buy sweets at all. A long time had passed, and Jazelle had not come down to the store. The mage wondered what she had been doing all this time. He decided to check the employee. Suddenly, she ate too many sweets and she felt bad. The door was open, so Renji quietly pushed her away. What he found shocked the mage, especially when he heard a quiet whisper for help. Renji didn't understand what could have happened to Jazelle while she was alone in the room. The guy hurried to the girl's aid but stopped abruptly. The girl in her sleep began to cry because Renji had taken all her sweets. The mage didn't know that the blonde was talking in her sleep, plus one new knowledge about her employee. He considered the heroine's behavior ridiculous, but did not wake the girl. Instead, he carefully sat down on the bed next to her. For some reason, he thought about how much his feelings now coincide with the feelings of people who raise chickens. The guy saw a picture of the owner of the chickens crying that his pets had again become test subjects for experiments. Renji compared his shop to a chicken coop, his imagination clearly taking the wrong direction. He looked around the girl's room. It seemed to the magician that there was too little space and an oppressive atmosphere, although Jazelle quickly got used to life in this place and does not complain about anything. Renji once again felt that Jazelle was much stronger than he had initially thought. The guy gently touched a strand of the sleeping girl's hair. In the dream, she looked cute and defenseless. It was difficult for the magician to take his eyes off such a picture. The man abruptly approached the blonde's face. He found something he had never seen. Renji hovered over the still sleeping girl and began to examine her very carefully. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. There could be no mistake. The roots of the blonde's hair began to turn black. The man did not know the exact reason for this, but perhaps it was the consequences of the use of black magic. The guy decided to check if something else had changed in the heroine. He couldn't know what Jazelle looked like before they met, so he could only guess at the possible changes. His eyes were attracted by the bruises left by Dylan. Renji began to get angry with the night again. The guy regretted that he did not have the knowledge and strength to erase these bruises at once. When he touched the girl's neck, this one began to wake up. A split second later, Jazelle's eyes were fully open, and fear could be read in them. Finding herself in a strange situation, the girl found the strength to ask the magician about what was happening here. She thought that the employer had decided to strangle her in her sleep, otherwise she could not explain his actions. Renji, seeing the girl's fright, only smiled slightly. Such a reaction of the guy led the heroine to completely different thoughts, and she immediately blushed from them. The guy was thinking about the girl's ability to poison. Jazelle's new thought said that the boss had decided to laugh at her again. Range thought that Jazelle was such a fragile girl, and the bruises on her skin would remain even if she was strangled just a little. Suddenly, the magician asked the blonde if it was true that she was Jazelle. He decided to try again to find out the truth that haunted the man from the first day they met. The guy believed that although the heroine calls herself Jazelle, she does not cope well with her image. The man believed that the heroine only bears the name of Jazelle Lois, but is not her. Renji decided to build the most magnificent and spacious cage for the girl. The guy's behavior was stranger with every second. The girl decided to end this strange conversation. But first, it was necessary to find out more about this cage and how safe it was. Renji believed that his cage would be the safest place in this city. Jazelle wanted to be sure that there were no lies in his words and that the cage would be as safe as possible. The guy did not expect that the words about the cage would be met with such interest. It seems that the blonde has decided to say something very important. She says that her words may sound silly, but she thinks Renji sees her as a bird. It seemed to her that now he was going to sell birds in the store, but this was impossible, because according to the contract, she had to sell cursed things. The dark magician did not expect to hear such an absurdity, so he laughed. She didn't understand why Renji was laughing, but since these were new terms of the contract with the cage, then she needed to raise her salary. Renji was calm and cheerful now. Only his Jazelle could have such an effect on a man. He decided that when he returned to the mansion, he would create the best cage. After the conversation, Renji left and Jazelle finally had a real vacation. She pondered how poisons and fruits could be effectively mixed to produce amazing new flavors. The heroine again thought about her strange and unique ability to resist poisons. This looked especially surprising, given that the original Jazelle was poisoned and her abilities are completely different from the book character. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by a man who entered the store. Jazelle was surprised that the man was in the store, because it should have been closed. She greeted the guy and, apologizing, said that they were not working today. It seemed that he was very upset by this news. He clearly needed something. He said that he urgently needed one thing and asked the girl to help him. The guy needed a wooden box which stood on the lowest shelf. The heroine had to dig into the shelf because not all the goods were completely dismantled. The search was crowned with success, and Jazelle finally found the coveted box. The heroine had no idea that the guy at that moment was going to throw a poisonous spider at her. Jazelle suddenly felt a sharp pain in the neck area. For the first second, she thought that there were mosquitoes in the store. After that, she saw that something fell to the floor. Looking closer, the girl realized with horror that there was a spider in front of her. To get rid of the monster faster, she slammed the crate at it with all her might. Tears welled up in the heroine's eyes from fear. At that moment, the guy that Jazelle had already forgotten about asked if she was okay. He pressed his finger on the place, saying that this was where she was bitten by a spider. The sharp touch frightened Jazelle no less than the spider had been seconds earlier. She saw blood on her fingers. Apparently the bite was deep. The guy asked if there were any means in the store to apply in case of an insect bite. The visitor said that the girl could always go to his shop for medicine. The man apologized for not introducing himself earlier. There was a pharmacist Tones in front of her. The girl was happy when she found out that a pharmacist was in front of her. At that moment, she remembered the box. He got a lot of it when Jazelle decided to kill the spider with it. The guy decided that he would look for a box in another store, and once again invited the blonde to go to his store for medicine. The girl found it a little strange that the guy was so actively inviting her to his shop. She couldn't go because the store couldn't be left without employees, and there was no one else here. The guy thought that they could go because the store was closed, but Jazelle simply asked him to leave as she needed to clean up. Tons realized that the girl was determined to stay, so he decided to visit her later. The heroine made sure that the guy left the store. She was overcome by doubts. Familiars confirmed that the girl was definitely blocking the entrance to the store. It turns out that this guy deliberately entered the store, knowing that there would be no visitors in it. It seemed that he was just another criminal, as easy to open closed doors as Vindria. In addition, it was very strange that he so clearly indicated the place of the spider bite. The guy could not see it because of the girl's long hair. Now the pharmacist's visit looked extremely suspicious. I was also surprised by the strength of the spider's bite, which caused her to have traces of blood. The girl tasted the blood and recognized the taste of orange in it. It turns out that this pharmacist client slipped a poisonous spider to the girl. Jazelle told Vindria everything when she arrived at the store. The woman was surprised by the behavior of the pharmacist. At the same time, Jazelle did not see that the guy deliberately dropped a spider on her, but she came to this conclusion. Both women doubted that the spider had simply fallen on Jazelle from the ceiling, and the butterflies would have noticed it much earlier. Vindria agreed that the bite and appearance of the pharmacist looked definitely suspicious. She recalled that recently, Sulyan told about a certain charlatan pharmacist. The girl did not expect that in this world she could encounter charlatans. Sulyan claimed that the pharmacist was selling an ordinary painkiller, passing it off as a medicine. Jazelle wondered how effective it was, because in fact a person's pain passes, but the disease does not go away. In particular, the heroine decided that it would be possible to pass off poison as medicine. The girl realized that she had gone too far in thinking, because Wayne Iore would not be poisoned soon, which meant that the pharmacist was not connected with this. Vindria wondered if Renji had told her anything about Tene. The blonde realized that the woman was interested in the day when he kicked the couple out of the store. Jazelle calmed Vindria, and there was no more talk about them. If that's the case, then her boss isn't particularly angry about the incident. The woman called Tang a messenger and didn't want to get attached to the guy as a disciple. The heroine wondered why Vindria did not want to take Thane as an apprentice. Vindria believed that there would be no use in training because he had a shallow magical vessel. In the world of magic, he would be considered talentless with such data. Jazelle remembered that Renji had spoken of a similar vessel. The heroine felt sorry for the guy because he was very diligent. The girl wondered if it was true that the vessel could not be enlarged. Vindria reluctantly said that there was a way. Many people know about this method, but no one uses it. The blonde became interested in why the method is not in demand. Vindria conjured a ball of magical energy in her hand. With its help, she made an image of a vessel, the very one that is given to a person from birth. After she began to expand the vessel, it turns out that you can increase its capacity if you dig up and expand its interior. For further explanation, Vindria needed the pen she had taken from the girl. The difficulty was that the empty interior could only be carved with the opposite magic. Jazelle still did not understand what was difficult about it. The reason is that the vessel is almost the heart of a magician, and therefore no one will allow someone else's magic to approach such a place. If you make a mistake just a little during the expansion process, then the vessel can crack and the person will remain crippled, so no one wants to take risks. Now Jazelle fully understood Renji's words about the dangers of amplifying magic. Evening came imperceptibly. There were no more incidents. Jazelle was sad. Renji hadn't contacted her all day, and she was worried about that strange client. The girl has long begun to feel comfortable and safe in the company of a magician. She had no choice but to be sad alone. There was no point in hiding emotions from herself. The girl missed Renji very much. A few seconds later, a magical glow filled the room, and her boss appeared in front of Jazelle. A man had never appeared in front of her in such a magical way. Renji asked why the girl looked so dull. On the girl's face, it was easy to read the depressed mood. Jazelle was a little embarrassed, and the familiars were happy about the mage's arrival. The butterfly said that they had something to report to the owner. The familiars had already begun to talk about what had happened to the pharmacist. Jazelle was offended. She wanted to tell everything herself. The man listened carefully to the story and was dissatisfied. He turned to Jazelle and asked who the idiot was who had planted the poisonous beetle on her. The girl replied that this was just an assumption and she was not sure that it was the pharmacist who planted the beetle. From the story of the familiars, Renji realized that Jazelle was completely sure that this was the work of the pharmacist. He believed that if a girl believes that this man is involved, then it is so, and it does not matter whether it is intuition or something else. Jazelle felt very warm because Renji believed her at once. The guy promised that he would instruct one of his subordinates to investigate this case. The brunette asked the heroine where exactly the spider bit her. The girl showed the place of the bite. The swelling had already begun to subside and the blood no longer flowed. The guy walked around the girl to take a closer look at the bite site. It seemed to Renji that leaving useless marks on her neck had already become a hobby for the girl. The heroine asked about the first aid kit, but Renji did not remember that something like this was in the store. Jazelle said that the incident could be attributed to an industrial injury, so the boss should provide her with medical assistance. The guy agreed in his thoughts that it was worth keeping at least basic medicines in the store. Suddenly, the mage buried his head in the bite site. The girl fell silent from the surprise and began to blush. She did not understand what was happening now, and most importantly, how she should react to such a touch. As a result, Jazelle jumped sharply, turned around, and asked what exactly her boss was doing right now. Actually, Renji was trying to reduce the pain at the bite site because he has a low body temperature and the cold helps. The guy asked what else he could do for the girl if his help was not cold enough. From such explanations, the heroine's brain began to slowly boil. With a displeased intonation, she said that the pain had long gone. After that, the girl got up and abruptly walked towards the room, asking the boss not to talk to her anymore. She closed the door loudly and from the room added that she wanted to be alone. There was no need to call her anymore. This behavior amused the dark magician a lot. After all, his Jazelle is incredible. Despite the request not to call, the guy went to the door and called her by name. Renji reminded the heroine that she missed him while she was alone in the store. When Jazelle heard his words, she felt uncomfortable because the guy was not supposed to know this. But how could he hear? Because neither he nor the familiars were next to the girl. The heroine replied to Renji that she missed not him, but Suliang, or rather, Vindria, or even more precisely, a friend. Since Jazelle did not miss the guy, he decided to leave her, which he warned about through the still closed door. The girl didn't want the mage to leave, so she left the room. The guy grinned, because the heroine said a minute ago that she wanted to be alone. He patted the blonde on the head and said that he would stay overnight at the store, so she didn't have to be afraid. Jazelle explained that she was just in a bad mood because the tall man opened the closed door of the store so easily and then called her into his shop. Hearing these details, Renji's face instantly changed. The girl was glad that the boss would stay in the store, and so she went to bed peacefully. Entering the room, the girl added that they would see each other tomorrow. The guy only nodded in response. Renji was beginning to get angry with this unknown pharmacist, and he decided to visit his shop. The next morning, Jazelle was happy to eat the breakfast that the magician had bought for her. Renji was pleased with the girl's excellent mood and silently listened to the heroine. The guy had business in Van Hel today, so he could spend time with the girl. Eating breakfast, Jazelle asked what the guy's job was all about, because it didn't look like he was working next to the head. He thought about the question. The guy was not going to answer instantly, but again he thought about the chicken in the cage. Renji said that he owns a store and does other small things, such as mobilizing people for events. Giselle thought that although the worlds are different, there are employers everywhere who mobilize powerless workers. With a serious face, the girl advised the guy not to go to major events. According to the blonde, Renji already has a store as his main job, so he should not take risks and participate in major events. Such events, according to Giselle, are dangerous because they gather dark magicians. The guy was pleased and at the same time amused to hear such arguments from his employee. The mage wondered if there were any cases of an attack on the head of their order at a major event in the future she knew. The girl thought that the guy was too smart and answered him in the affirmative. If so, Renji considered it his duty to participate in such events. The magician thought that since the events were dangerous for dark magicians, then Dylan would definitely appear there. The girl did not like that Renji apparently belongs to the type of people who deliberately go to dangerous places. After breakfast, the magician ordered the girl to return to the store with Gilberton, and he needed to mind his own business. When Gilberton approached, Renji immediately decided to leave his employee's company. Suddenly, Giselle thought that her boss might have gone to meet Dylan. The girl thanked Gilberton for taking her to the store. The heroine did not have time to open the doors. Sulyan called her from afar. Out of breath, he reported that they were in trouble because Mr. Renji had gone to meet with that guy. The pharmacist's shop was indeed not that far from Renji's shop. The dark magician had already entered the pharmacy. He wanted to know the guy's true intentions about Giselle. The brunette did not beat around the bush and immediately came with the idea that the pharmacist was bothering his employee. The brunette's gaze was dangerous, but it didn't seem to make the right impression on Tons. He was still calm, his emotions were impossible to read. The guy replied that he was very surprised to see Jazelle Lois as an employee of Renji's store. Renji said that neither he nor Giselle remembered this man, so he thought too highly of himself. Tons believed that he and Giselle were able to meet only thanks to him. The confidence with which Tones said this spoke of the truthfulness of his words and came as a shock to the dark mage. In the end, Tones added that apparently Giselle successfully coped with the forbidden technique. Renji did not like all this very much. The situation in the room began to heat up. Seconds later, many of the items in the store began to fall to the floor and shatter. In one of the vessels, there were several spiders, which immediately hurried to hide. Renji crushed the spiders with hatred. He tried to restrain himself from killing the pharmacist right now, but it would be a mistake to kill Tons here. He clearly knew something about Giselle's past. Ignoring Renji's attack, Tones complained to the guy that Giselle had forgotten him for some reason. According to the pharmacist, it was strange because he told her in detail about the technique of the decadence of the stars. But at the same time, Giselle looks too ordinary for a person who has signed a contract with a creature from another dimension. It seems that Tones is so lost in thought that he forgot about the presence of a dark mage in his shop. At this time, Renji listened to himself. He felt something very familiar, but he didn't understand what it was. Tones had been looking like a madman for several minutes, confused in his thoughts and mumbling under his breath. He reminded Renji of one person, but that blonde mage had killed a long time ago. By this time, Giselle, accompanied by Gilberton and Sulyan, had reached the pharmacist's shop. The girl was surprised to see that her boss really went to a showdown. Sulyan believed that the boss would now drive this charlatan out of the city and all the clients would return to him for treatment again. Giselle assumed that Renji had just come to look around, as this place has been very popular lately. But Gilberton replied that this is not the case, because Renji can only enter the store for two reasons. The first of them is banal shopping. In the second case, the boss enters the shops to make a noise in them. Gilberton and Sulyan were sure that now was the second case. Sulyan offered Giselle to bet if she did not believe in their words. Both men bet a gold coin that Renji would drive the pharmacist out of town. Jazelle peeked through the window. The store was really a complete devastation. The heroine heard passersby recognize Renji as the store manager. The girls remembered that this dark magician had recently blown up a magical tool store in Sotsip. Jazelle also heard that the bombed store belonged to Wayne's maternal brother. The blonde decided to approach the girls. The conversation about Renji was becoming more and more interesting, and she wanted to know the details. The girls confirmed that Renji is rumored to often visit Wayne's mansion. Suddenly, the brunette took Jazelle's hand. It turned out that she was a fan of Lois Bane. The stranger knew that the heroine worked in a haberdashery store and would like to work with her. The brunette hoped that Jazelle would tell her how to get a job in their store. The blonde recoiled from the fan, shouting at the same time that they were not hiring new employees now. It seems that such an abrupt refusal was unexpected for the stranger. She was instantly angry and called Lois Bane's actions miserable. The brunette was furious that Jazelle did not allow herself to be held by the hand. Apparently, the blonde was too conceited. Sulyan and Gilberton noticed that a fight was planned between their Jazelle and the stranger. Both guys began to cheer the blonde so that she defeated the cheeky brunette. The brunette believed that Jazelle was able to get a job in a store thanks to her face, but it won't help her get closer to Wayne. The girl replied that she was pleased to hear compliments about her appearance, but Jazelle got into the store only for her skills. She accused the brunette of looking for the guilty in the absence of abilities and not developing her skills. The last phrase, apparently, turned out to be the extreme point, and the brunette decided to punish the offender. The uproar in the street roused Tones from his muttering. He told Renji that the culprit behind their conversation was outside. Renji hadn't expected to see Jazelle outside the pharmacist's shop. Tones added that the dark mage should also be interested in what is happening on the street now. The pharmacist suggested that Jazelle would be able to tell them what exactly she called for with the forbidden technique. At this moment, the atmosphere between the girls heated up to the limit. Renji was able to see the one who was making a fuss. The dark mage urgently called Vedro, who appeared immediately. The servant wanted to settle the dispute outside, but the brunette ordered him to detain the pharmacist. So far, the skirmish was still in the nature of a rough conversation, but the brunette held a folding knife behind her back. A few seconds later, the stranger was already running towards Jazelle with an open knife in front of her. The heroine saw the knife. Instincts immediately told her that she had to run. Jazelle did not have time to take a step back, and Renji was already standing in front of her. The attacker's knife immediately bounced several meters and fell to the ground. He asked the brunette to express all her dissatisfaction to him. Seeing Renji, the brunette's eyes clearly showed fear. The stranger stood up and began to mumble that everything was wrong. The girl shouted words of apology and ran away from the couple. Random passersby only had time to bounce off the fleeing brunette. Renji then asked Jazelle why she was there. The girl explained that the couple had told her that the boss had gone to chase Tones away. Renji didn't say anything, but the look at Jazelle's buddies made them sweat. The magician clarified whether the girl wanted to stop him from this showdown. The blonde believed that there was no need for this. She just wanted to make sure that her boss was not in danger. This explanation was more than satisfactory to Renji. He smiled slightly at the girl. The girl thought that she had responded to her again savior too selfishly. She thought that the pharmacist might be innocent. The heroine was surprised to see Vedro in the pharmacy. Renji looked at the girl suspiciously. The heroine asked if the boss had finished his business or just came to her aid. The magician said that while he was smashing the pharmacy kiosk, the store employee was also interfering with sales, so the man went out to see what was going on. Jazelle said that the brunette was the first to attack her, and she herself was completely innocent. Renji offered to help. He would just hold the offender while the employee beat her. Jazelle asked her company to explain to her boss what really happened here. The guys pretended that they were trying with all their might to prevent the fight from happening, but the blonde ignored them. Renji told the guys that they should not accustom the already gambling Jazelle to gambling and betting. The dark mage offered to return to the store and talk about everything there. After that, he took one last look at the detained pharmacist. Vedro understood what the head wanted from him and confirmed that he would do everything. A few moments later, magical energy raged in the apothecary's shop. Magic moved the prisoner to a convenient place for interrogation. They could only wait for the head to join them. Renji was not long in coming, which surprised his assistant. Vedro hadn't expected Renji to leave everyone else in the shop, but the mage replied that it was difficult to leave them outside the shop. The brunette asked about the final result. Vedro apologized and said that there was a variable. Renji was surprised at this outcome and looked at the prisoner carefully. It was obvious that the guy was not himself and at the same time terribly frightened. The brunette did not understand why his behavior had changed so dramatically in a few minutes. Vedro explained that the pharmacist has gaps in memory. The assistant could not find any memories of the past 3 months, which explained the behavior of the pharmacist. Pedro was sure that these were definitely not the consequences of light magic. When Renji was in the store, he didn't feel the effects of the magic, and the guy seemed completely defenseless to him. But if light magic was used, then in theory it can deceive the eyes of a dark magician. Renji was not sure that the light magicians Dylan or Vivienne were involved in what happened to the pharmacist. It is also possible that a completely different person acted. Pedro remembered one of the memories he had discovered. It was about the fact that Jazelle Lois left a strong impression behind her. This man still wanted to stuff her and flaunt her. Renji was furious at these words and ordered to make sure that this bastard could not get out. If the pharmacist ever caught his eye, Renji would make it the last day of his life. From that day on, there were rumors that Tones had closed shop and left for another city. The girl asked the boss if he was involved in the fact that Tones left. Without distracting himself from the book, Renji suggested that the pharmacist was simply tired of this city. And the pharmacist is only to blame for the fact that Renji broke some of his goods, since he did not perform his duties well. The girl thought that customers had never broken anything in their store. Renji said that this store was approved by Wayne himself, so no one would dare to break anything here. And in general, only the shops located in their building are licensed in this city. Jazelle thought that the head was very close to Renji for giving him permission to shop here. The girl approached the guy to ask him something. She decided to clarify the rumors that he often visits the head's mansion and manages the keys to the safe. At this moment, boredom could be read on the face of the heroine's boss. In a lazy manner, he confirmed that he often looked there. Jazelle came to the conclusion that all of Renji's carelessness comes from the fact that he lives in the head's house. The girl's conclusions were wrong because Renji had his own mansion. Immediately, the boredom on his face was replaced by a satisfied expression. Renji had a brilliant idea. He offered the girl to go to work from his home. The offer turned out to be extremely unexpected for the heroine, and she did not know how to react and what to answer. Then Jazelle decided that she had a hearing problem and asked to repeat the last phrase. Renji again suggested that she get to work from his house, which can also be called a mansion or residence. Judging by Jazelle's reaction, she finally got the essence of her boss's proposal. Renji pretended to see no reason not to live in his house. Jazelle said that an adult man and a woman cannot live in the same house. Renji admitted that he saw a poisonous spider in Tun's store. This was undoubtedly the type of spider that had bitten the girl before. This means that the girl was originally his target, and now she needs to be careful. In the daytime, guys like Gilberton can always protect you, but at night, they are not here. After such arguments, the girl agreed that it was better for her to change her place to spend the night. The guy was pleased that the girl listened to his arguments. Now he needed to leave the store and prepare everything at home. After the conversation, sleep did not go in any way. The heroine sat in thought. The familiars praised Renji's mansion, considering it the best place to live. After telling about the house, the butterflies began to talk about the garden around it. In the next instant, the familiar's behavior changed dramatically, and a seal symbol appeared on the ceiling. The girl realized that something had happened. The butterflies were extremely excited. They told Jazelle that the store's protection magic had been broken. An unknown person entered the store, and the girl urgently needs to hide. Jazelle heard footsteps approaching. Someone was walking upstairs at a brisk pace. Entering her room, asked if anyone was there. The familiars determined that a light mage had entered the room. The poisonous pollen had no effect on this person. In seconds, the bodies of the butterflies scattered all over the room. Jazelle covered her mouth with her hands so as not to make a sound. She hoped for Renji to come soon. In the next moment, the girl broke in and found Jazelle. The brunette looked at Jazelle with a crazy look, after which she greeted her. The stranger pulled the girl out from under the bed with one jerk. There was something abnormal in this force. Jazelle could not offer any resistance. Seconds later, the brunette was already holding the heroine, not giving a single chance to escape. Jazelle was shaking all over, but she said that the store was still closed and such an entry was considered a break-in. This behavior of the caught girl made the brunette laugh. The stranger called herself a friend who had come to have fun together because they had already seen each other a few days ago. Only now did Jazelle recognize her as the girl with whom there had been an argument the other day. The brunette was pleased that Jazelle remembered her this time. After that, the stranger forcefully pushed the girl back. The brunette asked Jazelle not to worry because she had to spend too much magic at the entrance because of that brat. The blonde didn't know what to say to her. She still hoped for Renji to appear. Pulling herself together, Lois asked the brunette who she was. The stranger was taken aback because Jazelle remembered her a few seconds ago. Jazelle was not asking about the girl, but about who was controlling her right now. The brunette was surprised. She did not remember Jazelle Lois being so attentive. The stranger suggested that Jazelle had not performed that forbidden technique. The brunette began to mumble under her breath that it was not clear who had entered the body and why there was no magic. The stranger wanted to know what had gone wrong and why Jazelle had not become such that he would want to devour her. The brunette praised Jazelle for getting close to Renji, but it wasn't enough. The heroine was completely confused in this nonsense that the brunette was now carrying. It turns out that Jazelle was supposed to become food for someone, and she had an inspirer. Is there really a certain character who prompted the forbidden technique? And on top of that, it turned out that the target of the whole plan was Renji. The brunette did not understand only one point. Why is Lausbin still alive if the room is filled with poisonous pollen? The heroine replied that she would like to hear the answer to this question from the brunette. The stranger came to the conclusion that Jazelle's new power was completely useless. Renji did not let him think of the idea. He finally showed up. In the next second, the brunette was thrown to the opposite corner of the room. Renji's gaze did not bode well for the stranger. Jazelle was glad that her boss had finally arrived. She ran to him and asked why he had appeared so late, since the butterflies had died a long time ago. But instead of the usual kindness, the magician simply dodged the blonde's embrace. It was strange. The girl began to doubt that in front of her was actually her boss. She asked if Renji was really Renji. In response, he asked the same question to Jazelle, which frightened the girl. She did not know how to answer correctly in this situation. The heroine remembered that Renji told her not to imitate the real Jazelle Lois. The girl replied that she was Jazelle, and she was an employee of his store. It seemed that this time the answer did not suit the dark magician at all. He said that the girl wasn't trying to hurt her, she was just wasting her time talking. The brunette had come here to contact Jazelle because they were starting to perform the forbidden technique together. The heroine did not understand how Renji knew this, because she herself had just found out about it. The girl turned on her logic and mentally replayed the events of the last minutes. She concluded that the mage had been hiding in the room for a long time to eavesdrop on their entire conversation. Renji recalled that Jazelle had asked to save her, and that she knew the future of important personalities. The girl lowered her head. She came to the conclusion that the guy stopped trusting her. Does Renji believe that Jazelle is in cahoots with this stranger and will limit him to the future she knows about? It was obvious that Jazelle was supposed to be a bait for the dark magician. The heroine agreed, because it became clear after a conversation with an unknown brunette. It was also obvious that not everything went according to the plan of the unknown, and Jazelle did not fulfill her task perfectly. And at this point, the girl completely agreed with the guy. The heroine did not know why Jazelle resorted to the forbidden technique, because neither this nor the existence of Renji was said in the book. The unknown light magician was also not mentioned, which is not surprising because Jazelle was a secondary character. Now, the girl was beginning to doubt her memory, and was not sure that she had read this book at all. She had doubts that the girl from another world who read the novel even existed. The blonde never found out the reasons why she woke up one day in the body of Jazelle Lois. Renji wanted to say something, but the blonde interrupted him. She realized that the guy would not trust her now. The girl shivered. She wasn't the villainous bait, but it didn't matter to Renji. Renji tried to calm the girl down and asked why she was crying. The girl's face was already in tears, but she couldn't stop herself. The girl was crying not because she was sad, but because she was very angry at the information about her. Both in the past and in this life, the heroine tried to adapt to the circumstances, but each time she did not succeed. Jazelle added that she is not crying because she wants to cry. Renji stepped closer and wiped the tears from the girl's face. The guy asked if his girlfriend was afraid and if she thought that he could kill her. The heroine looked at the guy. New tears welled up in her eyes. She only hoped that if he was going to kill, then let him do it quickly in one blow and without pain. Renji, in the softest tone possible, replied to Jazelle that he had no intention of killing her. To calm the girl, the magician once again repeated to Jazelle that he was not going to kill her. It seemed to have worked, and the girl gradually began to calm down. Since she didn't answer at first, Renji asked if the blonde had a fierce desire to die now. The girl finally came to her senses and emotionally said that she was not going to the next world. Renji was pleased with the answer. Wiping his tears with a handkerchief, he told the blonde that he had finished preparing the chicken coop. The girl remembered that before that, the magician promised her to build the most beautiful chicken coop in the world. The heroine wondered which statement was more correct, that he did not peck at money, or that he spent his last money on it. Jazelle realized too late that it was extremely ugly to talk to her boss now. Smiling, she asked Renji why he had saved her, and it was probably to find out who was behind the plot. The girl was sure that now that she was a bait, she would become even more attached to the boss. Renji didn't like the blonde thinking of him like that. He noticed that there were too many abrasions on the girl's hands, and the magician did not know how to use healing magic. The brunette was glad that the woman did not originally plan to kill the heroine, but did not understand why she hid under the bed. Jazelle said that the brunette showed up unexpectedly. She hid under the bed out of fear, and then tried to behave like a store employee. Renji was pleased and fun to listen to the girl. Only his crazy Jazelle is capable of such madness. It seems that the heroine completely calmed down and began to behave as usual again. The magician decided to check if the brunette had something dangerous with her. Jazelle understood that the brunette was suspicious of her at first, but then something changed. Thinking that the boss had changed his mind after the girl began to cry, Jazelle asked him if she had a beautiful face. The guy did not understand why the blonde asked such a strange question right now. Seeing the magician's reaction, the girl felt very ashamed, and she wanted to pretend that there was no question. But Renji quickly replied that the heroine was not particularly beautiful, which greatly hurt the blonde. In order to rehabilitate himself and not upset the girl, the guy added that she was beautiful not in her face, but in her actions. Loisbin could not restrain herself and asked how much the guy had seen in his life since he said so. The guy added that the girl is especially ugly when she cries. Jazelle mumbled that she was sorry if she harmed his eyesight with her ugly face. For this reason, Renji recommended that the girl only cry in front of him. The guy assured the heroine that he would solve all her problems, just not to see her terrible sobbing face. Now it's time for the girl to blush from such, in fact, a confession of feelings. It seemed to her that she had suddenly fallen ill, because for some reason her whole face was burning. Jazelle asked if she needed to take the brunette to the hospital, but Renji replied that the stranger had been dead for a long time. The girl took the blow of the store's magic protection, and from that moment on, she could no longer stay alive. It dawned on Jazelle that all this time she had been talking and was afraid of the corpse. Renji asked if Jazelle had decided to commute to work from his mansion. She was ready to go there immediately. Around this time, Viviane was in a temporary treatment center. She told the visitors that they would feel better after they had rested for a few days. The knight thanked the girl for her care when a hooded man entered the tent. Taking off his hood, the man noted that Viviana was still engaged in matters to save the world. The girl, seeing what kind of visitor he was glad to see him. It was Burfin Grind, Viviane's teacher, and a great mage in the past. The girl asked why the mentor left the hideout and came to meet her. The man came to the girl to tell important news, but first he wanted to know if Viviane had seen Renji after that day. Sadly, the girl replied that she had never seen the guy again and did not know what he was doing and where he was. Master came because he found out where Renji was and what he was doing. Pilot Whale was able to find out about everything, thanks to a small seed that he sowed in the past. Thanks to him, the man was finally able to get close to Renji unnoticed and watch him. The girl did not quite understand what seed the teacher was talking about. Burfin believed that the greed of the dark mages had brought clouds to the world, so he planted a seed that would disperse them. It was hard for the girl to realize that her mentor still cared about the future of this world. She regretted that she had not been able to restore the Magus' vessel and restore its magical power that day. The man believed that the girl should not consider herself guilty of what happened. Pilot Whale believed that he was only alive because of Viviane's actions. At the same time, he regrets that his other student has lost his way forever. Burfin believed that Renji had become close to the Dark Warlocks, and probably became close to Wayne Eyre himself. Viviane wondered what such a thing could be, because to get close to Wayne you need outstanding abilities. Master believed that the Dark Mages used some other method, but it was strange because if a vessel was damaged, it would need to continuously absorb magical power in order to survive. But in this case, Renji would attack the mages constantly, then Dylan would know about it and quickly figure him out. The mentor continued to mumble under his breath until Viviane called him to return his master's attention. The girl offered the teacher tea so that he could calm his thoughts a little. Viviane wondered what kind of seed the teacher had planted with the dark mages. Smiling and taking a deep sip, Pilot Whale replied that it was Jazelle Lois. If they manage to find Jazelle, they can find Renji as well. Renji's estate looked huge, bright, and too unreal. Jazelle was completely confused at the sight of the castle. She asked Renji to admit that he had taken the castle on a short-term lease because it could not be owned by the owner of the store. Renji agreed with the girl's second assumption, namely that the mansion was given to him by Wayne Eyre. After that, the guy abruptly took the suitcase from the heroine's hands. He asked Jazelle for his hand to guide her inside the mansion. Inside, the castle seemed even larger and more luxurious than outside. The girl was amazed at the size of the building. She did not expect that her boss lived so luxuriously. She ran up to one piece of jewelry, then to other exhibits, and was completely delighted with what she saw. Renji was visibly pleased with the impression his house had made on her. After a few minutes, Jazelle had a question, so she stopped to ask it. She wondered why she hadn't seen a single person in such a huge mansion. Renji didn't keep servants because he doesn't trust anyone. He considered this mansion to be the safest place for him, so he wouldn't let anyone live here. Giselle did not understand because if everything was so, then why he let her inside? The guy turned around and replied that she was the first one who was able to enter here. Jazelle Lois was the first person allowed to live here. From these words, the heroine thought something did not give her peace. In order not to torment herself with doubts, Jazelle asked if Renji considered her his housekeeper. After all, if he offers her a part-time job, then they need to rewrite the terms of the contract. The guy did not expect such stupidity. He did not even know what to answer for the first second. It turns out that Jazelle is joking. She knows that her presence in this place will help Renji react faster when an enemy appears. It seems that the girl did not understand the true intentions of her boss. The guy decided to change the subject and said that there was a small garden around the house. The girl was happy with the offer to see the garden because she really likes flowers. A couple of minutes later, Jazelle found herself in the most beautiful garden that she had seen in her life in both worlds. She realized that this was the same magical garden that the butterflies had been talking about. According to the guy, this whole mansion is controlled with the help of magic, so servants are not really needed. Remembering the state of the mage after moving the store, Jazelle thought that it was extremely difficult to manage such volumes of magic. Renji replied that if he instantly received the magic power back, then there was no difficulty. The heroine decided that this was possible thanks to the magical flowers in this garden. Only now did the magician notice a bouquet in the girl's hand. Jazelle collected it from wildflowers, noticing an empty vase. She praised herself for the bouquet and advised him to put one in his room too. With these words, the girl brought the vase closer to the guy. After that, the man took the bouquet. He decided to put this vase in his place. The girl asked where exactly the brunette wanted to put the vase. Renji was carrying the flowers to his bedroom and asked the heroine to follow him. Following the boss to his bedroom sounded extremely overwhelming. Catching up with Renji, Jazelle stammered and asked why she should go to his bedroom. The boss turned around and with a mysterious smile asked if the employee did not understand why this was necessary. It seems that a couple more moments and the realization of going to the boss's bedroom will make Jazelle feel really sick. Pausing, the dark mage added that people usually sleep in the bedroom, but the bed has many uses. Looking carefully at the employee, the man asked why her face turned red sharply. In fact, not only was his face red, but his heart was beating so hard that it was ready to jump out of his chest. The girl was ashamed that she was all blushing, but there was no way to fix it. Renji decided to stop joking with the employee, so he suggested that she calm down and just follow him. The guy only wanted to give the girl something, so she entered his bedroom more or less calmed down. Taking a couple of steps inside, Jazelle was surprised. It was difficult to realize that in front of her was the boss's bedroom. Something in particular caught the blonde's attention. The girl felt a little uncomfortable, so she decided to immediately ask the question she was interested in. She asked if the boss had made a mistake with the room because it didn't look like a bedroom. Renji replied that it was his bedroom, but the room didn't look like it at all. There was no table, no paintings, nothing at all except a bed. This place looked gloomy and lonely. It was uncomfortable to be here even for a minute. The girl put a vase of flowers on the fireplace. It was strange that the hallway was decorated very nicely and luxuriously, but this room was empty. Renji explained that the bed was the only furniture he hadn't broken. It happened on the day that changed his life forever. Jazelle thought that her boss was very hot-tempered. Renji added that it had happened a long time ago and would not happen again. The guy took a handkerchief out of the box and handed it to the heroine. The girl immediately realized what was in the hands of her boss. The brunette managed to visit Emily and pick up a protective scarf for the blonde. Jazelle had to wear it every time she left the house. It was not necessary to wear it in the house. The heroine wondered why it was possible not to wear a scarf in the house. The dark mage explained that in this place magic is confused, so it is impossible to detect it. The man's words made Jazelle think, it turns out that her boss also has to hide from someone. After the bedroom, the couple went to the kitchen. The girl was surprised by such a variety of products on the table. Renji had never cooked at home, so there was no food here until tonight. Stopping at the table, the blonde asked about what the guy always dined on then. The mage replied evasively that he ate from time to time. The girl was completely against such an attitude to the meal, because a person is what he eats. Reggie tried to explain that the mage's bodies didn't need food at all in the first place, but she didn't want to hear excuses. Jazelle did not know how to cook, but she promised that she could cook something for the two of them. The mage felt embarrassed, because the girl again tried to take on what she was not asked for. It seemed that his subordinate could not just relax and rest at all, even on her weekends. A couple of moments later, the guy activated some kind of spell. The girl saw the energy coming out of the magician's hands. She became curious. She assumed that Renji had summoned the familiars, but a mini golem materialized instead. Renji believed that a cook does not have to be a person. After that, he created several more servants for gardening and cleaning. The girl was worried that the boss used too much magic at a time. The man calmed the heroine, saying that in this place this is possible without consequences. The girl remembered that magical flowers in the garden restore magical power. The guy added that if this place did not exist, then he would have died a long time ago or become a cripple. The girl wondered if the guy could use a large amount of magic outside the home. There was no response from Renji. but he reminded her that now Gilberton was escorting her to work, and he would pick her up from work himself. The girl felt that they were too worried about her. Living together with her boss suddenly became like living with her husband, who actively courted his wife. The girl felt ashamed, scared, and hot at the same time from such thoughts. She stammered and said that her boss was taking care of her too well. The heroine did not understand why the boss began to take care of her so well. She clarified if he knew that it was not Jazelle Lois in front of him. The guy calmly replied that he was aware of this. Jazelle wondered if he didn't think it was dangerous with this knowledge. Still calmly, the dark mage confirmed that she was dangerous to him. After that, he approached the girl and took her by the shoulder. Renji stated that he liked the person he saw in front of him, and it didn't matter that it was Lois Ben's body. After that, the guy added that this mansion welcomes the girl, and this only confirms the fact that it is extremely dangerous for him. In his thoughts, the magician added that Jazelle did not even know the extent of her danger to him. In this case, the blonde did not understand why he had let her into his hideout. Renji decided to finish discussing this topic and suggested that the heroine go on vacation, because tomorrow there is no work. The next morning in the store, the heroine speculated whether there was a hidden meaning in Renji's words about the danger to him. After that incident with the spider, it was scary to open the store in the morning. It was gratifying that 3 dark magicians were now on duty in the store in turn. The familiars warned the blonde not to eat Suliana's medicine, otherwise she would have a stomachache. Sulian was surprised that a girl could talk to familiars. It turned out that for this you need to know not only their names. The guy decided that the girl's body is extremely favorable for magic, and apparently that's why Renji keeps her with him. Sulian asked the girl to share a drop of blood to explore such a rare body prone to dark magic. The girl refused and asked if the guy would try to fill her blood secretly. He will never do this because if he accidentally injures a girl, Renji would finish him off on the spot. Such thoughts even made the guy feel a little uncomfortable. Jazelle was once again convinced that the dark mages she knew were afraid of Renji, which was strange, since he was a minor character in the novel. Then the heroine decided to go from the other side and asked a new question. She asked if her boss was in the first place in their ranking of villains. Without a moment's hesitation, the guy replied that it was so. Jazelle felt like a high school student who snatched the coolest guy at school. It was strange for the heroine to see how Sulian emotionally told that Reggie was the best. There was a feeling that this scientist was his most devoted fan. As if to prove this, Suliang said that Renji had become the benefactor of his life. If her boss hadn't given him the antidote, the boy would have been dead by now. It was strange because in the book, the person who slept Sulian was Wayne. Sulian also boasted that his relationship with the master is much closer than that of Gilberton and Vindria. Jazelle seemed to me that the guy was just jealous that Renji was one of Wayne Eyre's confidants, which she said. The guy stopped praising Renji and replied in surprise that he had no reason to be jealous. Sulian began to praise Renji again. Jazelle jokingly asked if her boss was even stronger than Bedro or Vindria. The scientist believed that their strength could not be compared even with the strength of the little finger on his foot. Jazelle then also jokingly asked if Renji would be more capable than Wayne Eyre. The question turned out to be extremely unexpected and uncomfortable for the guy. He did not know how to answer. Sulian instantly jumped up and shouted that he remembered an urgent unfinished business. After that, he rushed out of the store as fast as he could, causing complete misunderstanding among the heroine. This interrogation about the strength of the undercover boss ended extremely strangely. The butterflies thought that Sulian had neither abilities nor sound thoughts. The blonde asked the familiars to tell her about Renji, because she knew very little about him. She wanted to know about his life and what he was doing, but the butterflies replied that it was too long a story. The black and white butterfly recommended that the girl herself ask the guy about his past. It seemed to them that Renji and the blonde had a very close relationship, since he invited her to live in the mansion. At these words, the girl, unnoticed by herself, was covered with a slight blush. Jazelle decided that she would ask the mage about his past tonight. She believed that the guy would not lie to her and would tell the truth about himself. It remained to wait for the evening. Before the store closed, the magician appeared in front of the girl. He said that he was at the meeting and asked if there were any incidents. Jazelle had already seen this type of his appearance once, but she was still not used to it. The girl decided to start acting right away, but she could not understand where to start her conversation. The heroine did not have time to start a conversation. Renji saw something strange. He instantly approached her and looked her straight in the eyes. Suddenly, the sorcerer asked if the girl did not always have a double eyelid. The romantic mood that arose a second earlier was instantly knocked down, and the heroine looked at the boss in amazement. Jazelle was surprised by the question and could not answer it immediately. She took the mirror and looked at her reflection carefully. Now she began to remember the days when she had first seen that face in the mirror. Renji took the mirror and decided that the girl had never seen an eyelid. He just hadn't noticed it before. After that, the guy asked if all the business on the store was over for today. The girl quickly replied that everything was over, but she wanted to look in the mirror again. Renji did not allow it, because food from the golem was already waiting for them at home. The fact that the boss personally moved behind the girl made Jazelle think that she was too slow to close the store. Since she had to go home, Jazelle did not mind and gave her hand to move. No sooner had the couple created a magic circle than Bedro burst into the store, tearing the doors off their hinges. He was glad that Mr. Renji was still in the store, but Jazelle did not expect to see a guest. Only now did Bedro notice that the dark mage was standing in Jazelle's company. Renji didn't know what had happened and offered to discuss the problem outside the store. The boss did not even have time to move a step away from Jazelle, as the remains of the doorway were demolished by Wayne. There was a second of silence, during which the blonde realized that the door was completely destroyed, and also drew attention to the man who broke in. The girl could not believe it because this stranger was very similar to the main villain. Except for him, no one in the novel had silver hair. His appearance screamed that it was dangerous to approach and touch this person. It looked like it was Wayne himself. Wayne shouted to the Lord that they were in trouble. He did not have time to say the rest. Bedro hit him in the stomach. He continued to say something about the employee with mania. At this time, Jazelle understood that this man was badly hurt by Bedro's blow. A complete picture of who is who began to emerge in Jazelle's head. She could clearly hear that a man who looked like Wayne had called Renji a master. The heroine remembered how easily the dark magician used complex magic. Afterward, he recalled his condescending attitude towards the three villains. Do not forget his obvious hatred towards the hero Dylan. From which side you look now, everything became obvious. Jazelle had a headache from such an information shock, and she decided to go to her room. Smiling, Renji took the girl's hand and said that she would not go anywhere. Wayne was surprised that the Overlord wanted to take a maniac with him. Air didn't want her to be a girl, but Bedro told her to open the gate for Wayne because it was urgent. Moments later, Wayne created a warp gate for the entire company. The girl was pleased that she was being held by the hand, but she did not want to go anywhere because she would not be useful. The situation amused Renji, and he asked what the girl thought of her idol with silver hair. Air was uncomfortable because he heard the couple's conversation perfectly, but there was neither the desire nor the opportunity to answer. The girl said that the boss is a cruel person, since he offers Jazelle to tell about her attitude towards him. After that, the guy asked what the girl should have understood now about what he had not told her. She replied that everyone around her considered Wayne Air to be the head of the Sorcerer Society. But in fact, the secret head of society is Renji. The guy smiled and replied that the girl was completely right. Jazelle was offended because she did not recognize the Grey Cardinal and believed that she was unlucky to be stuck with Renji. The book clearly stated that the Grey Cardinal was the handsome silver-haired Wayne Air. Now it was necessary to decide how to treat the boss, and in general to see the plot of the novel in a new way. Renji stated that since Jazelle had learned the truth, he could no longer leave her alone. The girl urgently wanted to clarify something with her boss. They have an employment contract, and it includes the concept of non-disclosure, so nothing has changed in Jazelle's opinion. Instead of answering, the guy gave her a raincoat. He wanted the girl to put it on immediately. Taking a closer look at the clothes, Jazelle realized that she had been given a robe. The guy added that there would be nothing good in her escape. It was better for her to just be next to him. The heroine asked where the portal leads. Renji did not know, because he did not open the passage. The girl believed that going to who knows where it was the height of recklessness, but Renji just gave his hand to the heroine so that they could go through the portal together. On the one hand, the heroine was scared to go to an unknown portal, but it was impossible to refuse, especially now. The guy warned that if the girl went inside alone, she could get stuck in the gap between the worlds. Taking a firm hold of the magician, the girl thought that now she had firmly tied her fate with all the villains of the novel. It seems that this life will be hopeless for the blonde again. The couple stayed in the portal for only a few seconds. Jazelle could not even really feel the transition. When leaving, they found themselves in a noisy place. The girl immediately put on a hood. She could not recognize the place where she was. Renji turned around and called the heroine to follow him. The girl hurried to the guy. She did not want to be left alone by chance. The guy was pleased that the girl was staying close to him, especially after she found out the truth. She gave him her hand. It was calmer, but it was very far from complete calm. Everyone around was in robes. There was a complete commotion. The girl did not understand why she was there. Jazelle asked Renji what the place was, and an unknown person running nearby called Mr. Wayne. She was curious to see Mr. Wayne as the head of the order. When she saw the man, she was amazed at how much he had transformed and really looked like the head of the Magi. The man turned to the head so that he urgently went with him to check one case. The fake head ordered Renji to go inside the building and help Bedro. Renji pretended that everything was as it should be, After all, this world of villains was very complicated. Everyone around was clearly busy. It seemed that help was really needed. Jazelle turned around abruptly and asked her boss to wait for a while. She decided to help, but the guy asked if Jazelle knew what everyone was doing here. The heroine assumed that the dark magicians were attacked during the meeting, so they try to leave this place and throw away the materials. Since no one knows the face of the true boss, the girl decided to at least pretend that they also help. The guy wondered why Jazelle didn't look surprised at all now. She replied that she was surprised, but against the background of an earlier discovery about the boss, this is no longer so surprising. In addition, you can't just stand and do nothing, you need to help. It seemed that the dark mage was not too pleased with his subordinate's answer. He took the box from the girl's hands, despite her disagreement. The moment Wayne shouted for the couple to clean up Pedro's office, the box in the girl's hands began to disappear. The blonde didn't understand how the boss had destroyed the obviously important box so easily. Once the chief went on, Jazelle immediately followed him. It seems that this time the couple really went to Pedro's office. As they walked through the castle, the girl was surprised that there were so many doors. The heroine was constantly looking around, so she did not notice how Renji stopped abruptly and she crashed into his back. The blonde looked around but did not see the door to Pedro's office. In bewilderment, Jazelle told her boss that he was looking at the wall. The guy activated the magic and the wall quickly began to move away, forming a passage. The couple went inside. Jazelle thought that the cardinal's office, by definition, could not be in the usual place. Pretty quickly, the heroes found themselves in a spacious office. There was already a complete mess and everything was lying on the floor. She asked Renji if she needed to burn all the documents here. The dark mage said that she didn't need to do anything. He could do everything in seconds with the help of magic. After that, he walked forward a little and turned to the girl again. He wondered if Jazelle knew the reason why Renji had taken her with him. The heroine suggested that the guy wants to show how dangerous he is, so that the girl does not try to escape. Jazelle continued to speculate, uttering words such as intimidation and threat to life. The magician stopped the girl's speech and confirmed that she was right about only one thing. The man was really going to show Jazelle what kind of person he really was. Renji remembered that Jazelle had asked him not to go to large meetings and asked how the meeting was supposed to go. It was in the second part of the book when the heroes, Vivian and the dark magicians, staged a real massacre when they met. Those events took place in the center of the city, but there was not a word about Renji in the novel. The heroine thought about how events would develop now and what could change. She replied that because of Wayne's powerful magic, Dylan always missed. Renji was initially interested in her story, but then abruptly sat her down on a chair and ordered her to watch carefully. The girl decided to do everything they wanted from her, but did not understand what to look at. The guy took off his hood and replied that you need to look at him. He moved away from the blonde for a short distance and began to conjure. The mage put a decent amount of energy into the magic circle. It looked incredibly cool. The girl not only saw the magical power, but also felt it with every cell. What happened was a new shock for the heroine. The guy asked if she understood what he had just shown her. Then the man added, as if he had heard from someone, that silver hair was shiny and beautiful. Now that he had received this hair color, he again asked the girl if this statement was true. It turns out that the magician took the girl with him only to change the color of his hair in front of her. The girl said that she did not look at all, although she meant that he began to look too beautiful. She thought he was handsome and had dark hair, but with white he reached a whole new level of beauty. Renji didn't quite understand what exactly the girl meant by such an answer, so he decided to clarify. Jazelle said that he looked fine, but that didn't sound quite right. The heroine corrected herself and said that blonde hair was very desirable for him. Jazelle continued to praise the image of the guy, but it was more like sarcasm, although she was just trying to convey that such an image suits him. Renji decided to stop this conversation and called the girl to the exit. Now the blonde was completely confused why they came here at all, whether the reason was in the documents or in the change in hair color. This guy was very difficult to understand even in ordinary matters, but now everything has become too complicated for the heroine. At the exit, there were magicians who were very happy about something. They discussed that Mr. Wayne had put up a barrier, and now they would be able to quickly dismantle everything and leave without losses. The Magi were delighted, because creating a magical barrier around the entire castle alone was an incredibly difficult task. It seems that the true purpose of that demonstration of magic was to create a protective barrier. Jazelle once again saw confirmation of the Dark Mage's incredible power. Someone near the portal ordered the mages to queue for evacuation. Mr. Wayne opened an additional portal so that everyone could leave the place without panicking. Jazelle was surprised at how quickly everything was put in order here and there was no trace of chaos. Near the portal, she saw Pedro talking to a magician. At this moment, Pedro and that guy suddenly stared at the heroine. The girl thought that this was like an abuse of power, that a man would go to the portal without queuing. Through the portal, the mages left quickly, and it was time to enter the warp gate of Renji and Jazelle. The heroine did not like the look with which Bedro looked at her, but she did not dare to express it. When she caught up with the man, he whispered to Jazelle to take care of the guy. It was so unexpected that the heroine did not have time to hide her emotions when she turned around and looked at Bedro. The man only bowed in response, and in a second the girl was already inside the gate. Outside the barrier, hero Dylan was extremely annoyed. He almost managed to destroy the barrier, but another one immediately appeared behind him. Given the power of magic for the barrier, only Wayne could pull it off. More than 10 light magi failed to break through both barriers. Dylan believed that dark magicians were vain, and Renji was exactly the same. Dylan was angry that he could not destroy any of the sorcerers, but he was distracted by soldiers with a letter. Apparently, this is a letter from Viviane. She was most likely waiting for the results of the assault, which lasted too long. As expected, the letter began with an apology for the suddenness, but Viviana was extremely worried about the results of the raid. At the end of the letter, the girl expressed the hope that her character would soon return to her and be unharmed. Everything was fine, but in the last part of the letter, the girl mentioned Renji. She has been contacted by a mentor and believes that Renji is in the company of Jazelle Lois. After these words, Dylan remembered the strange feeling when he bumped into Lois. The magic that pushed him out of the cart seemed very familiar to the hero. It turns out that Renji opposed him that day. Dylan considered him a traitor and hated him no less than Jazelle Lois. Renji, out of jealousy of the strength of Viviana and his mentor, took away the latter's entire life. The hero could not allow dark magicians to steal the magical power of other people. Dylan ordered the soldier to prepare to activate the tracking technique. At first, the soldier did not understand whose trail the hero was going to find. Dylan was going to look for a trace of Jazelle Lois in order to maintain order in this world and not repeat the events of the past. Jazelle Lois herself was terribly cold at that moment. She was shivering, which wasn't strange as Renji had dragged her through several gates in a row. But her condition was not the main problem at that moment. She looked at Renji and wondered if his hair would be the same color as before. If it weren't for the Magus's hair color changes, the whole day might have seemed like an interesting dream. At that moment, the guy stopped, and the glow already familiar to Jazelle appeared in his hand. After that, the man's familiars materialized near the couple. Jazelle was worried about the mage. It seemed that he was using too much magic at once and was in a bad mood now. The girl wanted them to stop and rest. She told the boss that he looked very tired. The heroine did not have time to fully voice her thought because the man swayed sharply. Jazelle realized that the guy had begun to fall, but she would not have time to run to him and stop the fall. She could only watch from the side as her escort fell forward. The magician fell to the ground. Where many flowers grew, the girl hurried to him. She called him, but the man did not respond to the heroine's voice. At some point, the guy still came to his senses. Jazelle threw the mage over her and asked if he could walk. Renji wanted to stay in this place. It would help him recover and everything would pass. Jazelle had no intention of leaving Renji alone in such a state. It was hard for the guy to talk, but he tried to calm the girl down and said that everything was fine. The man told her to leave and began to fall again. Seconds later, Renji was lying unconscious in the garden again. The familiars said that the owner should be urgently moved to the center of the garden. If Renji is moved to the center, his magic will stabilize and he will be able to recover. The girl regretted not trying to stop him when the guy started using too much magic. The heroine thought about changing the color of Renji's hair. She decided that the color had changed precisely because of the overconsumption of magical energy. Then the complex process of moving the magician to the desired point in the garden began. The familiars cheered the heroine and led her to the center. It took a lot of strength, but the girl dragged the man to the place where the familiars pointed. The butterflies confirmed that their master is now in the place where there is the most magic. The familiars wondered why the owner had called them today, because there was no danger in this place. After a moment's thought, the familiars said that Jazelle was to blame for their appearance. The master had been calling them only to Jazelle lately, and had done so even when his magic was unstable. Jazelle felt guilty that the magician had called Ren and Bon to help her. The girl quickly stopped thinking about her helplessness because she saw something unusual. Flowers began to release magic. It was incredibly beautiful. The heroine realized that Renji's body had begun to absorb the magic of flowers, thereby beginning the process of recovery. The familiars told Jazelle that she could leave. From now on, they themselves would protect the owner. The girl did not want to leave a sick person on the street. Familiars believed that Renji was not sick but tired and he was just resting. The confidence of the butterflies led the blonde to think that this was not the first time Renji had been in such a state in this garden. She asked the familiars to confirm her guess, at the same time asking if this was a normal phenomenon for mages. Familiars could not know for sure because they are not always summoned, but their owner is special and incredible. The butterflies continued that this is why the master withstood the attack of the traitors. When he recovers, he will punish the traitors. The heroine wanted to know even more what happened to her boss in the past. She asked the familiars to tell her everything, because she knew nothing about that incident. The butterflies could not tell the heroine about everything, although they knew that her strength would not be enough to betray her master. But even then, the traitors did not have the strength to betray Renji. The girl sat down next to the mage again. She was hurt by the realization that he had been betrayed in the past. Now she could only look at the guy and wait for him to come to his senses. Jazelle understood that it was pointless to wind herself up. Nothing would change now. Unconscious, Renji's thoughts returned to that ill-fated day. He had no strength and the pain was unbearable. The guy wondered if his pain was worth anything or if everything that happened was in vain. The magician opened his eyes. He did not quite understand where he was and how long he had been passed out. He remembered that he and Jazelle had reached the garden. Renji jumped up abruptly, his head still aching, but his first thought was to ask where Jazelle was now. Only now did he notice a damp towel on his hand. But this was not the only oddity. The man looked around and became even more confused. He was lying on a blanket, and around him were covered plates with food and a ladle of water. He was no less confused by the umbrella. Renji did not understand why an open umbrella was left next to him. Just then, Jazelle came up, happy to see that her boss had finally woken up. The girl had just brought some soup, so she decided to give it to the mage right away. From emotion, the girl stumbled and began to fall towards Renji with the pallet. Still holding the umbrella in his hands, the dark magus had time to react. He stopped the fall of the girl and the soup, which did not even have time to spill out. Once back on her feet, Jazelle immediately scolded Renji for using magic again. The guy wondered why all this food was here. It turned out that Jazelle was waiting so much for him to wake up. There was an umbrella in case it rained, food in case the boss woke up hungry, and a mat to lie on. Renji was surprised that the butterflies hadn't told the blonde about the restorative properties of the place. Jazelle knew about the power of recovery, but she tried to make everything more comfortable. She added that it is not normal to faint after using magic. Renji considered this to be an ordinary case, but the girl insisted that the situation was clearly out of control. Jazelle was clearly angry with Renji because of yesterday's events. The guy realized that his subordinate was much more attentive than he thought. At the same time, the magician did not deny that the girl was helping him because of some of her own benefits. Jazelle recalled that Renji let her into the house because he trusted her. In this case, the heroine does not understand why the magician did not expect even such basic care from her. The girl was waiting for an answer from the mage. Her gaze was piercing. The man could not answer in the first second. He wanted to convey his thoughts and feelings correctly. Randy believed that his faith was his feelings, but the girl was not obliged to respond to these feelings. The guy assumed that he should not expect anything in return for his kindness. This phrase terribly angered the girl. She tried her best to restrain herself. The heroine took a deep breath and clenched her fists, which allowed Jazelle to reduce her ardor a little. The girl made a face that she didn't care and replied that she understood the feelings of the boss. Renji asked why the girl was angry while Jazelle believed that she was not angry. She did not like that she was treated in a special way and misled, and then pretended that nothing had happened. Renji still didn't understand why the blonde was so hurt by his words. The girl had to collect all her emotions and finally say what she had wanted for a long time. Jazelle admitted that she had feelings. The confession was completely unexpected for Renji. The girl added that her behavior was because she had feelings in her boss. After that, the heroine said that she was a representative of the Korean people, full of love. Renji wondered what the girl was talking about, but he didn't ask about it. In the end, Jazelle mentioned that she would be glad if her answer was useful to her boss. Renji didn't answer anything, so the girl decided to leave, at which point the guy took her hand. With a dissatisfied intonation, she asked what the boss wanted from her this time. Instead of words, Renji did something else that took the heroine by surprise. He pulled her to him, holding her hands tightly, Renji searching for words. The heroine thought that he would tell her about his feelings, but the guy asked if she slept that night. The dark mage saw circles under his eyes indicating sleep deprivation. Jazelle did not think that bruises would appear in one sleepless night, and this was bad because she still had to go to work. Renji didn't understand what kind of job a girl needed to do if she wasn't sleeping, so he told her to go to bed immediately. The heroine wanted to object, but Renji lightly touched her with magic. The girl realized that in a few seconds, she suddenly felt very tired and she was sleepy. Moments later, she fell asleep right in the man's arms. He intercepted her comfortably, remembering the words about his feelings for his boss. Renji hadn't thought about such things as feelings for a very long time, and he hadn't expected a confession from the girl. As the mage was about to leave for the house, he noticed a strange glow in the flower field. This was not a mistake. The flowers really began to release magical energy. After Renji's restoration, the released magical energy was supposed to be drawn into the ground. But the guy had never seen such a reaction of flowers in all the time that he was in this mansion. The only reason for the behavior of plants could be Jazelle. The Loisbin that Renji knew was not a mage and did not have a magic cup. But it seems that this Jazelle has her, which confirms that this girl is a very interesting creature. He was pleased to remember how she had tried to help him and packed so many things, even though she was not well versed in the house. And Jazelle also said things that it is better for no stranger to hear in order to avoid problems. The guy decided that he needed to respond to such a bold confession of his employee. It is difficult to say how much time passed while Jazelle slept. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she was somewhere where she was definitely not supposed to be. She jumped up with the thought that she had to look after the boss. A second later, the girl froze. A strange picture opened before her eyes. There were many flowers and chic furniture around. There was also a table on which there were a variety of goodies, as well as already prepared tea. Renji was sitting next to her bed, who asked with a satisfied face if the girl had slept well. Jazelle realized that the guy had just brought all the furniture from home to the garden so that she could sleep comfortably in the garden. The girl was worried that the guy used magic. He considered it a trifle and assumed that the girl was hungry after sleep. The blonde was offended that the boss considered her a glutton. Renji said that Jazelle was now acting like his Jazelle again, and at the same time he called the golem cook. The girl was surprised when the doors inside the golem began to open and steam came out of it. It turned out that inside was a plate of fried meat with vegetables. The girl was most impressed by the flowing smoke and oozing juice. The girl named the 17th golem the best cook. Renji was surprised that the heroine gave the golem a name. The blonde explained that the names allow you to address the desired golem and not get confused in them. Renji pondered when his employee managed to name all the golems. When the girl was eating meat with pleasure, Renji decided to ask her something. He wondered what kind of creature was hiding in the body of Jazelle Lois, and perhaps she was a spirit. The girl almost choked when the guy called her a spirit because there was no way she could be a spirit. The guy came to the conclusion about the spirit because the girl partially knows the future and does not die from poisons. In addition, the heroine did not look like an ordinary person. At this moment, Jazelle swallowed nervously. After the man added that after the girl fell asleep, something unusual happened. It seems that Renji was determined to find out the secret identity of the current Jazelle Lois. Smiling, the magician added that at some point he had an interest in the girl. The confession quickly unsettled Jazelle because the phrase about interest is very ambiguous. The guy added that he was very interested in the creature that settled in Jazelle. The girl became wary when Renji added that this was not mere curiosity. He clarified that he was not interested in Jazelle Lois, but in his Jazelle with whom he is now speaking. The mage wanted to know about her as a person who lived in another world. Renji wanted to know her life story from the beginning. The girl did not know what exactly to tell her about herself and her past life. Suddenly, the heroine thought that she simply misunderstood his phrase about interest. This helped the girl collect her thoughts and offer her boss a deal. She suggested to the boss that he also tell something about himself for an honest conversation. The guy wondered if Jazelle should find out the truth about him, and what truth. The blonde was not sure that a dark magician would entrust information to someone like her, but the guy still agreed. The consent was so unexpected that the girl did not believe what she heard. The man added that if this is how her interest in him is manifested, then he agrees. Giselle thought that now the man's words sounded like flirting. The heroine wanted to tell him about it, but changed her mind and clarified whether his story would be based on her questions. Then, before the conversation began, the girl added that she wanted to hear only truthful answers from Renji. The employee wanted to know what happened to her boss in the past. According to Renji, the dark magic in him manifested itself at the moment when he was 8 years old. Instead of strength, the guy felt only pain at that moment. He wanted his parents to support him and help him cope with fear and pain. But the father and mother were aggressive and didn't seem to know what to do with their son. What little Renji heard frightened him even more. His father believed that his son's soul had been devoured by the devil, so his body must be killed before Renji became a dark magician. The child became scared. One of the knights swung a sword at him, and at that moment the guy began to exude dark magic. Renji saw the contempt in the knight's eyes and watched in slow motion as the knight swung his sword over his head. The strongest fear gave rise to a powerful surge of uncontrollable magic. Energy began to gather around the boy. It became difficult for the soldiers and parents to breathe. A few seconds passed, and the guy magically threw away everything in front of him. Even my parents got it, although they were relatively far away. In that state, Renji ran away from home and immediately became the target of the light magicians for destruction. The man's story shocked the girl. She could not hold back her tears. A second later, the heroine was indignant at how her parents could call on the soldiers to kill an 8-year-old boy who had just gone to the 1st grade. Renji said that such a situation was normal for parents whose children possessed dark magic. Jazelle regretted that nothing was said about it in the novel. Then it dawned on the heroine that during that escape, the boy could have been seriously injured, and therefore now he constantly faints. Renji asked who it was and when he was injured. Jazelle suddenly realized that her boss did not remember that he had passed out the day before. Exhaling, the guy noted that the changes in his body occurred much later. That day, he met the Archmage and 2 of his disciples. Then the Archmage helped him recover and saved him from death. Jazelle thought that the guy was most likely talking about the appearance of Dylan and Vivienne in the novel. Renji said it was time to stop his story and start listening to Jazelle's story when she opened her eyes and became Jazelle Lois. The girl wanted to know the continuation of his story and simply said that she had been summoned to this world and did not know it until Renji explained. Also, the heroine has no idea why poisons do not work on her. Renji interrupted Jazelle and asked why she was talking about the events that had happened since her death. The magician recalled that he told about the events that happened in his childhood. Now the guy wanted to know the story of the current Jazelle. Renji wanted to find out under what circumstances the girl became Jazelle Lois and why poisons do not work on her. At the same time, most of all, the brunette wanted to know about the person who existed before Jazelle. The guy confused the blonde. She didn't even know how to tell his story about poisons and awakening in the dungeon again. Renji corrected the girl. He didn't want to listen to the story of Jazelle Lois from this world. The guy wanted to hear about the girl who lived in the past world, about what she was like. Jazelle felt bitter as she remembered the previous version of herself. In her previous life, she was the most ordinary, unremarkable person. Jazelle would have gladly told about her former self, but that version had neither talents nor abilities. Then Renji asked the heroine to tell about her ordinary self without abilities and her ordinary life. The blonde did not understand why a mage would listen to a boring story, but Renji reminded him that he was interested in Jazelle. The heroine did not understand such a high interest in her person, while already confused in trying to understand Renji's speech manners. The girl suggested that the man had a weakness for the appearance of Jazelle Lois, so he suddenly showed interest in her. Renji repeated that he was interested in her, not in Jazelle Lois, and did not understand what was not clear here. The guy assumed that Jazelle was afraid that the magician would lock her in the laboratory and study her, or decide to kill her as a fictitious Lois. The girl was embarrassed to say what she was going to say. She clarified whether the guy remembers her phrase that she is not interested in relationships in the workplace. The girl exhaled that she had finally uttered this phrase, but there was no answer from Renji. There was silence in the conversation, and Jazelle felt that she had to say something urgently. She looked at the guy and didn't understand why the magician's face was so surprised. The heroine decided that Renji meant the same thing, and Jazelle could not even think about it. Now Renji asked why the heroine had such a surprised face, because he immediately said that he was interested in her. The girl realized that the magician was interested, but did not think that it was in this vein. The heroine was sure that Renji was in love with Vivienne. The guy thought that this was the most delusional thought today and asked how the girl even knew it. The heroine replied that it was connected with the future and that she believed that he did not love Dylan because of Vivienne's unreciprocated love. Renji asked to answer honestly if Jazelle was as crazy before the transfer because a normal person cannot have such thoughts. Jazelle realized that she had not guessed right again and was overcome by hatred for the novella, which once again made a mistake and went in the wrong direction. The heroine said that there was a prophecy about this world in her world. It spoke about the future of some people who occupy an important position in society. According to it, Renji secretly loved Vivienne and therefore feuded with Dylan. The magician believed that this was more of a fairy tale than a prophecy, but Jazelle noted that some details converge. Renji recommended that Jazelle forget about the content of the novel because he was only interested in her, in Jazelle. Then the heroine came to a frightening guess, according to which the main villain of the story fell in love with her instead of Viviana. Is it possible that now the girl has taken the role of the main character and will play her position in the novel? This discovery had become too creepy, and the girl urgently wanted to forget it. A storm began in Jazelle's head that she should have fallen in love with this handsome man because no one could save her from the magician. The girl stopped her confused thoughts and decided to turn to her boss again. She asked if he planned to imprison her in a dark room where no light could penetrate. The heroine immediately remembered that the book came with an age rating of 19+. Tears welled up in her eyes from fantasies, and the blonde cryingly asked if she would be given clothes. Renji replied that he was also interested in finding out what the employees' preferences were. The heroine was immediately against everything. In the prophecy, the dark magician did a lot of things to Vivian. Jazelle did not want to take her place. The heroine pulled herself together and thought that Renji was not at all like he was described in the book. The girl began to laugh nervously. Renji did not like the way their conversation continued at all. He asked Jazelle if she would be there for him, even if he didn't have to go through all these troubles. The girl did not understand where the guy got such self-confidence, and in fact, the heroine is not so easily accessible. Renji believed that they were connected from the very beginning. After all, the girl got here because of the forbidden technique aimed at him. The guy remembered the blonde's promise that she would become the subordinate of the strongest villain. But the most important thing is that Renji has a genuine interest in Jazelle. The heroine realized that the guy's words are so reasonable that she cannot object to him. The girl ended the conversation by saying that in any case, she does not start a relationship in the workplace. Renji replied that he could fire her at any time and lock her in the basement until their relationship became what he wanted. Having frightened the heroine, the brunette added that he did not want to do this and would not do it. The guy is sure that the girl will always be with him, and he did not think about the relationship at all until Jazelle started talking about it. The girl realized that she had overreacted, and she felt very ashamed. Blushing, she replied that she had gone too far and asked for forgiveness. After Renji replied that now he had something to think about their relationship, Jazelle flushed in a new way. It seems that the new life not just sucks, but a complete failure for the newly made Jazelle Lois bin. The next day, Jazelle sighed hopelessly in the store. Sulyan was worried about the girl and asked if she was not feeling well. He asked for a drop of blood, to which the girl replied yes. Gilberton suggested that Jazelle was really sick because it was impossible to share blood with Sulyan. Vindria also noticed that the girl was not here in her mind, so she asked what was bothering her. Jazelle revealed her problem with Renji, but said that it was the problem of her close friend and her friend's boss. Gilberton immediately advised his friend to put her boss out of her mind for the latter's bad character. Her friend's boss also treats her well, but she took his actions by mistake, and Sulyan did not see this as a problem. When Jazelle added a clause about the possible death of the boss because of his work, both guys immediately suggested that their friend leave the boss. Vindria watched the whole conversation in silence and drew her own conclusions. Jazelle admitted that her friend could not leave the boss's company because otherwise she would be quickly killed. Sulyan summed up that the friend has to endure a boss with a bad temper who can die prematurely. Gilberton thought that all the conditions listed by the girl seemed very familiar to him for some reason. The guys clearly began to compare whether Renji fits the description of the boss of Jazelle's friend. Vindria decided to interrupt the couple's reasoning in advance and asked if they had anything to do today. The woman recalled that Gilberton had a meeting with Renji and Sulyan had the only patient in a month. The guys ran about their business, promising to pray for their friend Jazelle. The women saw the guys off in silence. They were both glad that they managed to stop their conclusions about their girlfriend's boss. Vindria wondered how much Renji disliked Jazelle. The woman knew that Jazelle's story was about herself, because the blonde had no friends. Vindria added that it would not be possible to get out of it. Everyone noticed Renji's interest in the heroine. The woman saw no reason to panic and offered to just be with the guy because he would not ask for anything special. Vindria revealed the secret that Renji had never wanted to talk to girls before. The woman threw up her hands and said that this is the essence of dark magicians. They should only be given magic, and girls are not needed. Vindria added that she had not been into this society for a long time and had already enjoyed everything she could. Before she could finish speaking, Tan burst through the door of the store. The woman stared at the student with displeasure and asked why he was so nervous. The guy said that the atmosphere outside had become a little strange. With that, Vindria jumped up from her chair and ran to the exit. The woman was sure of the premonition that had arisen. At the entrance to the store, she turned sharply and looked at the heroine. Vindria ordered the girl to close the doors and windows of the shop immediately. Vindria's change of heart and demands to close the store came too much for Jazelle. Vindria advised us to use Thane as bait if something happened. Tane was against such an idea, but Vindria believed that Jazelle should not be left alone, otherwise they would get it from Renji later. Jazelle asked the woman what was happening here and why the store was closed. Vindria looked at the girl and realized that this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. The woman stated that they had been invaded by bad guys and that Vindria was going to go and experiment with a new technique. Vindria added that many criminals had gathered in this place, so there were many who wanted to clean up the place. The blonde remembered that in the book, the combined forces of Dylan and Vivian attacked Banhel, but believed that they were just looking for Wayne. The girl exhaled because it turns out that she will just be able to close the doors and hide inside the store. Vindria did not understand what it meant for a blonde to hide, for hide and seek would not help here. With a villainous intonation, Vindria explained that she needed to close the shop, grab her tools, and get ready to leave. Vindria was going to take part in this whole mess to the fullest, but why was the woman so active in demanding that the store be closed? Jazelle still did not understand what was wanted of her. A happy Suliang and Gilberton flew past the store. They were going to give the villains heat. Vindria planned to keep them company. It seems that Jazelle understood why the woman insisted on closing the store. It seems that Vindria's new technology can break everything it gets. Vindria almost ran out of the store but was caught by her clothes by Thon. He was worried that his master would go to the battlefield without him, and Vindria was angry that Sulyan and Gilberton had already begun the fun. Jazelle's imagination threw terrible pictures of her villainous friends one after another. The guy had no choice but to come to terms with the will of his great teacher. Vindria warned that if something happened to Jazelle, then Thane would be immediately kicked out. At this moment, the delivery man looked like a faithful dog that is abandoned by the owner. Jazelle tried to support the guy and reminded him that his teacher was a very strong magician. Tan turned to the heroine and asked if she was okay. Jazelle did not understand why the guy suddenly asked such a question. Thane believed that it was impossible to feel normal when a group like Knights ruined everything but pretended to be fair. The guy believed that he should take revenge on the light magicians for putting Jazelle in prison and destroying her family. According to Tane, the Loisben family lent money to the dark magicians, for which the light magicians took out their evil on Jazelle. The guy did not understand why the girl reacted so calmly to such injustice. The delivery man believed that the light magicians used some kind of spell on Jazelle, so she was no longer angry with them. The heroine tried to convey to Tan the idea that she was not so kind, but the guy did not hear her. Jazelle considered herself an ordinary person who also had a couple of people she hated. The blonde did not finish the sentence. Renji's familiars appeared in front of her. The butterflies said that this guy was too noisy and decided to remove him. Thane recognized the butterflies, and the familiars called the guy a scoundrel who dared to point his finger at them. It seemed that Ban was seriously angry with Tan and was about to attack him with a needle. The girls still managed to calm down the familiars, but they still did not like Ten. They added that the owner did not like the delivery man either. In vain, Ten at this moment compared the strength of Renji and his teacher, who, in his opinion, is much stronger than the brunette. Jazelle miraculously caught Ban wanting to kill the impudent man and added that Renji really could use to strengthen her body. Ten continued to think that Renji could use to build muscle, and his face was too pale. Jazelle said that the boss's muscles now seemed to be carved from gold. Ten considered such a body to be nonsense and showed what the muscles of a real man should look like. Renji, who appeared behind the heroine, noticed that he did not like men jocks either. Jazelle jumped away from the guy. He frightened her terribly with such an appearance. Renji wondered why Ten was hanging out in the store if Vindria wasn't here. Tang explained that the teacher had come out to conduct an important test of the new technique. Once Renji came, then Ten could return to his master. The guy was instantly inspired when Vindria called him teacher. After that, the guy immediately rushed out of the store in search of his teacher. Renji asked who the two that Jazelle hated were. The mage overheard part of the conversation with Thane and wanted to clarify what kind of people he was talking about, but Jazelle replied that it was just a phrase. The guy noted that she should hate at least Dylan anyway. Jazelle asked if Renji needed to go outside, because there were many knights there, and the guy thought that there were a lot of people there without him. At that time, Jazelle did not understand why the magician had come, if it was safe in this place now. The blonde remembered that Renji wasn't going to go to the store because he had a lot to do in the morning. The guy smiled mysteriously and said that he had come to the heroine. He could not leave the girl alone, knowing that she was afraid of such situations. It was very unusual to hear that he was worried about the heroine. Renji noticed that the knights were acting too strange this time. The guy suggested that the knights were pursuing some other goal than to break everything they stumbled upon in the city. Renji decided that Jazelle was the target of the light forces. The girl remembered the incident with the light magician. Jazelle found it strange that they hadn't moved this time after discovering the store, but Renji retorted that this was his main base. After that, he quickly pressed the girl to him and turned sharply towards the front door. The guy immediately created a defensive sphere, after which he began to create dark energy for the attack. The girl shifted her gaze from Renji to the door and understood the reason for his unexpected actions. Renji addressed Dylan by name and said that they were now in his territory, so the brunette already had the advantage from the beginning of the battle. Dylan looked tense, but his gaze was determined. He was going to deal with Renji here and now. Renji had assumed that Dylan might show up, but as soon as that happened, the mage's mood soured. Despite the girl, Renji turned to her. The heroine nervously replied to the guy. The brunette ordered the girl to follow Ren and Ben, who would escort her home. The blonde was surprised, because it turns out that she will leave the magician alone with the hero. Dylan got tired of listening to the couple's conversations, and he hit them with magic. The dark mage easily deflected the attack, which caused anxiety in the hero. With a sudden blow, Dylan wanted to separate the guy and the girl, but he failed. It seemed to the blonde that the couple glued together. Renji noticed that the blonde appeared after so many years and immediately began to say indecent things. Dylan recommended that Renji remember about shame, but the warlock replied that he did not know such a word. Jazelle knew that the relationship between the two was strained, but she didn't think it was that bad. Dylan warned Renji that his girlfriend could expect a blow from behind. Jazelle was very angry that the hero says such things about her. Renji believed that Dylan was outright stupid. Besides, the blonde's abilities remained as spontaneous. Dylan replied that Renji remained just as malicious. The familiars told Jazelle that it was time for them to go, and that the master had created an emergency warp gate in the bedroom. The heroine remembered Renji's grumbling that the girl hid under the bed. Apparently then he created a warp gate just in case. The girl was not sure that she should leave, but she understood that she was of no use here. Immediately the image of Renji popped up in the blonde's memory when he overdid it with the use of magic. The familiars began to hurry the girl, who for some reason did not move. Despite the tense situation, Jazelle risked distracting Renji with a question. She told him to faint only when he got home, and the guy wasn't going to faint at all. After that, Renji asked Jazelle to leave the store as soon as possible. The dark mage planned to end the battle quickly and unleashed a lot of magic. Jazelle felt that she needed to make her legs faster. On the move, the girl shouted that the guy had made her a promise and that she would watch the time. The heroine heard Dylan. He shouted to the girl that it was useless to run. Dylan's tracking seal will find the girl everywhere she goes. Jazelle was shocked. She thought that Emily's headscarf solved this problem. Renji interrupted Dylan and asked what was wrong with Jazelle being marked. The dark mage knew that tracking magic was a one-time thing, so when the time ran out, Dylan would come back. Renji was completely confident in his ability to hide. Dylan considered Renji rude and said that he would pay for it. The brunette noticed that there was only one rude person here, and it was clearly not him. Dylan shouted that he wouldn't kill Renji because there was a man who wanted to see him. Renji was not impressed. The knight was angry. He did not want the dark mage to speak ill of Vivienne. After these words, Jazelle realized that Dylan's original target was Renji, not her. It turns out that the light magician who broke into the store was also looking for a meeting with Renji. Jazelle just became a convenient variable to get to the magician. If you think like that, it was Vivienne who used Jazelle Lois to get to Renji. It was risky to think in this place, so Jazelle informed the guy that she was definitely leaving now. Jazelle threw a phrase to the men so that they would not destroy the store, but Dylan decided that the blonde was clearly crazy. Renji accused Dylan of Vivienne's approach to Jazelle in an extremely dirty way. The knight did not like that the dark magician dared to insult his girlfriend. Although Renji blamed Vivienne, he was not sure that she was behind the incident. Whoever was in the girl's body, the manners were more like men's. The brunette continued to ponder, and the answer to his own question appeared in front of him. Suddenly, Renji told Dylan that he had figured out the situation now. The dark mage revealed the identity of the light mage, and then asked Dylan if Grind was still alive. The blonde man thought that the dark magician had crossed all boundaries with this question. Dylan rushed to attack, but Renji was already ready to deflect the blow. Renji realized that Dylan was unable to activate the teleportation circle due to the limitations of the tracking technique. The brunette hadn't expected that Dylan would be able to get close to him so quickly. The dark mage noticed a sword swing to his right at the last second. To repel the blow, the magician had to use a large amount of magical energy. Meanwhile, Jazelle walked back and forth, worrying about Renji. The butterflies were also on edge, and Jazelle's movements back and forth only made them angrier. The familiars complained that because of the heroine, their head had already begun to spin, and asked her to stop walking. Jazelle called the butterflies heartless because they did not worry about the guy, while the familiars believed that the owner was strong and there was no reason to worry. The familiars called Dylan a loser and a traitor who would never be able to defeat their master. Jazelle was surprised that the familiars called Dylan's stash a loser and a traitor. In the girl's head, another puzzle of the joint past of Renji and Dylan began to take shape. She decided to ask who the people who had betrayed Renji in the past were. She found it hard to believe that the main characters of the novel could turn out to be such low people. The butterflies said that they should not tell the heroine about it. Jazelle worried that she herself might now be the indirect cause of Renji's death if she was the subject of a forbidden technique. The blonde needed to know what exactly Jazelle Lois was trying to summon and why she ended up in this world. Jazelle asked to tell what kind of relationship Renji had with the characters. The butterflies looked at each other. They were not sure that such a thing could be told. After that, they decided to tell part of what the girl asked for, and added that these are very old memories of the owner. The butterflies began their story from the place that Renji had previously told Jazelle about. After running away from home, the boy tried to hide and survive in the forest for a long time. Eventually, he became exhausted. Renji was tired of fighting and decided that if death would not let him go, then let it come as soon as possible. It was at this time that a group of several people was passing through the forest. Two of them were children, Dylan and Vivian. The teacher decided to show the students that a person attaches importance to anything, even such as pain. The man added that the pain of some people is noble, and the pain of others is usually ignored. Vivian wanted to cure the boy, but Dylan believed that treating the unknown was too dangerous. Vivian believed that there was no danger because she was an outstanding light magician. The mentor stopped Vivian, saying that the girl's power could not be used for this boy. The reason was that the boy in front of them was a dark magus. The mentor asked Dylan not to look at the boy so fiercely. The teacher saw that the boy had only recently revealed his powers and compared him to a flower that had not blossomed. Viviana wondered if there was a way to help the boy. Thinking about it, the mentor thought that their meeting was predetermined by fate. The man wanted to ask the guy a question. For this, he knelt down in front of him. He asked if it was important for the boy on which side his pain was now. After that, he waited for an answer on which the child's future depended. Renji replied that the pain side meant nothing to him. The man was pleased with the dark magician's answer. After that, the mentor asked the boy to give his name. Upon learning the child's name, the man introduced himself as Burfin Grind. The man promised to turn Renji's pain into pain that mattered. After that, the mentor took the boy with him to the palace, where he gave him a roof over his head. One of the following days, Vivian searched for Renji. She told the boy that there was great news for him. The mentor found a way to cleanse Renji's body. The boy didn't quite understand what it meant to cleanse. Viviana explained that according to the teacher, magic has one source, which means that the nature of magic can also be changed. The girl took his hand. Viviana was happy that the guy would be able to master the pure divine power. The heroine asked Renji to hurry up to her mentor to carry out a cleansing. During the purification, the mentor used some kind of spell that brought the boy incredible pain. The mentor asked Renji to be patient and explained that pain is a difference to achieve a great goal. The man promised that after cleansing, even a small pain would be of great value. Vivian was happy to see the boy's torment and promised that she would also cleanse him when she fully learned magic. The girl added that they were now friends, and she would not allow dark magic to consume the guy. The pain that Renji felt was unbearable. He wanted it all to end soon. Meanwhile, in Renji's store, the participants in the fight staged a pogrom. After inspecting the damage from the last spells, Renji realized that Jazelle would grumble a lot if she saw this. Renji felt that Dylan's tracking technique was about to end and told him that the time was up for the hero. The dark mage asked me to stop smashing someone else's store and get out of here as soon as possible. Disappearing, Dylan said that he remembered the sins of the brunette and would make him pay for them. Renji was amused to hear these threats, so he didn't take the hero's words seriously. After the hero disappeared into the circle, Renji came to the conclusion that he should take a bath. But if he comes home late, then one shy chicken will squeak again. With these thoughts in mind, the guy created a circle to move around. Moving to Jazelle, he wanted to say that it was all over, but the girl immediately ran up to him with a dissatisfied face. She believed that Dylan should be told to fail, despite the fact that he is the main character of the story. A roaring Jazelle believed that her boss had earned the right to be happy. Renji did not understand what had happened to the girl in his absence. The dark mage called to the familiars, hoping that at least they would explain Jazelle's behavior. It turns out that the butterflies told the girl a little about the past of the owner so that she would calm down during his absence. Renji didn't understand why the blonde was roaring from a small story about his past. The girl saw the past of the magician and now believes that Burfin is crazy, like Vivian, and they both really off the blonde. Renji was surprised that the butterflies showed the girl his memories, and as a result, she was now roaring. The man realized that his familiars had done what was forbidden. The blonde saw that for some reason the man was very angry at the butterflies. It turned out that the magician was angry because it was the first time familiars had used magic without his permission. Given Renji's intonation, Jazelle sensed that he was unhappy and that the girl was only getting in his way now. The blonde decided to apologize, but the magician did not understand why Jazelle was apologizing. The heroine felt guilty because Renji came back tired, and she found out his past from the butterflies. The brunette was not angry with the girl, but decided to clarify whether the butterflies really showed her his past. The strange thing was that the familiars used magic that they weren't even given. This is the second strange incident related to magic and Jazelle, after the incomprehensible behavior of flowers in Renji's garden. Jazelle didn't quite understand why the guy was lost in thought. In the end, Renji simply asked what the girl saw that upset her a lot. Almost in a whisper, the heroine replied that the cause was his pain. She believed that suffering has no value, because pain is always pain. The heroine took what she saw hard and did not know whether she would have endured this. Renji said that there is no single correct answer to the notion of noble and useless pain. Be that as it may, all this is in the past. Jazelle believed that some people could still be trusted, and she wanted to prove it. Renji asked if the girl would mind being fired. Apparently, the guy said so after a conversation where Jazelle made it clear that she did not start a relationship at work. The heroine understood that she had driven herself into a very uncomfortable situation. The girl was a little angry at Renji's good memory and asked why the guy was always so categorical. The magician replied that he was just joking and he was giving the girl the opportunity to make him trust her. Jazelle decided that in this case, the guy did not have to worry and she would identify any poison, no matter what enemies slipped him. Renji was surprised because earlier Jazelle had said that Wayne had died of poison, but the girl then simply did not know about the true leader of the Dark Magicians. Jazelle herself will make every effort to fight the villains, and for her, as a weak girl, it will cost a lot of determination. Smiling, Renji thanked for the heroine's great determination. After that, the magician added that first it was necessary to start researching Jazelle herself. The guy pointed his finger at the top of the girl's head and said that here her hair color had changed. It seems that the blonde began to gradually turn into a brunette. After this news, the heroine urgently demanded to give her a mirror and was convinced of the truthfulness of her boss's words. She regretted that in this world, beauty salons apparently do not exist. Jazelle remembered that she had a deposit of 30,000 won in a beauty salon near the house. The heroine died without having time to use it. The girl was extremely sad that she did not have time to spend her money. Jazelle didn't care what her hair color was, but she didn't want to be spoiled by a banana. The heroine asked why her hair was changing, whether it could be some kind of disease. The guy said that she ate 2 servings for breakfast, so she had no health problems. The girl thought that these could be the consequences of some kind of magic, like the side effects of Dylan's magic. The heroine lowered her handkerchief and said in surprise that the trail had almost completely disappeared. Renji explained that Dylan had used tracking magic, so the mark was now loose and would quickly come off. Regarding the change in hair color, the Dark Magician decided that what was happening was due to the connection of this body with the girl's soul. The magician noted that even her appearance had changed slightly compared to the wanted poster. Jazelle fell into despondency that now the beauty of Jazelle Lois was taken away from her and she could not be beautiful. Renji asked him to answer honestly who Jazelle was in her past life and what power she had. The guy reminded that she had a high inclination to magic, but Jazelle did not understand the reasons for this because in her world, magic does not exist at all. Besides, the girl didn't see the benefit of being inclined to magic if she couldn't become a magician anyway. Jazelle will not be able to use magic because due to the lack of a vessel, she cannot accumulate it. Renji thought they should visit the place where the ceremony was performed. The man thought that Jazelle was prone to reproducing magic, and in that place they would be able to learn something about her. After all, it is a very strange situation that a person who is not a magician is able to reproduce magic. Therefore, Renji considered it extremely important to find out the secret of the appearance of his Jazelle and what exactly the former Jazelle was trying to summon. A few days later, the cart with the heroes moved to the place of the ritual. Jazelle believed that if she had known about the trip in advance, she would have been better prepared. And in the end, everything happened too suddenly, and she didn't even have time to pack her suitcase. The company traveled on their own because they could not use the warp gate. As Renji explained why they hadn't used magic, Jazelle realized that she was starting to feel sick. The guy decided that the girl felt sick because she ate too many cookies. The girl was sure that this was not the case, and in general, Sulyan ate much more. Vindria at this moment was angry with Sulyan for eating the cookies too loudly. Jazelle believed that cookies should be eaten quickly because they can spoil if stored for a long time. The guy offered the girl to sleep a little. She would gladly do it if she had such an opportunity. The girl was inspired, thinking that the company was going to the city, the detailed description of which was in the book. Renji said they were going to a town called Runeti. The dark mage did not suspect that he had uttered a word that became like a bolt from the blue for Jazelle. Runeti was the city that was written about in the second part of the novel, and it was there that all 3 main characters met. In the first episode of the second chapter, a meeting of dark magicians took place, at which they used the inhabitants of the city as victims. A series of events in the novel began during the festival. Jazelle asked if a festival was planned in the city in the near future. Renji did not know about it. The girl decided that if the meeting was held, the head would know about it, which means there was nothing to worry about. The guy asked what the girl was thinking about. Jazelle replied that she was thinking about buns with new flavors. The magician was satisfied with such an answer because this is all about his Jazelle, always thinking about delicious food. The blonde was happy to learn that the company had almost reached its destination. Perhaps there is still a lot of time before the events of the book, and there is nothing to worry about yet. After a while, the carriage finally stopped. Jazelle got out of the carriage and felt relieved because she was sick most of the way. While Jazelle was warming up, Renji called the girl to him. He snapped his fingers, creating some kind of magic. The heroine was surprised to see her blonde hair dye black before her eyes. A few seconds passed and Jazelle became a brunette. Renji decided to help the girl because she complained that she did not want to be a rotten banana. The guy noted that no one would notice such a small magic of changing the color of his hair. Once all the preparations were completed, Renji suggested that the girl finally move away from the carriage. There were many people around. They joyfully welcomed the new arrivals to their city. Giselle thought that the inhabitants of the city had no vigilance at all if they had so easily missed a man who was wanted everywhere. Renji sensed that his employee was walking tense. The guy asked the heroine if she liked this. It turns out that the man was talking about the local flower pollen. Many guests came to Runeti for it. The girl believed that this was not the best place, and in general she felt sorry for those who do this, because their hands probably hurt. The man wondered if there was anything in this city that would interest the heroine. Somehow the girl seemed suspicious of the direction of questions from her boss. The heroine decided that the boss was secretly trying to find out about her preferences. Renji replied that he was trying to find out her interests openly. Even this answer caused the heroine a slight indignation. She noted that one day she would become stronger than the boss. Renji became extremely curious about what would happen after Giselle became stronger than him. The guy got too close to the girl. As a result, a slight blush appeared on her face. The dark magician whispered to the heroine that she should hide her face better. It is now clearly visible. Still covered in paint, the girl thanked her boss and said that she would be more careful. After that, she quickened her pace and added that they needed to get to the hotel as soon as possible. Moving ahead, the heroine thanked fate that she is now wearing a hood, and Renji does not see her condition. After a while, the company finally reached the hotel. Giselle had no strength left at all, and she immediately collapsed on the bed. The girl was very tired and missed a normal bed. Renji boasted that he had given money to someone, so he was able to quickly book a warp gate. The brunette thought that by this time everything was going smoothly. Perhaps she was worried in vain. Renji was glad that their company had gone to see the festival so they could relax in silence. Having learned about the festival, the heroine felt sick. After all, the meeting of dark magicians can take place. Giselle thought about how to gently tell Renji about this and warn him of the danger. The heroine asked if the boss had decided to accidentally open a meeting today. The man replied that it was not so easy to hold a meeting without preparation in an unknown place. The guy guessed that Giselle was asking about the meeting in Runeti because it was written in the novel. Giselle noted that this is not a novella, but a prophecy. The guy considered the novel nonsense and saw no reason to worry. The heroine understood that there were too many coincidences with the book, so they cannot be ignored. Giselle asked why Renji had never asked about his future if Giselle knew about it. Renji remembered that the girl was talking about Wayne's future, while Giselle believed that Wayne's name was about her boss. The dark wizard said that according to the girl, he would be poisoned, but the girl would eventually save him. After that, the guy asked if there was anything else that Giselle should warn him about. Giselle said that she still knew the future of Viviane. The guy jokingly asked how this girl would die. After a little hesitation with the answer, the brunette said that Viviane would do it herself. After that, the guy was finally convinced that the girl had read not a prophecy, but a novel. Renji believed that Viviane would never commit suicide, and his future was long predetermined. The dark mage assumed all the developments except for the fact of Giselle's appearance. That is why the magician wanted the girl to tell something about herself, and not about him or the light and dark magicians. The girl was sad to hear the man's words. She smiled slightly and decided that she wanted to enjoy the present, not worry about the future. Renji replied that he also liked the present. Suddenly, a trio of dark magicians appeared. They were on a mission to find people dangerous to Giselle in the city. Vindria believed that Sulyan was actually having fun, given how much time he spent in the apothecary's shop. Giselle did not catch the cheerful mood of the guys. Renji was standing in front of her eyes. She heard his voice for the first time, in which there was no emotion. Perhaps the heroine saw the true image of her boss and made sure that she did not know much about the guy. The heroine tried to analyze the general image of a man in their last conversation. Although there were no emotions, the boss could not be called scary either. The girl was very worried about Renji. She wanted everything to remain as it is now. Sulyan decided to show Giselle what he had received on the way to the hotel. The guy took a candy out of his pocket. Apparently he wanted to cheer up Giselle with sweets. Sulyan said that he was given a candy, calling his face cute, which means that he is popular everywhere. Giselle decided that this was suspicious, because Sulyan was not so cute. The guy was hurt by it. Since no one understands his cuteness, then he will eat this candy alone and will not share it with anyone. Giselle suddenly smelled a strong and strange smell. She realized that the source of the smell was candy. The heroine grabbed Sulyan's hand and said that the candy should not be eaten. The girl asked the frightened Sulyan to show the candy. The brunette carefully examined the sweetness and focused on the smell. Giselle was sure that her skill in divining poisons could not fail. To finally make sure, Jazelle took the candy in her mouth, surprising everyone present with her action. Renji tried to pull out the candy and yelled for Jazelle to spit it out quickly. With the candy in her mouth, Jazelle asked not to be disturbed and to be allowed to work for a while. The girl explained to those present that she caught the taste and smell of poison in the candy. Jazelle specified the name of the poison from the store under the number 138. Having swallowed the poisonous candy, the happy girl said that the poison of Uverel was mixed into it. The girl was happy that at least once she had done the job she got as a poison taster. The trio of villains did not understand why the girl ate the poisoned candy with such pleasure. Suddenly, the heroine realized that the company was not aware of the heroine's unique feature at all. The villains began to whisper that Jazelle was apparently very hungry, since she began to eat poisons and developed immunity to them. As a result, Vindria asked Renji to better monitor the girl's diet, and Sulyan promised to be more careful. Jazelle was offended that the villains were surprised at how much she ate, and not at her abilities, but that's not the main point now. The girl believed that it was necessary to find out who and why was distributing poisoned candies. He had to find out if the attack was aimed at all random people or only at Renji's group. Renji asked Jazelle if in her opinion it was worth telling the guards about this. Jazelle realized that the bounty on her head was much higher than the information about the poisoned candy. As a result, Renji recommended that the girl simply ignore this incident. In addition, the Dark Mage believed that there was no need to intervene if they were not the target of the poisoners. Renji didn't seem to be uncomfortable with the incident. Vindria decided to prepare some defensive techniques just in case. Sulyan was sad that he did not eat the candy. Gilberton reminded him that he had another one in his pocket. Listening to the reflections of her surroundings, Jazelle realized one thing. All these people are criminals and can turn a blind eye to such a trifle as poisoned candy. Sulyan changed the subject. He wanted to rest and wondered how they would divide the rooms. Jazelle thought she should be in the same room as Vindria. Vindria wanted to be alone in the room, and Sulyana recommended a shared room with Gilberton. The woman believed that Jazelle should be in the same room with the strongest of them, as she had many fears. It seems that everyone, except for Jazelle, was completely satisfied with this arrangement in the rooms. Renji was most pleased with the separation of rooms. He was still holding Jazelle's shoulder. The magician turned the girl to him and invited the two of them to go to bed too. Thus began the first night together between Jazelle and the dark magician Renji. The girl could not fall asleep. She was worried about people who could be poisoned by these sweets. Renji wasn't asleep either. He was waiting for the girl to finally fall asleep. The heroine noticed that the guy got up. He was clearly going somewhere. Giselle assumed that the warlock had left because she was too loud and disturbing his sleep. The girl could only guess why and where her boss had gone. Meanwhile, Renji was waiting in one of the rooms for his subordinates to appear. They appeared quite quickly and reported that preparations for the global study were completed. Sulyan noted that it was necessary to find out the exact amount of poison in the candies, but without the use of magic, the process would take about half a day. The mages believed that given how carefully the Uverel was processed, the attackers clearly had a motive. Usually, Uverel was used at meetings of dark magicians. Renji decided to ask if the mages were going to hold a meeting in this city. The subordinates reminded them that Renji himself refused them, given the noisy city of the city. Vindria also thought that it was difficult to organize anything in such a large city because of the intermingling of thousands of people. Gilberton reported that he had found a trace of the man handing out the candy and asked if he should call Beidro. The magician agreed to summon Beidro and then turned to Suliang. Renji wondered if the doctor had an antidote to last the entire city. The head wanted to be on the safe side so that rumors would not spread that they were behind the poisoning of the townspeople. Once everyone has understood their tasks, then you can disperse and carry out your plans. The guys immediately left, but Vindria stayed. She was clearly worried about something. She decided to ask Renji her question, so she turned to him. The woman considered it impossible to identify everyone who had been poisoned and did not believe that their help would prevent rumors. The head said that Vindria should not forget who was standing in front of her, but the woman still did not believe in the success of the operation. She wondered if the Dark Wizard was doing all this only because Jazelle Lois had asked him to. Seeing the leader's surprised reaction, Vindria could not understand the reason why he had interfered with the series of poisonings. Renji replied that Jazelle couldn't sleep because of these candies. Vindria was angry because she was right. Then she wanted to know what exactly the head expected from Jazelle Lois. The mage only replied that nothing had come true according to his wish, and then he left the room. Jazelle waited for Renji all this time and did not go to bed. The magician asked with a smile if the girl would now be able to lie down and sleep peacefully. Giselle believed that a magician did not need to deal with the troubles that had occurred because of her. The guy replied that the heroine takes on too much. The man could not calmly watch how his employee was worried about the incident. Renji suddenly said that he wasn't particularly concerned about finding an antidote. For the guy, the fact that the girl could not fall asleep is more important. The guy was worried that the girl would be broken and tired all day. Jazelle wondered why Renji was trying so hard for her. The heroine remembered the guy's words that he did not need anything from her. At the same time, the guy and the girl are too amiable, and the brunette did not understand the reasons for this. Renji looked at his employee with a sad look. He believed that it is not necessary to desire something in order to do something. Since Jazelle does not want any progress in the relationship, then she can only accept care. Renji advised the girl to go to bed and not worry about anything else. In the end, the guy wished Jazelle good night. The girl also wished the man good night. Her mother tells little Jazelle that she will have to spend a little time with her grandmother while her mother takes care of her father. The girl promised her mother to behave well, and from the day her father went to bed, Jazelle did not see her mother again. She remembered the last moments of her father's life in the hospital. The memory was painful, but it remained in the girl's memory for many years. Her father had been fighting the disease for a long time. When he lost this battle, the girl was already entering high school. The girl was taken in by her father's relatives who always treated her well. The girl wanted to thank them. But at the same time, relatives took away from the heroine all the money that the heroine was supposed to receive under insurance. In the dream, the girl said that now she was really alone. Renji's voice, asking why the heroine was left alone, woke the girl up. Jazelle thought that she had woken up her boss with her nightly conversations, but he had long since woken up on his own. The guy wiped the tears from the girl's face and noted that she had been crying for a long time in her sleep. He clarified that she cried because of the dream and not because of the incident with the candy. The girl was not fully awake yet, so she did not answer immediately. The heroine said that she was just crying. Renji did not understand what it meant to just cry. Jazelle smiled and replied that she no longer remembered why she cried. Renji asked if Dylan's stash was haunting the heroine in the dream. The guy continued to build theories about the causes of tears. In addition to Dylan, he proposed the idea that Jazelle was fired from the store. Ultimately, Jazelle stated that she did not cry in her sleep at all. It seems that Renji was annoyed by the answer that the heroine did not cry in her sleep. To return Renji to a good mood, Jazelle said that she sobbed in her sleep. Now the guy was satisfied with her answer. Jazelle again thought that she had woken the guy up with her loud crying. Renji noted that the crying was quiet. Renji was just surprised that Jazelle was crying in her sleep, so he asked the reason. The guy got too close to the brunette and noticed that her eyes were swollen. The girl had to move away from the man to return to a comfortable distance. The employee asked what the rest of their company was doing. Sulyan and Vindria went to pay for the rent of the warp gate. Gilberton meets with Bedro about the antidote, and the whole company should return in the evening. The girl felt that she felt relieved in her heart from such news. Until everyone returned, the couple would have nothing to do, so Renji offered to go eat the girl's favorite food. Jazelle turned to Renji. She wanted to express her gratitude to him. The guy thought that now the employee would say another strangely funny phrase. But in the end, Renji heard only a quiet thank you, which came as a surprise to him. She hadn't been able to thank Renji for his actions properly yesterday. The heroine wanted to say something else, and for this, she took Renji's finger in her hands. She, blushing a little, thanked the guy for wiping her tears. A second later, the heroine was already getting out of bed because she was terribly hungry. She stood up abruptly and hurried Renji to go get breakfast. The heroine went to the window. She heard yesterday that there was a popular bakery at the end of the street. The girl was thinking of buying several types of pastries there. The brunette interrupted her and said that he would buy everything. It was not difficult for the guy to buy everything that the girl wanted to try from local pastries. He was preparing to buy so much that the whole room would be littered with buns, and after that he would be ready to accept gratitude from Jazelle. The girl realized that the guy was in a great mood today despite yesterday's incident. Jazelle warned her boss to prepare for big spending because she was very hungry. The guy said that the girl can do whatever she wants. Upon returning to the hotel, Jazelle still did not believe that Renji had really bought her everything she wanted. The heroine even shook a little from overflowing emotions. But the feast of the belly was ruined because Uvarel was added to all the food brought home. The girl began to think that it was in vain that Banhel was called a city of criminals, because the real robbery was here. Renji thought it was strange. It seemed that the attackers did not limit themselves to candy. Jazelle was pleased that her appearance had changed so much that even the guard did not recognize her, but the poisoned food spoiled everything. The heroine once again asked if there could be a meeting of dark magicians here. Renji believed that without him, meetings were impossible, because without a barrier, all mages would be killed immediately. The girl remembered the previous appearance of the Light Knights, then the barrier of the commander saved everyone. Jazelle still believed that something strange was happening in the city. The magician wanted to calm the girl down, saying that they would spread the antidote, but the heroine was not worried about this. Jazelle believed that the attackers were targeting Renji specifically and was therefore worried about him. The guy relaxed and pretended that it was all trifles. The dark mage reminded her that he was very strong, so Jazelle should not worry about trifles. But the girl was worried. Even if the events of the novel do not coincide verbatim, then the final events still have the same result. Given that poison has been added to many products in this city, something is clearly going to happen soon, although it may not be related to dark magicians. At this time, Viviana ran through the castle to meet her mentor. The girl had to spend a lot of time on a long journey. The heroine did not know why the teacher urgently needed her, but she came as soon as she could. The teacher was glad that the girl responded to his request for a meeting. The man was surprised that the girl came to the meeting alone. Dylan was still recovering from his encounter with Renji. Viviane regretted that her friend could not get to Runeti during the festival. The teacher believed that the guy takes a long time to recover due to the combination of the fact of battle and the use of tracking magic. Viviane noted that his wounds were felt differently this time. The girl was unable to fully heal her wounds due to the fact that they were caused by dark magic. The heroine wondered how strong Renji had become if she could not heal the wound inflicted by him. Viviana added that as the teacher had assumed, Renji had the same girl with her. The girl noted with regret that Renji had changed a lot since their last meeting. The mentor confirmed this. It seemed that it hurt him to realize the fact of losing the brunette. Viviane asked the teacher not to worry. She would try her best. The heroine will do everything possible to bring Renji back. The teacher was pleased with this attitude. The teacher admitted that he had found people who reacted to the therapeutic effect. The girl was glad that her master's research had borne fruit and was sure that it would be a hope for all magicians. The teacher added to himself that research would make him a great archmage. The teacher promised to do everything to ensure that his research would benefit the world. The man did not want Viviana to go to the Runeti Medical Center because there are many children there, and for a girl it can be a painful sight. Viviane was ready for difficulties. She would do everything possible to finish the job as soon as possible. The girl believed that if the teacher's experiment ended successfully, then the pain of the children would make sense. A little later, Jazelle reached the appointed place. The heroine knew that they were standing in front of the largest medical center in Runeti. The couple came here for reconnaissance because it is this center that people who feel poisoned by Uvarel will turn to. The problem was that poisoning gives away the symptoms of a cold for a long time. But if everything was massively infected with poison, then there would already be many deaths. Renji suggested that the criminals clearly have a well-thought-out plan of action. The girl looked at the medical center again. She thought that it looked more like an ordinary mansion. The girl who jumped into the conversation confirmed that the center had previously been an ordinary mansion. The red-haired girl realized that she had not introduced herself, but did not understand that she had terribly frightened Jazelle. The heroes were faced with a volunteer of the medical center named Mary, whose task was to conduct tours of the center. The girl asked if the guy and the girl wanted to be given a tour. Jazelle wanted a tour, and Renji replied that they didn't need it. The heroine actively insisted on her own and still wanted a tour. Suddenly, the girl thought about something. She was confused by the appearance of the couple, and she was not sure that this couple were definitely tourists. After finishing her thoughts, Mary raised her finger up. She understood what was going on. Now everything has fallen into place because the couple are not only tourists, but also newlyweds who arrived for their honeymoon. Mary came to this conclusion because many couples come to Runeti for tourist courses. Mary was sure that the girl was so beautiful that she had to cover her face, and her jealous husband had to fight for her with men all over the world. Jazelle shouted that everything was wrong and they were just a boss and an employee. Hugging the girl, Renji added that their relationship at work grew into something much more. As a result, the couple had recently married. Jazelle decided to herself that her boss was a real psycho. A normal man cannot agree with the nonsense that Mary invented here. Mary was fascinated by the fact that this couple's relationship originated in the workplace. Jazelle tried to convince the girl that she was wrong, saying that the boss was just joking. Renji looked at his girlfriend with a satisfied expression. He hugged Jazelle again because she is still embarrassed to confess her feelings in front of strangers. The girl prepared to conduct a tour of the center for happy newlyweds. Mary opened the gate and asked the young couple to follow her. Giselle did not like that they misled the gullible girl. Renji replied to Giselle that their story was half true. The guy added that Mary was right, that he was very jealous. After that, Renji invited Giselle to follow the volunteer and gave her hand. The guy believed that the newlyweds should not move away from each other, while Giselle thought that the boss was only satisfying his selfishness. Renji suggested that the employee turn a blind eye to such a small manipulation. The mage reminded them that they had already slept in the same room, so there could be nothing wrong with walking hand in hand. The girl replied that she would play along with him only this time. The tour was in full swing when a volunteer showed the couple around the east wing of the mansion. According to the girl, this place is used for the rest of employees. Jazelle didn't see anything strange in the mansion, so she could only guess if there were any infected. The building was one of the oldest in the city, but at the same time it was considered one of the strongest. The volunteer said that the building was donated as a medical center by Ms. Jurdian. Giselle was so surprised to hear this name that she stopped abruptly. The volunteer turned around in shock. She believed that there was no person in the city who did not know the mistress. Renji came to the rescue. He said that they knew this woman. The guy added that everyone in the area knew the great light magician Jurdian. Giselle did not understand why Renji's expression changed abruptly. Mary agreed with Renji, adding that everyone should know such great magicians. The guy explained that the couple just didn't expect to stumble upon her mansion in such a place. The girl explained that few foreigners knew about this mansion because it served as a resting place for the mistress. The next point the volunteer wanted to show was the memorial hall of Mrs. Jurdian. Giselle thought that Renji would not be interested in this, but he suddenly offered to continue the tour and see the memorial hall. The girl did not see the catch, but Giselle became creepy from the expression on the face of her friend husband. She wondered what kind of person this light mage Jurdian was. The girl opened one of the doors of the mansion, and the couple entered the spacious hall. Near the far wall of the memorial hall was a portrait of Mrs. Jurdian. The heroine did not understand why one look at the portrait gave her goosebumps all over her body. The volunteer left the couple so that they could comfortably explore the hall. Left alone, Giselle decided to ask her boss something. She wondered if Renji knew the former owner of the mansion. The chief replied that he knew this light magician very little. Renji called this woman a light mage who made up for the missing skills with money. Giselle could not believe that magic could be replenished with money. The guy could not imagine that the woman would think of such a thing and believed that something strange was clearly flowing in her blood. The dark mage then added that Jurdian was Vivian's own mother. The heroine was shocked by this news, but then calmed down, because Vivian is a person, which means someone gave birth to her. Giselle was sure that there was not a word about Vivian's family ties in the novel. Unfortunately, the place where the heroine ended up is not a romantic novel at all. And as a result, a lot of things happen here that were not in the book. The girl's thoughts returned to the poison. Renji said that it was so rare that it was not sold even in cities. At the same time, someone indiscriminately distributes the Uvarel in Runetti. The heroine's chain of thoughts again led to the fact that those infected with poison would come to this center for help. It turns out that Vivian's mother is somehow involved in this story. It is possible that Vivian herself had a hand in these poisonings. Renji smiled and replied with a cunning face that it was impossible. All these reflections have already begun to give Giselle a headache. The heroine carefully looked at the portrait of Vivian's mother. It seemed to the girl that they did not look very alike. Then the girl again thought about the seriousness of the fact that Vivian was connected with the spread of poison around the city. In the original story, the main character was a gentle girl. Although it would be more correct to say that in the original, the dark mage was possessed by Vivian, but now it is the opposite. Besides, that dark wizard was Wayne, and here Vivian is attached to Renji. Suddenly, the girl asked the mage if he had borrowed money from Vivian. The question was asked in search of the reason for Vivian's desire to find Renji. Immediately, the girl decided that she was thinking too narrowly. We need to focus on why the plot of the book deviated from the original script. Giselle suggested that Vivian was in love with Renji, but the guy immediately retorted that Vivian was in love only with herself. Giselle has run out of ideas as to why the heroine of the novel is so obsessed with her boss. Renji suggested that they return, but Giselle thought that it would be more useful to stay in the mansion. Giselle believed that by being here, they would be able to uncover Vivian's plot. After these words, Giselle decided to inspect the mansion further, so she went up the nearest stairs. The guy was sure that they would not find anything here, but he was glad that the girl was extremely serious. It seemed to him that Giselle now looked like a chicken that had gone outside for the first time in his life. This association made Renji smile and calmed him down a little. The girl was walking and was amazed by the large number of interesting objects on the second floor. As far as Giselle understood, Gerdian's popularity increased when she became a light magician. Something haunted the girl about the mother of the main character of the novel. Now Giselle wondered why a used children's bed was put on display in the mansion. Renji, hugging the girl, thought that in this way the noblewoman wanted to boast. The heroine believed that this was empty chic. Besides, children grow quickly, and the bed does not last long at all. The conversation about the growing up of children interested the guy and led his thoughts in a completely different direction. He carefully removed his hand from the girl's shoulder. She did not notice this movement. Renji was never interested in children, but he would love to look at a child who looked like Giselle. The girl thought that it was easier to buy one large one and sleep with him than to buy a lot of cribs for the child's height. The guy seriously thought about Jazelle's phrase about a shared bed for mother and child. After that, the magician asked why Jazelle began to think in this direction in the first place. The girl admitted that her dream is the image of a family sleeping harmoniously on one large bed. Now the guy thought about the word harmoniously. A second later, he imagined Jazelle and the child sleeping peacefully together. It was such a pleasant fantasy that Renji couldn't help smiling. The guy noted that the presence of a child in the bed can interfere with the parents in some way. Jazelle believed that the couple had time to do all the interesting things together during their honeymoon. The heroine asked Renji what the guy was so worried about. Only now did Jazelle understand the meaning of what Renji had said. With a smile, the guy asked what Jazelle was thinking about if she was so embarrassed. The girl replied that she did not think about anything, and added to herself that her boss knows how to mock employees. Jazelle decided to change the subject and asked if the boss thought what he saw here strange. The girl thought it was abnormal that there were only Jurdian's things and a portrait in the memorial hall. The heroine said that there was not a hint of the family of a light magician, and not even a word about her daughter. Renji noted that the hall is full of narcissism, but don't forget that it was built after Jurdian's death. In any case, the girl believed that it was time to look for clues elsewhere. The brunette suggested that we go explore the wards in the West Wing. At the same time, Renji thought that by this time Jazelle should already be hungry. As a result, Jazelle thought about poisoned patients and Renji about food stores in the area. The dark mage decided that it was worth asking the volunteer girl about the nearest stores. The guy carefully looked outside in search of Mary. Renji saw that she was standing nearby and talking to a person. Shifting his gaze to the stranger, the guy was taken aback in the first seconds. Jazelle followed the boss in thought and did not notice that he stopped. As a result, Jazelle predictably crashed, after which she asked Renji what had happened. There was no need to wait for an answer. The girl saw the reason for the guy's stop. Renji thought that it would be worth warning Jazelle about the dangers of this man, so that she would avoid him too. The guy began to speak, but the girl interrupted him and replied that she knew who it was. Jazelle was too angry that day, so she can't forget that face so easily. The dark wizard remembered that the butterflies had shown Jazelle his past. The girl then said that it was normal to feel pain, and that it did not distinguish between the chosen ones and the garbage. Renji also remembered well Jazelle's eyes full of anger at Viviane and her mentor. Jazelle at the time called it an article for child abuse. The girl's gaze was instantly filled with hatred. In the last days of her grandmother, Jazelle constantly came to her in the hospital. Her grandmother felt sorry for the child, who grew up without parents and did not receive much. The grandmother asked the girl to accept the man who would one day feel sorry for her. She added that a girl does not need to pretend to be strong and does not need to be proud. If she is offered help, she must be accepted. Now Jazelle realized that her childhood and Renji's childhood were similar in many ways. And this man is largely to blame for his bad childhood, who constantly experimented on him. The girl clarified whether this man's name was really Burfin Grind. Jazelle asked if he had always had such a face, because in his memories from butterflies, he did not look like that. With a satisfied intonation, Renji said that he was the one who made the mentor like this. The guy added that, apparently, this is why the man carries a deep grudge against the dark magician. Giselle thought about the possible connection between the poisonings in the city and Pilot Whale, so that she could then pin everything on Renji. It would be strange if Burfin Grind's appearance at the medical center were a mere coincidence. Renji suggested that we leave this place so as not to be upset once again at a possible meeting. The guy suggested that they leave through the back doors. As they walked towards the exit, Giselle had another question. She wondered the meaning of the phrase that Renji had made Burfin like this. The guy replied that Giselle understood everything correctly. At the same time, the dark magician was opening the magic locks on the door. The brunette added that he won the battle with his mentor. After that, the guy believed that he killed Grind, but it turns out that he survived. The first suspicions appeared when he met with a deranged pharmacist. After talking to him, Renji had a strange premonition. Now the guy was sure that Burfin was behind all the events in Runetti. The couple concluded that Viviana had saved their mentor that day. But still, there was one moment that haunted Renji. Although Viviana was a light mage, her strength was still not enough to heal a person with such serious injuries. Giselle thought that the person who had helped the original Loisbin with the forbidden technique was also Burfin. Renji agreed with his employee's conclusions, for there was nowhere to recognize Loisben's technique. The heroine added that Burfin is an archmage, so he is very likely to possess this forbidden technique. Renji added that the person who broke into the store that day was clearly Burfin. Giselle thought that this Burfin Grind was a terrible man to do such magic without losing his magical powers. The heroine considered Pilot Whale to be a real devil who torments Renji to this day. Giselle called Burfin a real enemy of the people, which surprised the guy. The girl added that she had seen something before coming into this world, and in the prophecy, the main characters were Viviane and Dylan. After a moment's hesitation, the girl added that for her, Renji became the main character of the story. Boss Jazelle is strong and defeats everyone, so he should be the main character. The guy asked what the girl thought of herself. The heroine did not understand the question. Renji didn't wait for an answer because he already knew one of his options. He took the girl by the hand and said that she would be his main character. Jazelle fell into a stupor from such a confession from the dark magician. Renji reiterated that he wanted Jazelle to be his main character. Apparently, in the novel, this moment would be called the beginning of the romantic relationship of the main characters. Jazelle was still looking at the man. She couldn't believe his words. All the romance was spoiled by a woman's voice, which called the guy by name. They were approached by a girl who was not sure what she was seeing. Jazelle knew at a glance what kind of person was approaching them. Vivienne was like in a book, with white glowing skin and pink eyes that sparkled when the heroine smiled. Having seen Vivienne Charlotte live, the girl felt that this is how the main character should look. Vivienne noted that all this time she missed the guy, and hoped that he would miss her too. Jazelle had a strange feeling that this whole world was created only for the main character. Vivienne noticed Jazelle and asked what kind of girl was standing next to the guy. Jazelle felt uncomfortable that Vivienne had taken an interest in her, and called Jazelle Lois the culprit. Suddenly, Renji put his hand on the heroine's shoulder and asked if she was okay. The Dark One looked at Jazelle carefully. He did not understand why the girl was suddenly confused. Vivienne wondered why the boy had ignored her question, if he hadn't hurt her. Jazelle replied that she was fine, and if so, the guy offered them to leave. Vivienne did not understand what was happening, whether the guy did not recognize her or Lois cast an evil spell on him. Renji turned to Vivienne and wondered if Vivienne's eyes were dry if she assumed that Jazelle could cast such a spell. With this answer, Vivienne was convinced that it was Renji whom she knew. The light mage said that she and Dylan had been looking for him for a long time. Renji believed it to be a lie. The guy whispered quietly to the girl that he was going to open the warp gate and that she should be ready. After a few seconds, Renji realized that he could not open the passage. This was extremely unexpected. The dark magician was surprised. After that, Renji turned to Vivienne again. The heroine of the novel was just waiting for this. He showed a clod of magic in his hand and asked if the girl had a hand in it. He was sure that Vivienne was to blame for closing the gates. Vivienne looked as if she had nothing to do with the inability to open the warp gate. She replied that the magic of travel had been blocked by her mother many years ago and that nothing had changed since then. Vivienne began to talk again about how worried she was after the disappearance of the boyfriend. Renji considered such words to be a blatant lie. Vivienne felt guilty that the guy had left wounded. At least she could heal him. Renji was both amused and angry by the whole conversation. The guy thought that Viviana was really just regretting that she hadn't stopped his breath that day. The girl considered the young man's words to be complete nonsense. She would never do this. With sarcasm in his voice, Renji called the girl the angelic Vivienne. Renji wondered if it was really so difficult for a girl to admit jealousy inside herself. Vivienne believed that Renji misunderstood her motives and she just wanted to help him. She considers herself responsible for the fate of the mage because the teacher asked her to look after him. Vivienne believed that if she cleansed Renji's cup, she would save the boy from the evil force in him. It began to dawn on Jazelle that Vivienne had cleared Renji's cup. The brunette remembered that it was extremely dangerous to let someone else's magic into the cup, especially the opposite. It turns out that the boss trusted Vivienne and she broke his cup. It was becoming more and more difficult for the heroine to control the anger inside herself. She wanted to respond to this hypocrite. Angered, Renji asked if he still looked like an idiot in Viviana's eyes. The heroine of the novel believed that Renji was sick and he needed to take treatment. Jazelle interrupted the conversation with a phrase of apology, but now she would interrupt their conversation. She asked if one question could be asked. Jazelle decided to confirm the fact that the heroine of the novel made an attempt on the life of a dark magician. Renji replied that Jazelle was right and Vivienne had tried to kill him. Vivienne was offended to hear this, but there was no way to change this opinion of her. Immediately, the heroine of the novel added that the guy does not need to reject her feelings. She just wants to help him. Vivienne revealed that she saved the teacher, but he lost his magical abilities, so she is very glad that Renji remained a magician. Vivienne's expression changed dramatically when she mentioned the brunette's recent battle with Dylan. She couldn't believe that the dark wizard could hurt Dylan because her boyfriend was extremely strong. Renji replied with a smile that it was easy. After all, the brunette, unlike many others, is a truly great and powerful magician. Vivienne didn't understand how this was possible, because Renji's cup was definitely broken and broken bowls could not be repaired. Jazelle had already begun to feel sick from this sticky heroine of the novel. The brunette believed that Vivienne, as a student of Burf and Grind, was most likely in league with him. The thought that Vivienne was a psychopath gave Jazelle goosebumps. The heroine of the novel believed that she had become much stronger than she was in childhood, thanks to hard training. Jazelle jumped back into the conversation and said that ethylism was terrible. This time, even Renji didn't expect such a phrase from his store employee. It seemed that Vivian was decently angry, but Jazelle pretended to say it out loud by accident. After that, with a satisfied expression on her face, she asked for forgiveness from the light magician. Jazelle added that her boss was much stronger than Vivian, and if anyone was to be pitied here, it was Vivian. The heroine of the novel summed up that the rumors that Jazelle Lois went crazy in prison turned out to be true. Jazelle was glad to hear the words that she was crazy for the first time in such a long time. When Renji laughed at being protected by his only subordinate, Jazelle immediately asked for a bonus. Vivian said that she could forgive Jazelle Lois. The heroine of the novel will be able to purify it, despite the fact that Lois is a scoundrel and has become involved in dark magic. Vivian recommended accepting Dylan's help and asking for forgiveness. Jazelle did not understand how Renji was able to live in the company of such a woman for some time. Jazelle noted that her boss is cool because she herself would not have the endurance to endure so much. The guy looked at his employee and whispered that he didn't need to endure. Renji believed that there was no point in tolerating if someone did not like him. Giselle also thought so, but she was afraid to spoil someone's mood. Glancing at Vivian, Giselle added that shit wasn't because it was scary. Saying that it was bypassed because it was vile made Vivian mad. Vivian was no longer going to endure insults and activated magic. Renji instantly reacted to the threat posed by the light magus. The man immediately stood in front of Giselle and activated the magic as well. He believed that Vivian had now crossed all boundaries. Vivian was sure that Giselle was able to control the dark wizard, and now Vivian would save her friend from her. Giselle shouted that the dark mage was actually their boss. Renji corrected the girl because it should have been my boss, not ours. Giselle noted that now the boss said complete nonsense. Renji stated that Giselle is cruel. The man added that he was starting to get tired of all this. The guy hoped that Vivian had become at least a little smarter, but it seemed that he was wrong. The dark magician offered Giselle to get out of this place because they had already played enough. What she saw discouraged the heroine of the novel. She tried to create a magic circle, but it immediately began to fall apart. Vivian didn't understand how Renji had managed to activate the travel magic. The guy replied with a smile that Vivi was still stupid. The reason is simple. It's just that the mage is much stronger than both her and Jordian. A few seconds later, Vivian was left alone outside the medical center. As a result, Renji and Giselle decided to score on the warp gate and fell early. Sulyan did not understand the reason for the rush. I had to tell him all the details, already shaking in the carriage. A few days later, everyone around was talking about the fact that during the festival in Runetti, dark magicians tried to poison almost the entire city. The townspeople believed that if it were not for the actions of Mrs. Vivian, everyone would be dead. Sulyan asked Giselle why she suddenly stopped eating. The girl was furious that everyone around her considered Vivian a hero, that she had saved the city from poisoning. Sulyan suggested that Giselle just rejoice at the fact that now people do not recognize her, which means that she got rid of the image of the villain. Since Sulyan reacted incorrectly, Giselle decided to ask her boss's opinion. Renji believed that they got off lightly because they didn't have to make an antidote and he saved money. The guy believed that Vivian could only spread poison in order to save everyone and raise her score in the eyes of the townspeople. Giselle could not calm down because they were accused of something they did not do. The magician believed that now, thanks to rumors, Dylan could summon allied troops to eradicate the dark magicians. The heroine remembered that in the original plot, Dylan did gather troops after the incident in Runetti. According to the book, Dylan and Vivian tried to completely exterminate the dark magicians. And all this the girl considered right, being a reader of the novel. Again, according to the book, the dark magicians won that battle, but the victory cost them too many losses. Recalling the pages of the novel, Giselle asked why Renji was so carefree. The guy didn't understand why he should be worried about it. Giselle emotionally slammed her fist on the table and replied that it was upsetting. The girl was torn apart by emotions, because in this situation the perpetrators looked like heroes for the country. Renji wondered why the girl thought that all the bad things that were said about dark mages were really slander. With a smile, Renji said that dark mages are not noble knights. Vindria added that all dark mages are crazy, including them. Sulyan grinned, because according to this logic, Giselle is an honorary magician. She is not only friendly to magic, but also crazy. Renji tried to cheer her up, saying that all warlocks are the same and are just acting for their own benefit. The only difference is that white magicians are crazy but pretend to be normal, and dark wizards are normal but pretend to be crazy. Sulyan suggested that they stop the useless chatter and discuss the place where they should go next. The scientist wanted to drive through the city of Beryl. According to rumors, there is a famous bakery with very delicious pies with apple jam. Sulyan was clearly in a great mood, anticipating the taste of pies. Vindria said that it was possible to get home much faster if some comfort was excluded. She took out a map and put it on the table where the heroine was sitting. Vindria showed where you can take a shortcut and save almost half of the time. Sulyan did not like the route. The girl immediately recognized the place Vindria was pointing to. It was Lake Ekon. The girl remembered it from the novel. Sulyan yelled at Vindria that it was impossible to pass in the indicated place. After all, one of the most famous graveyards of magicians is located there. Because of the rumors that there are ghosts there, light magicians do not go there. Sulyan also did not want to go there because of ghosts. Vindria insisted on shortening the road because Jazelle could be spotted by unnecessary people, and the shorter the route, the safer. Sulyan said that it was impossible to go to the cemetery. It was not known what would happen if he, or rather Jazelle, fell into the ghosts. As a result, Vindria and Sulyan argued for a long time, figuring out whether to believe the rumors about ghosts or not. This pair of magicians would have argued for a very long time if Jazelle had not interfered in their conversation. The heroine asked Renji what he thinks about this. Jazelle, in fact, also did not want to go to that cemetery, and at first she wanted to persuade the boss not to go there. All the magic and all the problems of the lake come from a high-purity magic stone. If you touch it, you can get a huge amount of magic. Sulyan saw that Jazelle also had doubts, which he immediately told the head. The scientist asked Jazelle to confirm that she also did not want to go to a cemetery with a lake. The girl was frightened by the place where countless magicians had died. But the ghosts of the lake are harmless. Besides, only Jazelle knows about the secret of the lake. The heroine looked attentively at her superior. The girl plucked up the courage and replied that she agreed. Sulyan was happy. It turned out that Jazelle was willing to go across Lake Ekon. The girl stood up to show her determination to ride across the lake. Renji said that if everyone had eaten, they would immediately hit the road across Lake Ekon. At that moment, Sulyan felt somehow unwell. Vindria told the guy to move and not to delay the others. Only Gilberton sympathized with the scientist and then dragged him into the cart. In full force, the dark magi quickly moved towards the agreed lake. All the way, Sulyan called his friends cruel, and now he hates Jazelle altogether. The girl was uncomfortable. She felt guilty before Sulyan, but she had no choice. Getting to that place was almost a salvation for Jazelle. She believed that in the end, the secrets of Lake Ekon would help Renji. The road to the lake did not take much time, to the great regret of Sulyan. It is worth noting that the guy tried to make Jazelle turn back to the last. Sulyan did not understand why the heroine was so calm, because there were ghosts in the lake, and the girl's nerves were always weak. Jazelle pretended to consider Lake Ekon the most ordinary. Sulyan strongly disagreed with this. The girl remembered from the novel that magicians die there not from ghosts or a magic stone. Previously, mages could not get the seal stone and died due to their weak magical nature. According to legends, the seal stone once belonged to an evil magician who trapped a pure magician to strengthen his power. According to the book, the seal was eventually dispelled by Dylan and Vivienne. As a result, the couple received all kinds of favors from the local lord for lifting the curse. Now, finding herself with the villains, Jazelle began to get angry that a couple of light magicians were taking all the honors for themselves. According to the novel, the real ghost of the magician will appear on the lake only before asking to remove the seal. If everything goes like in the book, then Jazelle herself will be able to remove the seal and take away at least some of the honors and new fans from this bright couple. The girl tried to dig up more specific information in her memories, but they were vague. Jazelle was so deep in herself that the whole company began to worry about whether something had happened to the girl. Sulyan decided that the girl was scared because of the fear that they were approaching the lake. The scientist believed that if Jazelle decided to turn back right now, they would do so, but Vindria said that it was too late to do so. Vindria was sitting outside the cart and therefore saw things that Sulyan could not see. It turned out that a group of mages had already arrived at the place. According to Gilberton, due to the fog, they will have to go further on foot. Sulyan pounced on Jazelle with the last hope, shouting that she must be very scared, so she had to go back urgently. The heroine remembered that although everything looked frightening, in fact, the fog was just an illusion. Renji had already stepped out of the carriage and called the rest of the group to follow him. Sulyan still did not want to get out of the cart. The heroine wondered why the boss, who usually forbids the girl to go to any dangerous places, was not against the lake this time. The guy noticed that the brunette hesitated a little, so he hurried her up. Renji waited for his employee to catch up with him. The girl looked around. This place was really impressive. Everything around was gloomy, and the atmosphere weighed heavily on the travelers. Given that according to the plot, Vivienne quickly realized that the fog is a consequence of seal magic, then Renji should not have any problems either. Jazelle asked the dark mage if he thought the lake was a little strange. The guy reacted to the question somehow sluggishly. Jazelle wondered if the man knew about the seal stone. The heroine heard that Sulyan demanded to immediately draw a magic circle. The trio of villains quarreled because Sulyan always refused to do anything and wanted to return to the carriage. Jazelle was amused that the trio managed to quarrel even in such a place. The girl decided that while the magicians were making a magic circle, she would be able to walk around and look for useful information. The heroine had to somehow report this to her boss. The girl said that she wanted to look around and suggested that Renji accompany her because she was terribly scared. The mage didn't understand Jazelle's fears, so he just let her walk around as she wanted. Jazelle asked if she could really go without her boss. Since the guy did not want to go with Jazelle, the heroine had to pull herself together and go on her own reconnaissance all alone. Jazelle wondered why Renji was so easy to let her go alone. This was especially strange against the background of a recent request to become its main character. The girl thought that since the guy was playing with her feelings like that, then she could cope without him. The heroine believed that even before that she had always lived without help, so she would cope here too. The girl went to look for a tombstone, breaking which could deactivate the seal. According to the novel, the stone was somewhere under a large willow. There was only one large willow nearby, so the girl quickly found the right place. Looking closer, Jazelle realized that in front of her was the tombstone of a pure magician. The girl was pleased with herself because she achieved her goal without the help of any superiors. Out of the corner of her eye, the brunette felt rather than saw any movement. She thought it was just nerves, so she reached for the tombstone. In the next second, she barely managed to deflect from the blow. A few meters away from the brunette, something clearly jumped out of the lake. The heroine saw a child girl who was quickly approaching Jazelle. The brunette froze with horror. She did not understand what she was seeing in front of her, but it did not look like a ghost. The book mentioned the spirit, but the image of the character was not clearly spelled out. It was only said that the spirit exuded pure energy, but the axe in his hands was definitely not mentioned. The image of this creature definitely did not resemble what was in the book. Jazelle did not remember all the details, but the spirit was definitely benevolent. This something, which now rushed towards Jazelle with a wild, childish look, was clearly pure evil. Jazelle's reaction was not long in coming, and her piercing scream was heard by everyone around. The heroine saw that the doll Isabella with an axe was running at her. The girl did not understand why the doll was moving and how it survived at all, because all the Isabellas were defeated in the battle with Dylan. Since Isabella has an axe in her hands, her ghost has come here to take revenge on the heroine. Jazelle began to yell that she was not to blame for her death, and the whole building was destroyed by the idiot Dylan. The brunette peered into the axe, hoping that it just seemed to her that it was a weapon. The doll ignored Jazelle's screams and raced towards her as fast as the doll could move. Jazelle came to her senses a little and urgently began to call her boss for help. Renji seemed to be waiting for this. He appeared, hugged the girl, and remembered that Jazelle had promised that no accidents would happen to her. Jazelle was too scared to parry the boss's mockery, so she just threw herself into his arms with tears in her eyes. The brunette said that she could not have predicted the appearance of Isabella with an axe in her hands. Renji didn't understand which Isabel she was talking about, so Jazelle pointed in the direction of the mad doll. She named it as one of the dolls that Emily created. The dark mage was amused that the girl was afraid of dolls, but at the same time she came up with names for them. The heroine did not see anything funny, because this Isabel seems to have returned from hell to take revenge on them. The guy said that the girl had expressed an interesting theory, but everything was wrong. The brunette added that the girl, by the way, did a good job. The heroine did not understand when and what she managed to cope well with. Renji talked about how the brunette called him for help. He wanted her to always call him exactly the same way. Renji's romance was rudely interrupted by the sound of the axe hitting the ground. This instantly brought Jazelle back to her senses, and she immediately pushed away from the guy's embrace. The dark wizard explained that it was just a ghost and not Isabel who were in their shop. After that, the magician clarified that in front of them was a doll possessed by a ghost. Hearing these words, Vindria shouted to her master that he was indeed a genius. The woman was delighted that the magician had thought of using necromancy in such a way. Jazelle calmed down a little and began to see the big picture. It seems that the boss was already in this place in search of the magic stone. However, instead of a magic stone, Renji found a seal stone. And then the boss met a ghost who told him about the magical garden in Banhell. In gratitude for this, Renji gave the ghost a doll as he wanted to gain flesh. After that, the guy just left without bothering to check whether he succeeded or not. Vindria was ablaze with delight that Randy had done so at such a young age. The rest of the villains realized that their friend was too excited, and Vindria was now praising the fact that the mage was able to place the dead in a doll. Renji said that everything happened by coincidence, and the ghost was still conscious at that time. Jazelle was surprised that her boss was one of those who wanted to get the magic stone. The magician added that at that time the guy needed him especially badly. Only after these words did Jazelle realize when and at what age the boss visited these places. This happened a little after Renji ran away from his mentor and the company of light magicians. Jazelle began to curse the light evil magicians with renewed vigor. Renji noticed that now Jazelle looked like a real villain. The girl was surprised by this because she believed that she was a villain and a criminal from the very beginning, and there was a reward for her. The guy just smiled and thought that her appearance did not look like a villainous one at all. At the same time, the magician was glad that the girl was so actively angry at those who brought pain to the guy. After that, Jazelle felt sad that it was not Isabel in front of her. The girl hoped that if it was Isabel, then she would go and get revenge on Dylan for destroying their store. The heroine whispered to the mage that she did not tell the doll that Renji also participated in the destruction of the store. After all, you can't allow the doll to start taking revenge on her boss. The guy did not understand why the heroine looked so cute in any situation. Jazelle could not feel the emotions of the guy because she enjoyed the fact that she once again showed her devotion to the boss. And at this time, the doll began to act again. To the surprise of all the mages, Isabel began to move again. It looks like the doll is heading towards Jazelle. Jazelle began to panic again, not understanding why the doll clung to her. It seemed that the ghost was determined. He made another jump towards the girl. Jazelle only had time to cover her face with her hands. But when he reached the heroine, the doll stopped abruptly and lowered the axe to the ground. The brunette thought that she had managed to dodge the blow. What the heroine saw surprised both her and the entire company of magicians. It seemed that the ghost was writing something on the ground, which meant that his consciousness was still not lost. Now, even Sulyan was interested in what was happening. Everyone silently watched the ghost doll's writing. The ghost wrote that a man gave him a useless body. Renji was amazed that the ghost still remembered him. Vindria decided that either the ghost had a strong will or a strong resentment, which did not allow the consciousness to leave. Jazelle continued to watch the doll, which wrote another sentence. The doll wrote that all the blame lies with the impudent dark magician. Therefore, the doll demanded that a person give her his body. After that, the doll let go of the axe and fell into the lake. Jazelle tried to catch it. The entire group of magi didn't understand what had just happened. Even Renji was surprised by the actions of his unpredictable employee. Jazelle began to scold the doll for her poor speech manners and rude treatment. According to the girl, Isabel should have thanked the heroine for pulling her out of the water, and it doesn't matter that Isabel is a ghost. Renji was amused to see the brunette scolding the doll she had been afraid of just a short time ago. The guy asked what the girl was going to do if the doll decided to curse her. The question was unexpected for the employee, and it was not possible to answer immediately. Jazelle returned attention to the doll and said that bodies do not just lie around, and being a doll is better than a ghost without a body. Isabel the doll listened attentively to Jazelle. After that, the doll suddenly broke free from her hands and ran away from the girl. Jazelle only had to ask where and why the doll went. Isabel ran to the tombstone and stopped. After that, she raised her axe and was about to hit the stone with all her strength. No matter how the doll beat the monument, it was not going to break or crack. The villains did not understand what the doll was doing. Vindria assumed that the ghost was trying to say something. Jazelle decided to approach the ghost, which surprised the whole company. The heroine sat down next to the doll and asked her to explain her actions, because this way they do not understand anything. Renji was surprised by the brunette's phrase about the fact that free bodies don't just appear. After the phrase that Isabel communicates too informally, all the villains fell into a stupor at once. The doll replied that they were not good at communicating just at the moment when Renji approached Jazelle and asked what the girl was doing. Jazelle turned around and replied that she was talking to a doll. She was surprised that the guy did not understand this. Renji decided to clarify what Jazelle meant by talking, whether the doll had said anything. It's time for the heroine to stand in a stupor from such a strange question. The girl replied that Isabel talks all the time. The doll immediately added that no one listens to her. Jazelle thought that her boss was deceiving her, pretending not to hear the conversation with Isabel. The doll was glad that Jazelle understood her and immediately complained that even the unfortunate necromancer could not hear her, that she had been sealed in this body. Giselle thought she had been bewitched by a ghost, so she began to hear the doll's words. The doll explained that the heroine hears it because of her high susceptibility to magic. Vindria thought that Giselle and the doll's communication was similar to Renji's communication with familiars. Such a comparison angered Isabel. The doll attacked Renji with a demand to give him a normal body, because the formula does not work in this. Giselle thought that it was not a ghost in front of her, but some kind of embittered 7-year-old, although the heroine remembered that the ghost was young in the book. Isabella accused Renji of tricking him and leaving him there, but the guy just asked what the doll was saying now. The doll demanded that the dark magician return her freedom. Isabel clarified that she wanted the warlock to break the seal and give him a normal body. Renji thought it was impossible. Vindria added that if the seal was broken, the ghost would disappear because the time for survival without magical powers had already passed. Isabel was upset when she heard what Vindria said. Renji said that so be it, grant the wish and free the ghost from the body by burning the doll. Isabel shouted that the guy should not hurry because she did not want to disappear. The doll escaped from Renji's hands and ran to Jazelle, asking the girl to save her, and because the heroine knows the answer. The dark magician was pretty tired of the doll, and he recommended that Jazelle kick it away. Isabel asked the heroine to tell where she got this body as soon as possible. Renji wanted to take the doll, but Isabel's words interested Jazelle. The doll believed that the girl was also a ghost before and after losing her flesh. She immediately moved into this living body. That the doll knew such details was amazing. The doll believed that since Jazelle could move, she could do it too, so the doll wanted details of the movement. The heroine asked for forgiveness, but she could not help the ghost in any way. The brunette sadly stated that she did not know how she ended up in this body. This information came as a surprise to Isabel. Jazelle believed that the ghost was just looking for peace, since it had been attached to this place for a long time, but the ghost did not want to die. The ghost would like the seal to be removed, but all this time he endured not to die. In the book, the ghost was almost ignored in the story, and he was only a passing point on the path of the main character's journey. Jazelle wanted to find the ghost to make him an obstacle in the path of the main characters, but now the girl remembered how she herself asked for help from Renji. The heroine again apologized for misunderstanding the ghost's desires. Renji approached and advised the girl to quickly deal with the semi-familiar and continue on her way. After that, the magician asked Jazelle who was in front of them, a guy or a girl. It turned out that this question had been bothering him for a long time. The villains thought that their head had begun to go crazy, since he was interested in such issues. Jazelle realized that no one took the doll seriously except her. Renji insisted that the heroine throw away the doll, and the ghost at this time called the magician an unreasonable idiot. Isabel wanted Jazelle to take her with her because she was the only one who had heard him in all these years. As a thank you, the ghost promised to dispel the fog and safely guide everyone further. Jazelle already knew how to dispel the fog, so she suggested that the boss break the suspicious tombstone. At this time, the ghost became even more convinced that Jazelle was an unusual person and she should not be missed. The doll begged Jazelle to take her with her and that once she got out, the ghost would find a way to get a new body. At the same time, Renji once again asked the heroine to throw away the doll and return to everyone. Isabel said that if Jazelle took him with him, he would be much more useful to him than a jerk with a hole in his heart. Jazelle was surprised again by the knowledge and abilities of the doll. Now she definitely could not leave it here. It was unlikely that anyone else would have been able to see at a glance that Renji's cup was damaged. Jazelle immediately turned to the boss with a statement that the ghost would go with them. The ghost decided to tell Jazelle that he knew a lot about forbidden techniques. The doll believed that the heroine was also worried about her essence. The ghost did not want Jazelle to become a scapegoat like him. The doll added that the others were apparently unaware of her power, but the ghost would help fix it. Giselle did not understand at all what Isabella was talking about. The doll was shocked when she found out that the girl did not understand the importance of the fact that she resonated with magic. The ghost seriously wondered how a girl with such knowledge managed to live to this day. Immediately, the doll warned that if nothing was done, then something terrible would happen to the heroine. Giselle immediately reported to her boss that the doll was warning her of a terrible future. Renji turned around and was about to burn the annoying doll. In the end, the ghost achieved his goal and now calmly sat on the heroine's lap. Giselle did not understand why the doll was grumbling again. It turned out that the ghost did not like that he was being held in his hands. The ghost also didn't like the fact that 2 more shackle spells were tied to him before taking him out of the swamp. Renji realized that the doll was saying something again and offered to throw it away before it was too late. The guy was offended. He believed that if Giselle wanted a doll so much, then he would buy her a lot of new ones. The ghost complained to the heroine that he was scared because of the dark magician's creepy gaze. Such a look was not surprising, because he really did not want to take Isabel with him, but the heroine insisted on her own to the last. The girl thought to herself how she could now bring the offended boss to a good mood. Gilberton said that they had finally arrived in a city where they could rest. Giselle was surprised that they got out of that terrible place so quickly. Although this place also could not be called beautiful and successful for recreation, this place seemed ideal for the life of bandits. So the girl was surprised that Dylan had not yet reached here. When the heroine got out of the carriage, her fears immediately increased several times. The girl immediately said that this place looked too dangerous, but Sulyan advised her not to worry. The villains noted that only petty criminals live in this city, whose crimes together will not reach those who are listed as Giselle. The company proudly believed that the most deserving criminals lived in Van Hel. Suddenly Renji hugged the girl and informed her that they should wait a little longer until he returned. At this time, the local bandits had already run to report to the elder Jake that a magic carriage had appeared. The red-haired bandit did not expect such news, so just in case, he asked again who had arrived to them. The younger bandit believed that they needed to intercept the carriage before the competitors got to it. The man thought about it. No one ever comes to their city at all. The guy added that something had happened to the fog of the lake and now it had dissipated. The red-haired man realized that the appearance of the cart from the side of the lake and the dissipation of the fog were connected, which meant that the intruders were not so simple. As a result, the guy ordered that the arriving people should not be touched. The long-haired man scolded his brother for his idiocy, because only very strong white magicians could drive across the lake and dispel the fog. The brothers' conversation was interrupted by a rumble. Both guys turned around to see what was happening. At this time, someone rudely threw their henchman through the door. A man came behind the guys, from whom strong dark magic emanated. The stranger looked at the pair of brothers and asked if the head was in front of him. The red-haired guy was amazed by the strength of this dark magus who used magic of this level without a casting spell. The dark mage, with a menacing look, asked where the most popular bakery was. It seems that the bandits did not expect such a question at all. They both froze and looked at Renji with incomprehension, who patiently waited for an answer to his question. After that, the owners of the house met a group of villains and kindly asked them to go through their rooms. Jazelle became uncomfortable from such flattery. She did not understand why men behaved like this. These gangster-like men were brought by Renji and took the company to the safest area and hotel in the city. After Renji went somewhere, and these guys had already begun to scare the girl with their behavior. It was especially frightening after the words when the red-haired thug volunteered to accompany Jazelle if she needed help. Jazelle smiled and said that no help was needed, but Isabel saw a vulgar look and rushed at the gangsters with an axe. The man was terribly frightened by the ghost, so he immediately jumped away from the girl. In a few moments, the grief of the suitors disappeared. Jazelle was grateful to the ghost. The heroine thanked Isabel. The ghost replied that he would definitely repay the girl for her kindness. The butterflies intervened in the dialogue. They thought Isabel was useless. She could only swing an axe, and they had poison pollen and paralyzing needles. Jazelle noted with sadness that now it has become too noisy due to the fact that she understands both butterflies and the ghost. The ghost demanded that the butterflies shut up and said that in the previous body he was one of the most outstanding and rare magicians. Jazelle was surprised to hear that the ghost was an outstanding magician. The heroine clarified whether the fact that he considers himself outstanding is related to the fact that the ghost spoke on the lake. The ghost replied that he too was resonant with magic and, like Jazelle, was not just in harmony with it. The doll added that, like Jazelle, the ghost was a very powerful magician. Isabel saw that the girl's body and soul were at variance. The ghost could not understand why the girl decided to move to a body in which there was no magic vessel. The girl noted with regret that she had moved with the help of prohibited equipment, and she had no choice. Jazelle added that she did not know the reasons why the owner of this body used the forbidden technique. The doll began to swing an axe on emotions and explained that the mistress of the body could not cope with the summoned soul, and she herself became a victim of the ritual. The ghost added that such an outcome was expected because the summoned soul was strong and that Jazelle did not even have a cup. The same thing happened to the fool who tried to seal the ghost and absorb its power. Because of this, that mage died, and the ghost remained imprisoned in the lake for many years. Jazelle wondered if there was any magic in her that could hurt someone or even her boss. The heroine was worried that her soul was summoned by Renji's enemies, and she feared that she could somehow harm him. The ghost was sure that if Jazelle got into the body with the magic cup, she would become the greatest magician. At the same time, Jazelle's soul is friendly to magic and loved by it. Unused magic will constantly accumulate around the girl, so she can become a target for other magicians. Given that the heroine cannot use magic on her own, she will become an easy prey for magicians. Jazelle realized that she had become like catnip, a person with crazy potential who could not take advantage of it. Apparently, for this reason, Renji is drawn to the brunette, because even Jazelle's appearance was not to his taste. The doll noticed that the heroine went into sad thoughts. The ghost found it strange that magical power hovers around the girl and her soul was not sealed. It was also unclear where the girl's original body was. The ghost added that all the magicians around Jazelle would fall under her influence. As a result, it turns out that they wanted to make the strongest weapon out of Jazelle, but due to the lack of a cup, they got a living magic stone. Whether the heroine will be able to do harm in the future depends on how the soul and body are in harmony. The heroine still did not understand how she could do harm if she did not possess magic, but the reason was its effect on magicians. Jazelle sadly stated that in the end she had no abilities again. The ghost did not understand how it was possible to be such a narrow-minded person with such a soul. Apparently these were the consequences of living in a world without magic. The couple's conversation was stopped by the appearance of a dark mage. The magician, with the help of familiars, learned that Jazelle had been talking to Isabel for a long time. Renji added that the familiars were very noisy, and he could hardly stand their interaction. The guy believed that the conversation was useful for Jazelle, so the doll could not be burned yet. The ghost, after these words, called Renji a wild magician. The heroine was sad. She hoped to find out something about her magic, but everything became even more confusing. The girl now did not understand how to behave so as not to harm the guy. At this time, Dylan came to Vivian and started talking about the poisoning of the inhabitants of Runetti. It seemed that dark magicians were behind the crimes. Viviana said that she met Renji in Runetti and therefore believes that he arranged everything. The girl added that Jazelle was with Renji and she saw something strange. In previous years, Renji had always avoided meetings, but lately he had begun to appear near them. Dark mages have always had a clear plan of action, but now they work indiscriminately. The time when Renji began to change coincides with the time of Jazelle Lois's escape from prison. It is possible that Lois used a forbidden technique while still free and gained the power of the devil. With this power, Jazelle began to manipulate Renji. Dylan remembered Jazelle's strange behavior in the dark wizard's shop. After that, a conversation in the cart surfaced, where the girl accused him of not being able to recognize good people with his strength. The image of this girl did not look like the image of a manipulator at all. Dylan was frightened by his thoughts. It was strange that he doubted who was good and who was the villain. Vivian's voice brought the hero out of his stupor. The girl realized that the blonde man was thinking about something. As a result, Vivian wanted to separate Renji from Jazelle as quickly as possible. Vivian added that she herself ended up in that city by accident. She just decided to look into her mother's mansion on the way. The girl believed that it was necessary to get rid of Jazelle quickly, so she wondered if the guy's body had recovered. Vivian wanted Dylan to track down Lois again, and then they would deal with her. Dylan hugged the girl, asked her to calm down, and said that he would do whatever she wanted. But at the same time, Vivian should not go with him, because she needs to heal her teacher and stand here at the head of the light magicians. Dylan recalled that Vivian also wanted to solve the problem of the allied forces. Viviana agreed that she was in a hurry and she really had a lot to do, so the guy would have to act alone. After that, she offered to heal the hero at least a little. The girl poured tea and asked the blonde to relax and at least a little rest right now. Dylan listened to the girl silently, but doubts raged in his soul. In any case, now he just had to calm down and enjoy a mug of tea. Jazelle asked Renji if they had to go to Kundal's villa, because she had learned a lot from Isabel. The dark mage believed that they should check everything for themselves. Renji did not trust the ghost at all. Vindria asked if the girl had packed all her things, but Jazelle replied that there was nothing special to collect. The woman believed that the heroine had correctly noticed about the small wardrobe. Vindria asked if Jazelle had forgotten her magic scarf. The girl replied that the scarf was now in her bag because there were no marks left on her neck. All thanks to Renji, who spent a lot of time, used goods from the store and a piece of sealstone from the lake, and eventually got rid of the trace. The girl was glad that she stayed on the side of the boss from the very beginning, who just asked if Jazelle had forgotten the bag of sweets. Jazelle thought that the package was in her hand, but when she saw it in her arms, Isabel realized that the package was left in the room. Jazelle grabbed Isabel in Renji's arms and ran to get the package. She burst into the hotel and apologized to the administrator. Unfortunately, the girl did not pay attention to the dangerous look of the man behind the counter. The girl remembered that the package was on the bedside table, but now it was empty. The only place where a bag of sweets could get was under the bed. The package was near the wall. The heroine reached there with her hand. It was very dusty. At some point, the girl felt that the floor under her hand moved. In a second, the floor was completely gone, and the girl flew down. It looked like she had fallen into a secret passage. But where could the secret passage come from under the bed? Jazelle's scream was loud enough for Renji to react to it. The guy turned in the direction of the hotel and called the girl. Renji threw the doll to Suliana and went to investigate what had happened to his employee. The dark magician did not have time to get to the girl's room. His path was blocked by bandits led by a red-haired guy. Renji would be surprised at such impudence and stupidity of the criminals. He told the guys that he had previously decided that these criminals had a sense of self-preservation. The bandits did not appreciate the threat and said that they would not touch the mage if he did not look for Jazelle. Gilberton approached and suggested that the criminals had taken on Jazelle because of the increased reward for her. Renji decided to just walk past this crowd, going ahead, which surprised the bandits. The redhead stated that no matter how strong the magus was, he would not be able to cope with their number. When the redhead grabbed Renji's clothes, he instantly regretted it. The bandit felt the magic begin to come out of the brunette. A second later, the head of the squad flew away from the mage a few meters. With a look of contempt, Renji said that the culprit would never see Jazelle again. After that, he allowed the comrades who came up to have fun to their heart's content. Renji quickly crossed the hotel and found himself in the girl's room. He looked around. There was no trace of Jazelle anywhere. For the first second, the man felt fear, but immediately rage awoke in him. The guy thought that the criminals could not have gone that far. There was no trace of the good guy anymore. The head of the dark magicians in his true form was already leaving the room. Jazelle did not know what to do, and her condition left much to be desired. After a long fall, she found herself in some dark room. Unknown people immediately tied her up. It hurt and had a headache. After that, the girl's mouth was closed and carried somewhere. She realized that she had been put in a cart and was now being carried. The girl felt a musty smell after the fall. It seemed that she was underground. The heroine overheard the kidnappers talking about whether Jake would be able to deal with the mage. It seems that even Jake did not know about that passage and did not recognize the heroine as the criminal Jazelle Lois. The woman who kidnapped Jazelle had known Lois since childhood, and that underground anti-magic barrier was built by the Lois family. The woman had suffered a lot from Lois in the past and now wanted revenge on her. Jazelle realized that she was careless and was already used to being protected by Renji's friends. The girl forgot that she was wanted, and now she is completely helpless. The man wondered if there would be any problems with Lois because she escaped from prison with the help of dark magic. The woman considered her fears groundless because Jazelle had not had an ounce of talent since childhood. To avoid problems, the kidnappers just need to have time to hand the captive over to the White Knights before the dark mage catches up with them. The words about the White Knights frightened the heroine even more. Jazelle hoped that the kidnappers did not work for Dylan. The deal with such thieves was clearly not in the style of a blonde. The blonde called the accompanying guy a coward and mentioned the incident in Kundal. The heroine remembered that Kundal was the city where the Loisvin estate was located, and the forbidden technique was carried out there. It turns out that this woman was to blame for the capture of Jazelle last time. The woman was surprised that Loisvin had not yet woken up. Jazelle tried not to move. It was impossible to allow the kidnappers to see that she was awake. The guy noted with satisfaction that apparently the poison worked. The man added that the dose is not lethal and will not affect the sale. It turns out that the girl was taken for sale. The heroine realized that she definitely needed to run and tried to untie the ropes. Suddenly, a third voice intervened in the conversation of the kidnappers. The bandits did not expect to meet anyone on their way at all. Dylan clarified whether Duke Hazel was talking about this couple. Hazel claimed that the couple caught Jazelle Lois herself. The man suggested that Dylan was too busy and offered to deal with everything himself. Dylan refused since Jazelle Lois is the subject of special supervision. Therefore, the guy needs to make sure for himself that this is the girl who was caught. Hazel did not expect at all that he would be refused in such a rude form. Dylan walked over to the carriage to see who was in the bag. He opened the fabric and made sure that Jazelle was in front of him. Dylan told the girl to take off her gag herself. When the heroine was pulled out of the bag, she took off her gag. Dylan's gaze was full of contempt. The guy noted that the girl's appearance has changed, but it's still Jazelle Lois. Hazel noted that he would not forget Dylan's help in the capture of Jazelle Lois. This whole situation strained the hero, which was reflected in his face. The woman asked about the reward for the capture of the criminal. Dylan was surprised by the question. He clarified whether the woman wanted to talk about the capture of Loisvin from the very beginning. Dylan asked why the couple had contacted Lord Hazel personally, rather than reporting to the knights properly. The question took the couple by surprise, which was evident from their faces. It became clear to Jazelle that it was not Dylan who was behind the kidnapping, but that Hazel. The woman began to make excuses that she was afraid to turn to the soldiers, since in the past she had a sin. Dylan told Hassel that the woman had confessed to sinning in the past. After that, the hero asked what Hassel would do now. Hassel turned sharply and called the pair vile criminals. They did not understand why they were attacking them now. They ran away from the knight, shouting as they walked that they had not agreed on this. Dylan was surprised that human trafficking had been right under their noses all along. Jazelle was offended that the would-be kidnappers did not take her to the place, because at least they did not want to burn her there as a witch. Calming down a little, Jazelle looked at Dylan with a displeased face. Suddenly, the knight began to stare at the girl's face. Dylan looked carefully at Jazelle's hair. He saw that it was not magic, but how then the girl changed color, or it changed itself? Jazelle apologized and told Dylan that she was hurt by his actions. The knight immediately removed his hand from the girl, although he was not satisfied with the result of the examination. Jazelle immediately said that he did not understand why people became so cruel. Dylan asked to repeat the question, but the girl pretended not to say anything. The knight stated that the girl had changed outwardly, but in fact it was Jazelle Lois in a state of madness. Jazelle wanted to answer that she was not crazy, but then a breathless Hazel came running. Dylan asked the captain why he had returned, and he was in such a hurry. Hazel said that the couple poisoned Jazelle Lois, but the dose was not lethal according to them. Now Jazelle realized that her strange state of health was partly due to the poison. She looked at Dylan and demanded that he had given her poison. The girl believed that if Dylan was going to kill her anyway, then it was better to do it with poison. The guy asked if the girl understood what she was asking for now. Jazelle screamed that she did not want to be hanged or burned. It would be much better to drink poison. Dylan decided that the brunette was really crazy. Jazelle pretended to feel bad because the poison had already begun to spread. After that, Jazelle again demanded poison from Dylan in order to die faster because she would die before the execution place anyway. Dylan got tired of listening to the girl. He ordered the soldiers to prepare his horse right away. Dylan also ordered the arrest of Sir Hassel because he had betrayed the honor of the knights and was engaged in human trafficking. Hassel clearly did not expect such an accusation and resisted arrest in every possible way. Dylan hated people who betray the honor of knights. The soldier reported that Dylan's horse was ready for the ride. Jazelle asked the knight to listen to her words, but the guy just threw her on himself. With a straight face and to the screams of the girl, Dylan carried the heroine to the horse. Now Jazelle does not understand at all what this idiot knight is going to do. Dylan put the girl in the saddle and said that there was an antidote in the camp, but she was unlikely to get there on foot. Jazelle did not understand why the man had gone to get the antidote. He wanted her dead. The girl asked for poison again, but Dylan simply began to ignore her, talking to the knight. After that, the blonde jumped on the horse, pressing very close to the heroine. Seconds later, the couple rushed to the camp, Jazelle still begging to listen to her words and give her poison. As Dylan had said, the knight's camp was not far from where they met. Jazelle watched as the knight searched for something in his stores. Finally, Dylan found what he was looking for and immediately turned to the girl. He gave the bottle with the words that this was the poison that the girl wanted so much. The heroine immediately emptied the contents of the bottle. After that, she exhaled in displeasure. She accused Dylan of slipping her an antidote under the guise of poison, and according to the code, knights do not lie. Jazelle noted that with such an attitude, the knights will lead people to the grave. At this time, Dylan tried to analyze the girl's behavior. That is why the guy gave her an antidote under the guise of poison, but the girl drank it without hesitation. It turns out that Jazelle Lois really wanted to die. Dylan was also haunted by the changes that had occurred to the girl. In addition to external changes, the magical power that arose near her without an owner was frightening. The girl's aura, her surroundings, and mannerisms also changed. While the guy was looking at Jazelle, she wondered when he would stop staring at her. Dylan still did not answer, which began to cause panic in Jazelle. The knight gave a voice, answering that he was not going to kill Jazelle. She did not understand why the guy suddenly changed his mind. The knight wondered why he had said that. Perhaps the girl had some effect on him. Jazelle believed that Dylan was only playing with words and therefore was going to drag her to the stake. The guy was clearly surprised by such thoughts of the brunette. The girl demanded poison because she did not want to die at the stake. Dylan was surprised that he was considered a person who liked to kill people. Dylan repeated again that he was not going to kill the heroine, but she did not believe him. The hero said that the antidote would work in half an hour, and then he would transfer the girl to Ordnung. Jazelle actively began to think of a way to escape in the remaining half an hour. Outwardly, it seemed that the girl was just sitting with a dissatisfied face. Jazelle believed that the camp should have more solid structures, and so it felt like a nobleman went for a walk. Dylan replied that the activities of the knights are carried out at the expense of sponsors and voluntary donations. Jazelle commented on his words as a veiled variation of the conspiracy of those in power. The blonde remembered that Jazelle had previously thought that she would buy the loyalty of the knights for money. The guy didn't know what kind of madness could be if a person's soul had changed so much. The hero recalled that the Lois family was to blame for sponsoring the dark magicians. Jazelle retorted that Dylan himself also receives pardons and donations. The girl believed that there was no difference between donations for dark or light magicians, because history is written by the winners. Dylan asked if Jazelle was trying to justify herself in this way, but the heroine did not want to continue this conversation. Jazelle asked if Dylan knew anything about the forbidden technique she had practiced before being imprisoned. When the girl received a negative answer, she was disappointed that the leader did not know many things. Jazelle's words surprised the guy and made him think. Jazelle decided that the knight cared only about the power of love. The girl thought that she had not said what she wanted, and immediately began to make excuses, and said that now she had completely lost interest in Dylan. The hero thought that Jazelle was now interested in Renji. Dylan warned that neither she nor the dark mage could harm Vivian. Suddenly, Jazelle acted as if she had heard the most correct words of the day. The girl replied that she was not going to interfere in the relationship, asked to give her poison again, and asked why the knight was so kind to her if they had a hostile relationship. The guy remembered the conversation with Vivian and decided that she was kind to Renji. After that, the knight remembered the girl's desire to separate Jazelle and Renji as soon as possible. Dylan stated that Jazelle had no idea about the wound Renji had left them and was arrogantly interfering in the process. The girl was amused to hear these words. She did not hide her emotions. The heroine said that Dylan sees only what she wants and not at all what she really is. If a guy's ability works this way, then this ability is useless. Dylan was filled with anger, jumped out of his chair and threw himself at the girl. Jazelle asked if this time the guy had decided to strangle her after all. She believed that in this way, Dylan wanted to torture the truth about why Jazelle knew so much. But if she is strangled, then it will clearly not be possible to tell, so Dylan should decide on his desires. The girl spoke calmly, but the fear was still noticeable to the knight. The hero realized that in fact, Jazelle was very afraid of this situation. It is worth remembering that she got here as a result of kidnapping. Dylan felt confused. He did not understand what he wanted from Jazelle. As a result, the guy calmed down and felt that he was just falling for a banal provocation. The knight pulled himself together and decided to wait out the remaining time quietly. The girl carefully watched how the hero of the novel moved away from her. Making sure that at that moment nothing threatened her, Jazelle was able to exhale calmly. A few moments ago, she was sure that she was going to die. Jazelle was glad that Dylan hadn't noticed the missing trace of his magic. Georgina came to the conclusion that Dylan didn't really know anything, but she didn't dare to tell him about Burfin, who had come to her in a dead body. Jazelle wondered if she should tell the guy about her resistance to poisons. Vivian looked suspicious, but Dylan really believes that Renji betrayed them. But if the guy doesn't know anything, why is he looking for Jazelle instead of just falling in love with Vivian and living happily ever after? All this led to the fact that the heroine's head ached with renewed vigor. The girl thought that magic should already work here, which meant that she just had to believe in Renji. Jazelle became very dizzy and began to lose consciousness. She called out to Renji, not hoping that the guy would hear her. At the last second, the girl thought about butterflies. She believed that they would soon find her. Seconds later, an explosion thundered. Jazelle and her chair were thrown aside by the shockwave. Renji appeared in the opening, surrounded by dark, magical energy. The magician saw the girl and immediately went to her, saying that he had come for her. Seeing her boss, the girl quietly asked him for forgiveness. The guy said that everything was fine and she should sleep a little. The dark magician took Jazelle in his arms and was about to leave. Renji didn't notice anything around him except for the girl sleeping in his arms. At the last moment, he heard Dylan scream, who demanded an answer as to how Renji had managed to get here. The entire room was filled with two opposing magical powers. Dylan attacked the dark mage, but he had no trouble deflecting the attack with a magical shield. After that, the guy stopped and looked at the blonde. Dylan was determined again and was not going to let the dark mage go so easily. By this time, all the knights who were in the camp ran to the noise. Renji told Dylan that he didn't know about the knight commander's hobby of kidnapping people. One of the soldiers decided to lash out at the mage for insulting their captain's honor. The guy put his sword in front of him and ran forward. The knight did not expect that the magician would use magic with his hands busy. When he approached Renji and realized the full threat, it was already too late. The knight saw a torrent of magic fly at him. The man could not move from fear. In the next second, the young man was already dead, which sharply cooled the ardor of the remaining knights. Dylan was ashamed of the knights who were so easily frightened by the dark mage's actions. The next second, Dylan himself was surprised by what he saw. Renji's hair color gradually began to change to white. The knight realized that something had changed in the guy and in his magic. One of the knights shouted for everyone to run away. Dylan did not immediately see the danger. Even seeing the attack in progress, the blonde could not believe that such a thing could be pulled off at all. Renji was holding a defensive barrier and using strong offensive magic at the same time. Dylan did not understand how the brunette managed to grasp such a wide area, being originally in the shape of a butterfly. The blonde felt that if he didn't strike first, everyone here would die. If Renji's magical energy is released, it will only disappear after killing everyone here. The guy activated the spell and put all his power into the sword. With a scream, Dylan rushed at Renji, who had already become completely blonde. The dark mage was still holding the sleeping girl in his arms. Dylan approached the dark mage and tried to break through the barrier with light magic. To the blonde's surprise, at the last moment, all the magical energy disappeared. Instead, the heroes were enveloped in an incomprehensible fog. Dylan did not understand who created this magic. In the next second, it dawned on the guy that it was not a fog in front of him, but the magical energy of Jazelle. It seemed that the same passive force that hovered around the girl was suddenly activated. This power not only dispelled Dylan's attack, but also greatly weakened dark magic. With Renji's shield weakened, Dylan decided to attack, as it was the best opportunity he had had in years. Focusing on physical strength, the knight rushed forward again. Renji did not expect such a development of events, and that Dylan would take advantage of it. But the blonde man was unable to attack again, his attack as if it had crashed into an invisible wall. In the next second, he felt that Jazelle's magic began to absorb all the power around him indiscriminately. Renji commented on the situation by saying that his baby is still very sensitive. After that, Renji said that it was time for Jazelle to rest. The dark mage added that he would like to destroy everything here, so Dylan should thank Jazelle and luck for not happening. After activating the magic circle, Renji added that he would like to ask the blonde man something, but it would be better for Jazelle to ask about it. As he disappeared, Renji said that Dylan should no longer worry about Jazelle. The brunette warned that in the future, Dylan would not be able to touch even a hair from the girl's head. It's hard to say how much time has passed since Jazelle fell asleep, but now she's finally awake. The girl was surprised that she was in the company of Isabelle and Golem number 9. Isabella said that if Jazelle had been discovered a little later, the whole country would have been destroyed. The girl decided that the doll was exaggerating, but Isabella insisted that her words were true. The ghost said that it was the first time he had seen such a foolish magician. Jazelle asked how she got into the mansion. It seemed to her that her boss brought her here. She was sure she had seen Renji at Dylan's camp, but the memory was vague. Giselle asked where Renji was now because she wanted to see him. The golem rolled the wheelchair. The girl sat down, took Isabelle to her, and thanked the golem once more for his care. Giselle was worried about the guy and assumed that he used too much magic. When the golem was taking the brunette to the owner of the house, the girl noticed a strange glow on the street. Outside, there was a huge magic circle in the sky. The girl tried to see it, but the glow was too bright. The heroine saw Renji. He was still using magic and was back with ashen hair. The girl wanted to approach the guy and tried to get up, but immediately felt pain all over her body. Still, the heroine did not give up trying and decided not to approach, then at least just to take a standing position. But the pain was too strong, and there was too little strength, and the heroine immediately landed back in the wheelchair. Renji noticed the girl and immediately went to her. The guy said that the girl came just in time. Giselle felt that something was wrong with the guy. Renji, looking at the brunette attentively, said that he had something to say to her. This version of Renji subconsciously frightened the heroine, but she did not want to show her fears and doubts. Renji remembered that once the girl asked about the guy's expectations from her. From now on, the magician had expectations from the girl. Given this fact, it is now important for Giselle to be in this house. The guy clarified that he wanted her presence not only at this moment, but also in the future. After the phrase that the girl would not be able to leave the mansion for a single step, the heroine had the feeling that Renji had returned to the plot of the novel. At that time, the dark mage kept Vivienne in shackles in his house. All Vivienne could do was beg to let her go, but the guy refused her every time. The book wrote that his beautiful silver hair shone dazzling white, and he himself also shone very brightly. The thought dawned on Giselle that she was now in great trouble. Renji approached the heroine's face and asked if she understood his words. He was beautiful and charming, but at the same time very frightening. The girl looked at the guy and could not refuse him. Later, remaining in her room, Giselle reasoned that something had definitely changed. Unlike Vivienne, she is not chained, but there is no guarantee that this will not happen. Giselle tried to reassure herself that she was free within the mansion, but there was no peace in the heroine's soul. The girl understood that she was now experiencing an incident of an affair with imprisonment. This episode was just preceded by a commotion in Renetti and the formation of a punitive detachment. Giselle felt embarrassed about accidentally taking on the role of the main character. Still, it was not clear why the girl suddenly took Vivienne's place. Before that, there had never been a complete replacement of characters in the novel. The reasons for the event were not important now. It was necessary to understand how to live with it now. After finishing the barriers, Renji immediately went to sleep to restore his magic. Now it was not clear when the boss would wake up at all. The girl did not like that being in such an unstable state, Renji did not go to rest, but began to make these protective barriers. But now it became clear where a huge magic circle appeared in the sky. Protection from Dylan was a priority, but the girl was sad that because of her, the boss did not even wake up. Isabelle added that it is better to let it be this way than to see an entire country destroyed. Giselle still believed that the ghost was exaggerating, but Isabelle tried to explain that the girl did not see the anger of the boss. The ghost stated that Giselle should not give up, and that he was glad that the girl continued to hear him. The heroine remembered that Renji wanted her dead when they first met and even gave her poison, but then he was too kind to the girl. After that, the heroine was torn between good and bad Renji, not knowing which side of him to choose as the true side in the end. The girl was sure that the guy was treating her little by little so that she could not get out of the castle. Isabelle thought it was good that at least the mage did not harm the girl. The ghost thought that although it was expressed differently, it was still similar to the sealing that the mage had done to him. The doll believed that Renji could keep Giselle here because of her strength. The ghost thought that the magician was just using the girl because in fact, she could not leave his mansion. The girl agreed that Renji really wasn't going to let her out of here. At the same time, Jazelle understood that all the actions of the dark magician were aimed at protecting her. Then it is not clear how you can object at all in this situation, especially considering that again, everything goes according to the original plot. The ghost wondered if there was anything special at the time when the girl was kidnapped. When Jazelle replied that her life hung in the balance, the ghost realized that this was what triggered the rapid fusion of soul and body. As a result, the girl is now surrounded by unusual magic. Isabel believed that now this magic would be with the girl forever, so the dark wizard decided not to let her go anywhere and keep her with him. Jazelle asked if Renji would try to possess the ghost if he had the same soul. The doll replied that it was impossible. The ghost lost all its power when it lost its body, so now it is only a soul without a body. Jazelle felt sad that even great sorcerers were only people with a limited lifespan. The heroine believed that the guy should carefully monitor his health so that it does not turn out the same as it is now. Isabel added that due to the fact that the heroine worries about Renji, magic allows him to recover faster. The ghost did not understand why Jazelle was worried about the one who locked her up. The girl replied that the guy very often saved her life and constantly takes care of her. Jazelle wondered how their relationship had developed, based on affection or obsession. The heroine could not understand what exactly she felt about her boss now. The doll thought it was a good thing that Jazelle didn't see how Renji behaved in her absence. Now the brunette realized that Renji really crossed some boundaries when she was kidnapped. At this time, Dylan decided to visit the city from which criminals were kidnapping people. When they arrived at the place, all the knights were dumbfounded by what they saw. The whole village was destroyed, and the smell of burning still has not left the streets. One of the knights said that now this place cannot be called a city. Although the city was a territory that the knights planned to destroy, now the inhabitants evoke a feeling of pity. Someone noticed the survivors and immediately reported it to the captain. A knight standing in front showed that someone was approaching from the other side. Already from afar, it became clear that there were some problems with the person coming to them. The closer the man came, the more frightening it became to look at him. A real zombie was coming at the knights. His movements and aura spoke of the use of necromancy magic. Dylan reacted first and ordered his squad to step back. Only necromancers can use such magic. It turns out that dark magicians were clearly behind the destruction. But Renji wasn't a necromancer, so it wasn't his doing, but it also meant that there were more than one undead in the city. Unexpectedly for everyone, the zombie stopped and called the knights fools. The zombie began to talk about how they did not resist the wind, while Dylan prepared to draw his sword. When the zombie attacked the knights with a cry of horror, Dylan immediately blew off his head. The guy said that they shouldn't listen to the thoughts of the undead. He ordered the knights to deal with the zombies and continue their investigation. The knights were still in shock, but quickly gathered themselves and began to carry out the order. One of the subordinates approached the captain of the squad with information. He remembered that the dark mages had not left such direct messages since that day. On that day, the land, which is twice the size of this city, turned into ruins. Then the dark magician called on everyone to unite and come out of the shadows so that they would no longer be considered criminals. Only one witness survived that day, and it was he who told about the incident. According to him, the entire city was destroyed by a single silver-haired magus. The knight had heard that Wayne Eyre had recently been spotted in another city, so he had moved here instantly thanks to his strength. Now the words about the guy with silver hair began to take on a different meaning for Dylan. Even the phrase about a huge amount of magical power now suited Renji more than Wayne. The only strange thing was that the survivor had accurately named Wayne Eyre. Later, Dylan again remembered Jazelle's words about the fact that the guy sees the wrong essence. The knight wondered why those words stuck so thoroughly in his head. In addition, I was embarrassed by the phrase that although he was a leader, he knew so little. Having expressed his assumptions, the captain's mate left to clear the city with the rest of the squad. Recently, Dylan has begun to feel inner discomfort more and more often. The guy was brought out of his thoughts by a familiar female voice that called him by name. It was an agitated Vivienne, contrasting very strongly with Jazelle. Vivienne thought her boyfriend was great to be able to catch criminals involved in human trafficking. Immediately, the girl noted that the dark magicians were terrible to destroy this city. Dylan corrected Vivienne and said that the city had been destroyed by dark mages, but they had nothing to do with human trafficking. The blonde man understood this, as he knew the criteria for selecting people from dark magicians for sacrifices. Vivienne said thoughtfully that strange things had been happening around them for some time now. The girl began to say again that the methods of working of dark magicians with Renetti had become completely different, which meant that something had changed. She believed that Jazelle was to blame for everything, who had summoned the devil and now became the boss. Dylan immediately replied that the last victim of the kidnappers was Jazelle Lois. Vivian was stunned by this development of events, so the hero had to repeat his words twice. At the end, the blonde man once again said that Jazelle was not connected with the abductions. Vivian did not believe it. Dylan asked if the girl knew what forbidden technique Lois was using. The girl replied that it was a forbidden technique for summoning a demon, because all forbidden techniques are the same. Such an answer from the girl raised new questions for Dylan, but he decided not to ask them. He only clarified if there were techniques that allowed magic to float around a person. This question was unexpected, and instead of answering, Vivian immediately decided to ask something herself. She asked if Dylan had seen this magic with his own eyes. Now it was time for the guy to be surprised. Vivian also added that she was aware that he could see someone else's magic. Given that it was a secret, Dylan didn't know how to respond to him. Vivian realized that she had made a mistake, and so reported that the teacher had told her about his ability many years ago. Dylan remembered that his teacher had strictly forbidden him to tell Vivian about his power as a child. As a result, the guy replied that everything was fine. He himself was going to tell the girl about his strength. Vivian asked if it was Jazelle Lois. Dylan replied that it was just a random passerby in the city. The guy said that he saw this for the first time, and therefore decided to ask the girl about it. Vivian assumed that the man had too much magical energy to hold everything. Dylan thought that the forbidden technique had awakened a sorceress in Jazelle, although this was still impossible. Vivian asked if Jazelle was at Dylan's now. The guy replied that he had missed her. Dylan clarified that she was taken away by Renji, who came out of nowhere. Vivian thought about the benefits of Jazelle for Renji until there were no answers. But now it's clear that Renji and Lois are on the same side. Dylan wanted the girl not to worry about dark magicians, but just go about her business, and the guy would deal with everything. One of Vivian's assistants called to her, informing her that the cleansing was about to begin. At this point, the heroes decided to go about their business, but this time the couple parted with completely different feelings from talking to their soulmate. Vivian noticed that Dylan had been asking especially persistently today. Dylan did not notice that the girl behaved in any special way, and explained everything about the disclosure of her secret by the teacher's care. At the same time, both characters of the novel felt the discomfort that arose between them from the fact that their half was clearly hiding something. In the end, both Vivian and Dylan hoped to find Jazelle at least a moment earlier than their other half. Around this time, the heroine was sitting near the window and watching the magical barrier. She was distracted when Isabella came up with her and called her name. Jazelle asked the ghost if he wanted to say something to her. The doll hesitated a little with the answer, which surprised the girl, although the reason for her silence was apparently Renji, who was next to her and with a too-pleased face. The brunette took the doll in her hands and offered to say what she wanted, because the boss was not going anywhere anyway. The doll believed that her boss had become too annoying. Jazelle agreed. Isabel stated the fact that Jazelle's soul and body had merged, and asked if the girl wanted to know about her magical powers. As proof of the fusion of soul and body, there was a black hair color, which did not change with the passage of time. Jazelle was glad because recently her magical powers helped Renji recover faster. In the next second, the ghost said that Jazelle could not use magic. The heroine did not understand how this was possible, because the magical power is subordinate to her will. The doll noticed that the magic works one way, which means that the magic will not follow the girl's commands. The girl's persistence allows her to control magic, but this will not necessarily always happen. The girl remembered that her magic helped Renji. The guy heard this and replied that he was very glad to take care of him. In fact, Jazelle was not happy that she was so worried about the man who had spent all his strength to imprison her in the castle. Renji offered to drop the cursed doll and join him at the table and have a little snack. Jazelle considered the guy's proposal impudent, and the ghost began to resent being called a cursed doll. Jazelle replied that she was full, regretting to herself that she did not have the abilities of the main character of the book. Renji did not like such passive behavior of his girlfriend and employee. He decided to correct this and therefore got up from the table. Approaching the heroine, the magician reminded her that he had locked her here for her own safety. The guy believed that the heroine does not need to have any power. Jazelle said that she needed strength at least to get out of here. The guy asked with a smile why the girl would leave here. If the girl goes out and meets Dylan, then it is unlikely that he will just let her go. The guy added that in recent days, Bangkok has ceased to be a safe city due to the United Punitive Squad. Jazelle knew this from the book. It upset the heroine even more that everything went clearly according to the plot. In the novel, the squad was referred to as the strongest and largest allied group of light mages and knights. Renji boasted that the barrier he had created was significantly stronger than the one created during the Dark Magi meeting. Jazelle replied that she was well aware of her boss's working methods. The girl asked if the boss was aware of how many days he had not gone outside. The heroine did not understand why the boss imprisoned himself in this place. Reggie replied that he wanted to be where the girl was. The brunette remembered that Viviane had escaped only because of her powers, but she didn't have them. Giselle tried to convey to the boss that he should fight the others as the strongest dark mage. Renji noted that he is not the strongest, but the strongest. The guy, it seems, saw the whole situation completely differently. He said that he just wanted to make his wishes come true. And for this, the heroine must always be in Renji's field of vision. Giselle said that this was why she needed strength. If she became strong, she could go into battle with him. The guy looked at the girl carefully, after which he said that she misunderstood him. Approaching the heroine, the man noted that he would not let her go anywhere, even if she had the strength. After that, the guy openly confirmed that he forbids Giselle to leave the castle and wants her to stay with him forever. As he said this, Renji became closer and closer to Giselle. Moments later, the girl was already lying on the bed, full of embarrassment, doubts, and fear. And the most difficult thing is that the proximity of such a handsome man suddenly made the girl ticklish, but it was embarrassing to talk about it. In addition, the dark magus now looked incredibly beautiful and attractive. The girl tried to pull herself together and reminded him of that prophetic book from her world. Reggie thought it was an ordinary romance, but remembered that he imprisoned Viviane in it, and Dylan then came to her aid. The heroine saw that the guy was not going to take her words about further events seriously. Giselle recalled that the problem is not only in Dylan, because according to the plot, Vindria dies at this time. The magician remembered this as well. The girl no longer knew what to say so that Renji would listen to her. In the original arc, after the episode with the imprisonment, Vindria died first, trying to prevent Viviane from escaping. After that, Suliang decided to avenge the death of his girlfriend, but instead of fighting Viviane, he stumbles upon Dylan and dies from his sword. The last to die is Gilberton, who defended the head until his very last breath. Now things will turn out differently because Dylan will not go to the mansion to save Giselle, but something similar may happen. Renji felt that Vindria shouldn't tell her because it would hurt her pride. The guy recalled that once Giselle asked to kick Vindria out of the store, so he is surprised by such care for a woman. Giselle broke down and shouted that she couldn't help but worry because she had become very attached to his surroundings. The guy was very annoyed by the words about attachment to the environment. Renji decided that such frequent affection was worth nothing at all, which meant that the girl was unreliable.